Alert, alert! Welcome back, one and all, to Bushiroad Rumble Online. A hot bro summer, if you will. Okay, I'll shut up. It has been quite some time since our last meeting with all of you, and especially for D Standard, the format that we will be exploring with all of you this weekend. As most of you know, I am the one and only Toku, aka Tony, aka Yellow Card TCG, and I am joined by my two lovely hot summer co-commentators, the orange that is Outer, and the fighter that is Ty. Let me see your beautiful faces. Please, my friends, introduce yourselves, starting with Orange.
Hi, I am the Outer of Orange, aka Outer Orange, aka Outer Orange. Hi, but welcome in, guys. Welcome back. You saw us, most of us, last time for V Premium, and now we are back. We had Weiss in between all that too, and now we're back with Standard. I'm very excited to be here today, talk about all the great things that are going to happen. I just can't wait to show you guys all the great games. What about you, Ty?
Hey, how's it going, everybody? TIE Fighter here. Very excited to be here with you guys again. You know, like was mentioned last time, geez, it's been about 5 months since we were in March. Had V Premium, had a really good time there. You can find me over at TIE Fighter and those things. I forgot to do my AKAs, but that's okay. Normally, you probably see me over there talking about Premium, but like Tony said, we are talking about, or we're going to be doing Standard today. So I'm very excited to see there what we got going on today. And I think we have the outline for what we're going to be doing this weekend, I believe.
Yeah.
So thank you, everyone, for the introductions, but it's now time to get into the nitty-gritty of things. So all three of us, we are veterans to BRO, to Bushiroad Rumble Online, but I'm sure that there are some of you in the Twitch audience watching right now who are watching BRO for the first time. So let's quickly give a rundown of what is BRO. Long ago, about 2 years ago, the Link Joker invaded planet Krei and Earth. And though we were able to defend the planet, they left us a gift known as COVID-19. Because of this, card fighters and Weissmeisters around the world could no longer go out to enjoy their favorite card games, but that's when Bushiroad had the bright idea of making a large-scale online event for everyone around the world to compete against one another and re-experience the heat of card games. That is Bushiroad Rumble Online. BRO 2023, this time around, is split up into 4 tournaments, 1 for Weiss and 3 for the 3 different Vanguard formats, and this weekend we'll be playing Standard. Ty, why don't you walk us through what we can expect throughout the weekend, talk to us about the format, the schedule, and then pass it over to Orange for the prizing.
Alrighty. So getting into things, this is going to be your standard weekend for the Bushiroad Rumble Online tournament. We're doing Standard Summer. Today, we are going to be going through our rounds of Swiss. These are best of 1. So if you've been to a Spring Fest or a BCS, we're coming into BCS season now too as well, should be very familiar to you. And then tomorrow, August 27th, we will be having our cut to top 8. We'll be seeing everyone, the best performers of today coming back tomorrow and duking it out to see who is going to get that #1 spot. And we'll see now what those prizes that they're going to be competing for are.
Actually, we have a little bit more here. We also have week 3 going to happen for day 1. We have the start of the tournament here. We also have week 4 as well for day 1 and day 2. And then we have also the prizing along with that. So this is the prizing. So if you are awesome and you get into the top 4 for 4th place, you get a certificate. Look at you go. And then for 3rd place, you get the Jet card. This is the prizing Chrono Jet card along with a booster display and a certificate. And if you're even better than that, 2nd place, you get 2 of the winner Jets, the beautiful thing that everybody wants, along with the booster box and a certificate. And if you are the lucky person to get 1st place, win it all, go all the way, you get 4 whole copies of the amazing, pristine Chrono Jet, and you get a booster display, and you get a certificate. That's the prizing. And then now we're going to tune it in back to us.
So thank you, everyone, for the beautiful explanations about what this weekend is shaping out to be. However, we've talked about what the weekend is. We've talked about what BRO is. And for some of you who haven't experienced the standard side of the things, Bushiroad has prepared a very informative video as to how to play standard. Roll the clip.
Cardfight Vanguard is a two-player card game where you take on the role of a vanguard and lead your ally units in a battle to victory. This video will explain the rules of Cardfight Vanguard. First, we have the types of cards. Vanguard can be divided into two different types of cards. Unit cards have power and shield values and can be called to the field. Order cards are a variety of commands that use strategies, items, or magic. Each type of card has different information written on them. First, let's take a look at unit cards. There are two types of unit cards. First, we have normal units. Normal units are the basic units that are called to the field to battle. Let's learn more about the four numbers written on the card. Grade, the level of strength of a card. Power, the attack power of a card. This value is used when it battles. Shield, the defense power a card has when it guards its allies. Critical, the amount of damage a card can deal to your opponent. Some unit cards have an icon at the top right corner and are known as trigger units. Trigger units can not only be called to the field to battle, but also activate unique effects when revealed for trigger checks. Next, we have order cards. Order cards do not have any power or shield values, but have various powerful abilities instead. Different cards have different abilities and activation timings. Some are used during your turn, while others are used in your opponent's turn. Preparing your deck. Let's prepare a deck to be used for the card fight. A deck can be constructed with a total of 50 cards, including 16 trigger units. Up to 4 copies of each card can be used. Choose 4 unit cards from your deck consisting of one of each, grade 0, 1, 2, and 3 to be used as your ride deck. Win condition. Attack and guard repeatedly, and the first to deal 6 damage to their opponent wins. Card fight setup. Let's take a look at the playmat where the card fight takes place. There are 3 types of circles where you can place your unit cards on the field. Vanguard circle. The unit placed here is called the Vanguard. Stack units on top when you ride. Rearguard circle. The unit placed here is called the Rearguard. Place units here when you call. Guardian circle. Place units here when calling them to guard. The areas around your field include your deck, ride deck, drop zone where you put used cards, order zone, and damage zone where you put your damage. Place the grade 0 card from the ride deck you had prepared face down on the Vanguard circle. Place the remaining 3 cards face down in the ride deck area. Shuffle each other's main deck and place it in the deck area. Decide who goes first with a game of rock, paper, scissors. The winner will go first. Each player draws 5 cards from the deck. You may swap cards once at this point. The player going first returns the cards they want to change to the bottom of their deck and draws the same number. Shuffle the deck if you swap cards. The player going second then does the same. Now that we're done preparing, with Stand Up Vanguard, turn the card on the Vanguard circle face up to begin. In Vanguard, there are 6 phases each turn. Let's learn more about each of the phases. Stand phase. Stand phase happens at the beginning of your turn. Vertical cards are in stand. Horizontal cards are in rest. Stand all of the resting cards on your side of the field. There are no resting cards on your first turn, so you can proceed to draw phase straight away. Draw phase. Draw a card from the top of the deck during your draw phase. Ride phase. To ride is to stack cards on your Vanguard to increase its grade. You can only ride once per turn. You can ride a unit from your hand, or discard a card to ride a unit from the ride deck that you had prepared that is 1 grade greater than the Vanguard currently on your field. The cards placed underneath your Vanguard after riding are known as the Soul and can be used to pay for costs of abilities. Main phase. During your main phase, you can call or move rear guards, use a card's ability, and use an order card. Calling or moving a rear guard. You can call a unit from your hand with a grade less than or equal to your Vanguard to any rear guard circle. Rear guards can move between the front and back of a column. Positions can be swapped within the same column too. Moving or swapping positions horizontally is not allowed. Battle phase. You can attack your opponent's front row units with your front row units during your battle phase. Rest the unit when it attacks. If the power of the attacking unit is greater than or equal to the power of the unit being attacked, the attack hits. If the attack hit a Vanguard, your opponent takes damage. If the attack hit a rear guard, put that rear guard into the drop zone. Let's attack your opponent's Vanguard with your Vanguard. When you attack with a Vanguard, you perform a drive check. To drive check is to put the top card of your deck into the trigger check zone face up. If a trigger unit was revealed, various effects are activated. Cards revealed for drive checks are added to your hand. Drive check, and get a critical trigger. It has the effect of +1 critical, and the effect of +10,000 power. You may choose to give each of these effects to a different unit. Let's give the critical to your Vanguard and the 10,000 power to your rear guard. As the attack was successful, your opponent takes 2 damage. When an attack hits, the other player performs a damage check. Put the top card of your deck into the trigger check zone face up, then put it into your damage zone. If a trigger unit was revealed, various effects are activated as well. Damage check. First check, no trigger. Put the card that was revealed into your damage zone. Second check, got a draw trigger. A draw trigger has the effect of draw a card and the effect of +10,000 power. Draw a card and add 10,000 power to your Vanguard. Next, let's attack your opponent's Vanguard with your rear guard. By resting a unit with the boost icon behind the attacking unit, the power of the unit behind gets added to the attacking unit. Attack the Vanguard with 26,000 power. Guard. When you're attacked, you can defend your units by guarding. To guard, choose any number of cards from your hand and call them to the Guardian Circle as rest. The power of the unit being attacked is increased by the shield of the units you called. If your Vanguard's power is greater than your opponent's attacking unit, the guard is successful. The power increased from guarding only lasts until the end of that battle. Once that attack ends, the power of the defended unit returns to its original value, and the units on the Guardian Circle are put into the drop zone. Let's aim to win by attacking and guarding repeatedly and dealing 6 damage to your opponent. End phase. This marks the end of your turn, and it is now your opponent's turn. This also concludes the description of each phase. Various abilities. Cards have various abilities in Vanguard. First, there's Persona Ride. It activates when you ride a unit with the Persona Ride icon from your hand on a card with the same card name. Draw a card when you Persona Ride. And for this turn, units in your front row get +10,000 power. Next, there's Intercept. When you are guarding, you can move rear guards in your front row with the Intercept icon to the Guardian Circle to guard. You can both intercept and guard with cards from your hand. It's a successful guard of 23,000 power. Put the units on the Guardian Circle into your drop zone when the attack ends. Twin Drive. Units with the Twin Drive ability can perform drive checks twice. When you attack with this Vanguard, perform 2 drive checks, as it has Twin Drive. First check. Second check. Got it! Over Trigger! An over trigger is a powerful trigger, and your deck can only have 1 such trigger. Give 100 million power to any unit, and draw a card. If it's revealed during drive check, more effects can be triggered. Sometimes, costs must be paid to activate the card's abilities. First, there's Counterblast. Activate an ability by turning a specified number of cards in your damage zone face down. Next, Soul Blast. Activate an ability by putting a specified number of cards from your soul into the drop zone. Make full use of various abilities to be victorious in a card fight. This concludes the explanation of rules in Vanguard. Enjoy the world of Vanguard with a deck of your own.
And we are back. Thank you very much, Bushiroad, for that very helpful, very explanatory video on the D standard format. Now, I am more of a premium V player myself. Ty already introduced himself as more of a premium player himself as well. And I know that Orange came into the game with V ourselves. So D is all kind of more of our backbone, but we all do play D. My favorite deck is Bastion. I'm very excited for the new one to come out. Orange, what is your favorite deck in D right now?
I think my current favorite right now is definitely Flagberg. It's been like that for a while now, actually. Like I have like tops with it and everything, so that deck is just
the burger.
That's my dude. It's just so good. You just attack a bunch. It's great. You just sit there. You just don't care. But yeah, that's my current favorite. That's
and what about you, Ty?
You know, I've got a few good old standbys. Bastion definitely being one of them. Love Bastion. Excited for the new one coming out, and that new Alden that we had revealed was looking pretty spicy. I was really excited for that, but obviously, you know, as a premium player and a big Nova Grappler fanboy, I'm very big into Avant-Garde right now.
Yes,
as well.
you are.
You know, the not Blau in standard, so loving that as well. Yeah, honestly, I jump around from deck to deck to deck quite a bit, so it's kind of hard for me to pick one, but Bastion has definitely been like a good old faithful standby for me since the beginning, honestly.
Represent. Now, the last time that we had an online presence about D Standard, it was probably Worlds format, where Orange was the caster alongside the beloved Different Fight. Now, in Worlds format, the three big names was probably Eva, Youthberg, and would you say Orphist?
I think Jet. No, was Jet out yet?
I don't think Jet was out yet.
That wasn't out, so I think
Almost.
it was definitely it was Youthberg as like the top dog,
Mm-hmm.
and then Orphis was like low key rogue, and then for some reason the two people that took it both top with it, so that was kind of interesting to see. And then yeah, like what else is there after that? Because Gravidia was still kind of present.
That's true. Gravidia was still kind of present. But
definitely
well.
Ava. But yeah, there was a lot of. I think it was a little bit more diverse actually, because we were kind of like just right before the Jet era started. So and Youth was definitely like peak at the time that it was like basically being out. So yeah, I think Youth was like the top deck, and then everything else just kind of flowed underneath it.
Mm-hmm. And then after Worlds happened, we got a very big product in the Chronojet Premium Stride deck set, which immediately took the meta by storm. We saw it a lot in a lot of the Spring Fest. Chronojet overtaking Youthberg as one of the top decks, but Eva still standing strong. Ty, do you have any insight as to what might have happened that let Chronojet kind of like take the format by storm? Like, we know how strong Crests are, we know how strong being able to access strides are once again, one of our favorite formats from the G as well as in Premium. What else do you think might have been a major role player in this kind of narrative?
Honestly, like when it came to Chronojet, because I was one of the people that took Chronojet to Springfest this past year as well. So, you know, honestly, it kind of goes back to its roots back in the day, back in the G era of like the whole Time Leap days, where it just has a very, very strong late game, because the longer the game goes with that crest, your front row just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. You don't play Persona Rides, obviously, and you don't need them because you'll be getting way more power than a Persona Ride would, and you have that multi-attack, a lot of consistent plussing. It just was one of those things where once it got the ball rolling, it had very, very few weaknesses once, and so many like little things that just gave it advantage throughout the game.
I actually just remembered a little like side deck, but Overlord was actually very potent during this time
Yes.
too. It was like
yeah.
I forgot about, but that deck, you know, basically if they go first, they kind of have like the upper hand because restand.
Wow.
Yeah,
Like,
we
next
got
turn,
to, we got
restand
to
again.
end. We got Harb, I believe, was like a major role player in that, being able
Yeah.
to be a 1-card discard rather than the 2 discard that you needed for Overlord. And then we
And then the
also
other
got at the
promo.
end as well, and like the other promos, there's basically all these like small little buffers being able to help like the bottom line of these decks. But then as we finished up Springfest, we enter BRO 2023 this weekend, and just as of yesterday, we did get some hits here. We saw a hit between Gigi from the Chronojet deck, as well as one of the more popular Darkstrain generic grade 1s in Brainwash Swirler, as well as for Eva, and Combine Rusher, which let them help a lot of like early game aggression. Because as we know, Eva is a bit more of a laid back deck, plays more defensively, tries and farms more compression, tries and farms more defensive plays, and then being able to have some sort of early game aggression through the Combine Rusher was what kind of helped it put it back in place. So despite these hits, I still feel like Chronojet is still going to be a very strong presence in today's tournament, just because we already knew about this hit from the Japanese side of the game, and so people were already testing new options. Sargon being one of like the major replacers for Brainwash Swirler. Orange, what are your takes on like what these kind of hits might do to the format itself, and like what's your takes on DBT 10 being introduced to the game to shake up the game as well?
Personally, I actually think the hits don't change the decks at all. But as we get more sets coming out, it's gonna just slowly power creep them out. Especially set 11. We're not gonna have set 11, but I think set 11 will be a big difference. That's why I think for today's tournament specifically, Jet and Ava I think can still show presence, but it will be a little bit tougher, mainly for Ava more so than Jet. I think Jet will stay exactly the same. Ava I think does get a little bit harder after set 10 dropping and everything. I think set 10 is like a big changer. It also brought like Minerva in. And also recently we had a promo from Minerva come in, and I think that is going to be very poignant. We have Gandiva that just dropped. Gandiva is like a monster, especially going first. And if you draw into your pieces, you kind of just start exploding like crazy. Like you're binding, you're drawing, you're binding, you're drawing, you're board wiping. It's basically what I like to call Gandiva, what Gravidia used to be. They're both drawing decks, both retire decks, and both have a lot of crit pressure. And they both basically do the same thing. The difference is Gandiva actually can multi-attack on top of that, which I think is like is what sets the bar really high. And then we also obviously got Ballista, and Ballista is like basically another version of Gandiva, but just a ton of drawing, a ton of just calling board, a ton of deck thinning. No crit pressure, but it's okay. We run the blue OT just to have the extra crit pressure, or you'll check triggers because the deck thins way more, and you're constantly like at top 5 seeing pieces. So I think those two decks are just so potent when they go first that it makes decks like Ava and Jet slow down. So I think that's like where that's why Jet and Ava it's harder for them to keep up, because they're more late game decks, and Ballista and Gandiva are more early game decks. So
you're saying that basically because of the current speed of the new decks coming out from DPT 10, namely Gandiva, as well as Festival Collection, we have the new Egg Ballista. All of these like very strong turn 3 decks are able to just kind of like knock our opponent off guard before they're able to get into like their second Persona ride and or their second stride. What about you, Ty? How much about Gandiva do you know? All I know about that deck is you bind stuff, every counterblast you do has an effect. Even if you miss, you get a draw. If you hit, you get to retire your opponent's board. All fantastic effects tied to one counterblast. How much else about the deck do you know, Ty?
You know, most of my experience with Gandiva has been on the other side of the table from the Gandiva player. And it's like Orange said, it really is just a monster. And if you can forgive me for comparing it to like another like premium or premium type deck, both in kind of like the art and flavor, I do kind of got reminded of Dungaree from the VGE, just in the sense that it has a lot going for it. It doesn't necessarily, I guess what I'm saying is like, because of all the advantage that you're able to build up, because of all the resources that you're taking away from your opponent, you are able to build up so much advantage both directly and indirectly, that especially going first and getting that in early, that a lot of decks just are going to really struggle to deal with that if they can't find a way to pick up the slack once they've basically been nuked by Gandiva.
Yeah, I think that like tempo swing on that immediately grade 3 ride, and then you have like 5 attacks as well per turn, and I don't think those 5 attacks are like linked behind Persona ride either, so you can get those like coming out turn 3. And then Gandiva also has his own power buff, so you get your own pseudo Persona ride. But speaking of Persona rides, one of the newer mechanics that came out into the game as well since we last saw each other, masks. So masks being a way as well, like as we said before, being able to get to that grade 3 ride, show your opponent something so explosive that like while they haven't had the chance to even twin drive yet, while like their major plussing was 2 attacks, you've already Persona road through the use of masks, and you've basically skipped the turn and being able to get into your next ride a turn ahead. So I'm very curious to see what kind of changes the game will look like now that we've kind of entered a more explosive format.
Yeah, that's a really good point you bring up. I think that's what keeps Zorga, something we haven't brought in. But Zorga is another deck that kind of has been showing a lot more results because you can go between like the mask order, because Zorga directly can get to the orders faster. It's one of the most like consistent variants of mask, since you can mask into stuff and then persona right on top of that, and then go into the double dragons with the crits, and that pressure is just really high as the numbers get like really big. But we'll talk about this. You know, we can keep going on here for a bit. We are about to go into a break here before we go into round one. So we'll see you guys very shortly. Stay right there. Don't go, get your popcorn ready. We're about to start the matches. See you soon.
Very short break, but we have our first two casters for round one, and it will be myself as well as Outer Orange. Now, we talked about what we were expecting to see in the tournament, and like we talked about how like the game has kind of evolved over this like 6-month period since Worlds, and then we kind of saw it happen in Springfest, but then we also had this new ban list that just came in live effectively today. So I'm kind of curious, besides the obvious two being Gandiva, being Wallista, what other decks do you expect to be considered rogue, which will like show up because they have a good pair up into these two decks?
Orphis is one. That's gonna be one that we can see kind of like as a rogue pick. There's a few actually. Loner is another one that's more of like a rogue pick. But yeah, we're actually about to go into the game, so let's go ahead and see what we're about to witness as a round one. Maybe we'll see some more rogue decks today. So let's go see what that's all about.
All right. I think we're going to bring it straight into the game. I think the players have been eagerly awaiting, so we will be starting off with these two players, which are not updated at the moment. So I think we are still just a bit waiting here, seeing what we can do in the meantime, probably just waiting to get some more information about the players themselves, their deck logs. But as we were saying, Orphis, good rogue matchup. Do you think it's because of the way that Orphis plays plays itself, being able to form tokens, being able to like replenish their board turn after turn after turn? Do you think that's what helps them into the Gandiva matchup? Or is it more of the fact that they don't really need pieces from hand because their pieces are technically just the tokens?
So the thing about Orphis, and this is actually kind of like a way to play around Gandiva in general, Orphis usually has a bunch of grade 1s on the board, which means when Gandiva targets top 5, it can only choose one grade 1. And that means that they have a higher chance of just like touching the board less. It also means they're doing less, they're drawing less, the best harvest is weaker. And a lot of decks that can, so a good player will usually play into that top 5 pretty well. So they'll usually keep 2 grade 1s on the board, 2 grade 2s on the board, 2 grade 3s on the board. And they'll usually try to keep 1 grade on the board, not like a 2 and a 1 and a 3 and a 0. You know what I mean? So that way there's less tough stuff to touch. So Orphis being one of those decks that could deal with that. The other thing is Orphis turn 4 is like really powerful. It's it's like 70k columns usually, especially under Persona. You got the orders active, you got multi-attack going. Them going first is pretty rough. I think the downside to Orphis is the fact that when they break, it's like really like it starts really sinking really fast. But under like a really high roll turn, the deck just like shoots at you like crazy. It's like here's a 50k column, here's a 50k column. Vanguard has pressure. I'm searching orders. I'm attacking you, and you can keep doing that every turn as long as you find at least 2 orders. Once you find 2, you're fine. But when you're stuck at 1, that's when the deck starts kind of hurting a little bit. That's why it's more like a rogue pick. And also, like again, like other decks are so explosive with their turn 4, Orphis is too. So I think that's what keeps it up, or keeps it more up there. It's just a little less consistent, but still really strong.
Now, one of the things that I'm excited for is, as I stated before, it's going to be Bastion Accord. Bastion Accord, one of his new main effects is the ability to give my front row grade 3s 5k, and the ability to not be touched by opponent's effects. So especially like as we've seen, Gandiva in the Japanese side of things has had a lot of longevity. Like even up till now, we see a lot of Gandiva play because of how strong it is, how good the power lines are. But myself seeing Bastion Accord, seeing those kind of effects, seeing that Bastion Accord is just a raw upgrade, I'm very excited to see as to how that will do into the future as well. Like, now we've talked about the past, we've talked about the present. Let's kind of talk about what we expect in the future. So we get luckily like a good 3-set glimpse into the future. What else do you think will be able to kind of like knock out the 2 throne holders right now?
Minerva is getting set 11 stuff that's really going to make it strong. Also, it tends to wipe its board a little bit, so it makes it easier to kind of play through. And I think that'll be another deck to kind of keep a lookout, especially after set 11 drops. That'll be one of the more potent decks. But looks like our players are ready for the game, so we're going to go ahead and swap over, see what our first game is looking like.
All right, so over on the left, we have Orphis, just as you had said, as well as Falzahar on the right on Drajuled. So Orphis versus Drajuled. We talked a lot about Orphis, but we haven't talked a lot about Drajuled yet. Drajuled has one of the more interesting mechanics of the game, where they are going to be able to dump your opponent's Vanguard to a lower number, which effectively makes your swings larger. In this kind of matchup where you have like deck built around building a board, and then you have your jewel built around debuffing your opponent's Vanguard, what do you think has the upper hand here?
To be honest, I think this is a very much going first, going second type of thing, because Orphis wants to go for it first and Drajuled wants to go first. The reason being is both their turns are very strong, and especially Drajuled because they can still like minus your Vanguard while also just applying pressure, which will shred Orphis's very small hand, so they'll have to eat everything. Where the same with Drajuled's side, Drajuled also has a small hand. It can't deal with like early aggression that Orphis can provide as well. So I think both of them we'll start seeing a lot of aggression on turn 3 ride, and again, both decks do not farm hand incredibly well, so it's going to be hard for both of them to deal with the crit pressure that Drajuled has to offer, and then Orphis with the multi-attacking into the token calls. So it kind of depends also on if the Drajuled player decides to give the counterblast as well here for the token that will be coming out on turn 2 if they choose to go down that route.
Oh, discarding the swirler there for the ride. And yeah, like, so like I sometimes think it is worth it, but I guess, hey, if you have like the advantage engine with the Gungam Ram there, it might be worth to give your opponent that 1 counterblast there off of that attack. We do hit out that defensive crit, so that's 1 less crit for the Drajuled player to deal with.
Yes, exactly. Here we are riding into Combine Rusher. So this is actually another side tech that some people tend to run. They run Combine Rusher in the ride line, so that way on turn 3 when they play orders, they get a free buy to the board. So what we're seeing happening here, along with pulling out the token.
Yeah, so Combine Rusher, I think, is like one of the cooler grade 2 ride deck options instead of running like the normal Orphis grade 2 there. So I like the choice here. I think it shows a lot of like the player's creativity and also the ability to kind of like play towards their Orphis top end and try and get that extra bit of damage in a bit faster, where even on grade 3 ride, you are showing a very scary turn. So we are going to see the ride over on the Jewel Core, trying to get some, even though we're going to be able to get, double defensive, okay. Getting all the power to the Combine Rusher. So this one is just going to go to possibly the rear.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly. And something I'm noticing here, which is very unusual or not as common, but the Orphis player is actually running rainbow triggers from what I'm seeing so far, which is usually it's draws or fronts. It's not both. So seeing both here is interesting. We also saw the Cycler come through. So Cycler is going to be very impactful here with the Soul Blasting, the Combine Rusher, also being able to draw through and seeing more of your deck. And then later on, just being able to play more orders.
So it looks like we are going to get the Orphis right there.
Yep. And here we have so Orphis has an on play, so you for free play an order from your drop. So that's when we saw the grade 3 order come out, which makes tokens bigger every single turn. And then I think we're just gonna keep it simple. Also calling out the new grade 3. This grade 3, when it gets retired by anything, by the way, you can call a token to anywhere you want, and this does include opponent's effects as well. Yeah,
so kind of good into the Diva matchup, like you said. But at the same time, I will want to point out one of the newer cards that was revealed on stream right now, Habitable Zone. This is basically a very popular archetype of card now in Standard that we'll all call Cyclers, where when you discard it for a ride phase, you can Soul Blast 1 and put it to the bottom and draw a card, which effectively, for a Soul Blast, lets you right into your next target for free. So these are very good for being able to maintain hand. These are only 5k shields, but we're like, best of all, even if you don't, even if you hold on to them past the ride deck phases, past the first 3 turns, they also have an effect that goes live if you Persona ride those turns. So like very strong effects nonetheless. But we are going to see the Orphis player really put on the gas there, going to push Falzahar on the Jeweled all the way to 4 damage there.
So something to note here. So this is what I meant by Orphis being strong going first. So they did get the ability to have 5 attacks, and on top of that, since they had the grade 3 order in zone, the tokens were each 20k, and then also being able to call over with the grade 3, just extending the attacks there, made the numbers to where like even through a defense, you still have to block everything, and that's why like as we saw there, the Jewel player went to 4 damage, had to go through quite a bit of their hand, and the next turn the Persona is going to be even stronger. But on the bright side, here we have Jewel coming in. We're about to see a really aggressive turn here too.
So speaking of mask, we do know that Falzahar is on the mask version of Jeweled, as is most people should be right now. We do use the Jeweled Counterblast 1 skill to Soul Charge 2 because we do need 4 different grades to be able to Soul Blast to be able to dump our opponent's Vanguard to 1 power. And then it looks like we're also going to use the Gungam Ram Soul Blast to draw a card as well, just trying to find pieces, filter our soul, so that way it's always 4 different grades. And then we're going to use the Brainwash Welder there, going to get a Soul Charge as well as 5k to itself. And hopefully we have a mask to try and put on the pressure still. But it looks like the 2 cards we will throw down is, it looks like the Rockagore Dragon as well as the I believe
that's the new promo. That is the new promo. That is Emposa. So Emposa lets you bounce her back while also restanding. She basically gives
very strong.
Attacks. Yeah, she's spicy.
Okay, so it looks like swinging with the Vanguard. It does not look like the Soul Blast 4 skill was used, so Falzahar is using this turn as a method of being able to farm hand, farm some soul. There comes the PG. We are not going to lose to that double crit today. Draw Trigger comes out, and there's the Massive Hydrasium. So going to be able to get that Persona ride for the next turn. And then here comes the Rockagore swing. Yeah. Rockagore does have the on attack just being able to gain power, but once again, does require the soul with 4 more cards. And then there's that promo swing boosted by the Swirler, and that gets guarded with the 15k. And then one last swing to end off the turn. It looks like Albright was able to walk away from this turn quite safely. Hopefully Falzahar has been able to farm up enough hand to be able to defend Albright's turn. We do see the Persona ride going to choose to tuck it under, keep that SP on top because that's where the SP belongs.
Yep. And this is big here. Orphis is really relying on Persona because the on place activates every single time, so you get to play orders for free, and then you can extend. For every 2 orders, this deck gets stronger and stronger. So every 2 orders, you get to call extra tokens, and then on top of that, Vanguard gets bigger by 5k each time. So the more orders you play, the stronger this deck gets. This late game deck, the late game of this deck is like where all the power is, and we're about to see some of that. And also getting the grade 3 back on board. We should be calling. I think we only have 3 orders in the zone there, so we're actually only going to be calling 1 extra token, but the grade 3 will allow us an extra attack on top of being under Persona.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure. So like, even though we don't have like the double token call, because we have Nuvarea, we are going to be able to still get those 5 attacks off. And like I said, combined with the Persona ride, combined with the amount of orders that we have. So I think in the game of Vanguard right now, one of the most important things for a deck to have to become good is this concept of scaling. Just being able to grow stronger turn after turn after turn, and with being able to build orders up, with being able to just like gain more tokens for like more 15k boosts. This is what Orphis is great as well. It's strong early game, and it only gets stronger as you play more orders. We see the OT being used as a guard there, no pass, and then we are gonna swing 2 more times. Here comes that big double token column, gonna force 2 cards out of Falzahar's hand. 1 last attack for the 6 damage, and that gets it looks like a PG thrown out.
Ooh, 1 card left in hand. Dang. Let's see what we can do here. So here, I think we are going to the mask here to try and find the other mask and basically just apply Persona. This should be a way more explosive turn. I think we did find the mask.
We find it. That's good.
Yep. If you guys don't know, the mask works from the drop zone. So even here, as long as you have it in the drop zone, you can activate it and then instantly go into the Persona. But I think first we're going to do some skills. We're going to soul charge a little bit, kind of get that soul going for that pressure, to get that 0 Vanguard ability to go off. And then also,
So-
I believe this is here where we're going to see the 5 attacks go through. I think this is actually a really scary board state. We have both restanders on the board now. So this is a 5 attack Persona turn, and the Vanguard will be going down to 0. And depending on how our Orphis player plays this out, ideally you want to actually guard the rear guard attacks and usually guard Vanguard and then take the rears again, because any defenses you hit before Vanguard's attack, you're going to lose those defenses and go back down to 0.
Yeah. Very good point to mention there. So yeah, a lot of the times when you know that you're dealing with multi-attacks, the best idea is to, as you said, want to take those early attacks so that way you'll be able to get defensives, make your cards in hand worth more Guardian Shield. But because of the way that your duel plays, being able to dump your power back down to 1 or 0 on its swing, it kind of nullifies all those defensives. So get those defensives later and then guard as much as you can right now. So we're going to see that first swing is going to be the Rockagore. And I believe that this is going to be just a vanilla swing because we should be able to get the restand later.
Yeah, the restand should be happening here. The restand will happen on Vanguard swing. It's basically if you did so blast 4 and you had the ability go off, which it will here, you can counter blast and restand. And it's when your opponent's Vanguard is grade 3 or greater.
We did take a damage there, but it's not a defensive trigger. So unironically, kind of good that we didn't defensive trigger here. Otherwise, it would feel really poor to get wasted. But we are going to swing with the Jeweled Mask, use its skill, counterblast 1, soul blast into 4 cards with different grades. We are going to pop 2 of the rear guards, I believe.
Is that a no guard? Sorry, I'm trying to think here. Because this is a crit. Vanguard has a crit right now, and they're down to 1.
Oh, maybe they were fishing for a draw trigger to try and draw into a PG. But yeah, if this is a no guard, this could be game right then and there. Falzar being able to swing it back into the game despite the very swingy game at the very start with all those triggers coming on from Albright's side, all the defensives, but defensives don't win you the game. They just stop you from losing. So
exactly. And something else to note here, actually, I completely forgot about this effect, but the mask also retires. It retires, it chooses 2 of your opponent's rear guards and retires them, which is actually also really cool. I actually was not aware of this. But here we have the PG coming down. A little safety here.
Oh, so we are going to choose the PG. That is very good, because that means one of these attacks will then be takeable. And if we do get a defensive off of that, we should and could be able to survive there. So here comes that Empousa swing. We are sitting at 1 power.
Yeah, I think the hard part is that you have to block with like 2 cards for basically everything. So which is what we're seeing right here. So yeah, nice. We got the heal and we got the front out. The front is 20k shield, which puts it to 20 and 1. And then this should, I guess it's enough. And then we're gonna eat this one. Yep.
Okay, both players being able to.
We know the persona's in hand. We saw the drive check. So here
there's that persona. Okay.
But no
looking
orders.
Big, looking chunky. There's that order coming down again.
That one's from hand this time. I don't know if there could be another order played here because there isn't one in drop, but honestly, I think 4 orders is just enough here to get us through. So since we do have 4 orders now, we do have 2 tokens that we can call when Orphis attacks here, which I think might just be enough to break through here. We're under Persona 2, so.
I think if I was in Albright's seat right now, no matter, unless those are 2 orders in hand, I'd be calling something to that front row as well. Exactly, just like that.
And that's perfect because now we can get another token out, which will apply the grade 3 order effect here, making the number slightly bigger. So here we have the token, and since we do have the grade 3 order in the zone, it gets a little additional power, making just the numbers that much beefier.
Yeah, so despite not having the 15k back row to be able to boost to that next set of guard value, I do believe that because of Persona Ride, because like we're in the later stages of the game now, both players at 5 damage, this should be enough to at least force the rest of Falzahar's hand, going to force 15 from hand, as well as an intercept for the 20k to guard. Here comes another token swinging out of the Vanguard. 25k is going to last for a 15k to guard, unless it's a bit bigger. Oh, it looks like a 555.
Ooh. And we still got 2. We got 3 more attacks coming. Vanguard, which did get a little buff, it's going to be now a 33k attacking Vanguard. And then we're going to have double tokens come out just like that. And then they each get 5k power, so they're both sitting at 30k bodies. So it's 33, 30, and 30, all of which ask for a PG or a 2-card block right now. And that is a no guard.
That is a no guard, no trigger, so potentially that's a defensive draw, so that is going to be game. Albright is going to be able to take round 1 against Rajul using Orphis, using those shadow tokens. And what do you think was the major role player here in like being able to like kind of decide the winner of the game? Like, do you think that there's a world where, because Falzahar was unable to get like the turn 3 masks persona ride, to get that extra bit of pressure on that first turn, to like dump down our opponent to that 1 power? Because we saw over on Albright's side, all those 1 card guards, like he was breezing through that turn, no problem. Do you think like if on Falzahar's side we got the persona ride, or even if we got the minus power, something could have changed there?
I think I don't know what the soul was looking like, but I think that turn there needed to be pressure and there wasn't. And also I think not checking defenses on when they were facing Orphis while still being on grade 2 was really hurting them. But yes, they needed to apply some kind of pressure, shred through that hand as fast as possible, because Orphis does not generate hand. His on attack ability literally says counterblast, discard a card. That is very painful, can be very hurtful. It's nice because you get the multi attack, but you're also forcing yourself to discard to do something, right? And because both decks don't have a big hand, that I think was like the big game changer there. But Orphis had the pressure, Mask lost the pressure there, the jeweled Mask, and because of that it ended up being that they had enough hand to deal with the aggressive turn, which was then under the Mask turn. They had enough hand to come back. And they also, I don't know if you saw earlier, but they were playing a lot of the grade 2 order cards a little early on, so they're able to draw a little bit faster, get rid of those orders from hand, and just see more shield. Basically, one thing what we did see was the Orphis player was actually kind of struggling with orders a little bit there, but they were able to just have it enough to just break through. So, very interesting stuff.
I think that's a good thing to talk about as well, is that Orphis, because they play so many orders as well, and because orders are technically once per turn, they generally, like you said, they generally have more bricks in their deck. Orders don't have shield value. So another deck that I like to compare Orphis to, a very aggressive early game, but hard to play in the late game because you will eventually lose that shield value if you don't flip triggers, is Bastion. Bastion, playing a lot of grade 3s, has a lot of strong early game pressure, a strong early game power, because they are playing many grade 3s. As the game gets longer on and on, their shield value starts to dwindle. And I think we almost saw that in the Orphis side of things. Like, we saw very strong numbers in the early game, all these shadow tokens, the Combine Rusher being able to swing large. But as we saw the game dwindle down and down, like you said, I think if Drajuled was able to put a bit more pressure on that initial grade 3 turn ride, being able to force more cards out, that would have made the second persona ride on Orphis side of things a lot weaker, because maybe we don't have like that extra card to call down for that 15th attack, or for that 5th attack. Maybe we just don't have, maybe we had to discard the persona ride for the PG instead of discarding something else because we needed to guard earlier. So like the very minute things about Vanguard, like just being able to like know when you need to tear your opponent's hand, I think is like the major skill testing aspect of the game. And I think that got demonstrated perfectly in this game between Albright and Falzahar.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And as I mentioned, like right before we started the round, I think whoever got the chance to go first did make a big impact. Like I said, both decks on turn 3, very, very strong. So I think Orphis is actually a little weaker if you check a defense, whereas Drajuled, it's kind of like, well, I don't really care if you check the defense. This is still going to be, you know, you're still going to have the aggression. You're still going to have the crit. You're just not going to have the restance. That's all. But you're still going to be a lower base, so the defense don't matter. Whereas Orphis, when you swing, if the defense is checked, it does help guard a little bit better. And not seeing those defenses, I think, was really hurting. But overall, I think it was a really close match. But that was a very when we saw that match, I was like, oh my goodness, that's going to be like. This is going to be a pop-off after pop-off, basically. It's going to be pop-off here, pop-off here, pop-off here, pop-off here, and it's really just going to come down to who has more PGs, who has better setup, who has the better shield, who can survive longer. Especially since both decks just do not have the defensive options as well as like other decks do, like Ballisto or again Devo or some of the other decks that draw through the deck faster. So very, very interesting match. Definitely a really good first starting match.
Now let's kind of spin the narrative on its head a bit. So this time around, we saw Orphis go first. How do you think the game would have played out if Drajuled went first?
I think it would have been, as long as they had the 4 Soul Blast condition, I think it would have been really tough for Orphis to come out of that, because like I said, the shield is just so much less. And it's kind of interesting they're running the fronts, which kind of helped them with the shield a little bit there. But yeah, like imagine you're on grade 2 and then you go down to 1. Like, and there's a crit coming. Sometimes Drajuled can close out games like literally on that same ride. Like they can ride to 3 and close out the game there, because sometimes you just don't have the PG, and then you just go, well, no guard, and then they go crit, and you're like, oh, and now you're eating like 5 damage. You know, like it can really take a turn really fast. Like I've been in that situation where I'm just sitting there with my hand. I'm like, oh no, I can't guard. Oh no, what do you mean I'm at 1? You know,
it's really rough. It's really rough sometimes, especially with the fact that your opponent's persona riding when you're still on grade 2.
Well, the last part, they can't activate the persona.
They can't activate, okay.
But
they are persona riding by minusing you 10k, which gives your front row an extra 10k worth of power if you're base. So kind of like that, you are basically getting turn skipped. You're looking at crit pressure, you're looking at like restanding pressure, you're looking at like a very strong rear guard attacks at you. It's hard to deal with, like if you're going second into the duel. So I think this really did come down to, like you said, who drew better, who was able to filter through their deck faster, get the triggers they need to be able to get the more higher value shield. And I think that is kind of what standard is right now. That's why we see Willista so strong. That's why we see Gandiva so strong, because of how quickly they go through their deck to be able to find the triggers, which are the 15k shields, which is what is needed to guard most of the attacks that we see nowadays.
Or PGs. PGs also like really help. I actually think like when you mulligan, if you just see a PG, you should just like keep like you'd be surprised how much it comes up in handy, because like some numbers hit for like where you have to guard with 3 cards. Well, it's like you could guard with 3 cards, or you could just PG and drop a card, and now you're guarding with 2 cards instead. So that's another thing that's been kind of interesting. Mulligan has changed a little bit. I think you have to mulligan more defensively more than offensively. Sometimes you have to give up like what your deck's engine is, and I think that's like my favorite part about D right now. It's always been my favorite part about D is how you want to mulligan. Like no matter what what you're facing, because obviously usually you don't know, but like honestly sometimes I keep the PG and it saves me, you know. And I think a lot of people have been keeping track of that. Something I noticed between the game that we just watched, both opponents actually had a lot of PGs, so I'm actually almost wondering if they mulliganed and kept PGs in those situations as well, because they like knew I may need this, especially since, you know, less shield, less draw. Those PGs come more in handy. Like the master jewel player actually saved themselves a turn because they're able to PG and survive, you know.
Like I think talking about mulligan, I think that's one of the cool things that standard has that isn't available in V and in premium, is that not only do we have mulligan, but we also have that right deck. So thinking about what to discard for the right deck is also like a very large skill testing factor in the game right now, because maybe you want to keep your pieces, so you're going to discard a trigger to go into the next piece in your right deck. However, your opponent starts aggressing you very hardly, and you are like, oh, I wish I had the trigger to guard with now. I could have drawn into this piece later with like maybe being able to no guard in the later stages of the game. And like, I think the good thing about the right deck then is that you get to know more about your opponent's deck as time goes on in the game, so you have more better decisions to make when discarding for such. Now, as we did see in the habitable zone, those kind of cards to kind of like relieve that decision making, I think it's great for the game, but also kind of rewards people for kind of just like having, oh cool, I'm going to keep this in hand on my mulligan because I know it's a safe discard regardless. Whereas rather than like being able to mulligan for your pieces themselves, and then if you happen to drive check that kind of card or like draw that kind of card for turn, use that then. Like what are your thoughts? Like if you were to have like 4 habitable zones in your hand when you open and you're still playing Orphis, would you keep them or would you mulligan one of them? Like let's say you open one.
One I would keep because that's only 1 soul. I will say Orphist does eat soul a little bit, especially with the hard play orders. So you don't want to like go super crazy on those. And the other thing is you actually want to use them sometimes just to. We didn't get a chance to see that happen in the game we just watched. Because they had to use this guard. But ideally, actually, that order is just really good on Persona turns too, because you can just play an extra order. You know, so you can play 1 from drop, play 2 from hand. You just play 3 orders in 1 turn, and that's just a huge power scale like jump for Orphis. But early on, I think just being able, we actually saw it happen, being able to use that one, you know, Soap Blast bottom deck draw just really helps, because like, especially in Orphis, as I mentioned, it can brick, and when it bricks, you want to find pieces as fast as possible. The Cycler could be the difference between you being 1 card deeper to find it and not. So I think ideally you do want to at least keep 1 for sure, maybe even 2 sometimes if you can get away with the soul. Like I would say even 2 is like ideal, because like you really want to see those orders and see like anything you need to make your deck pop off, even that grade 3, the persona, the orders, that the entire deck is pieces, so you want to see those pieces as soon as possible. So
all right, that's it up from us. to kind of summarize what happened in round one, we saw Albright on Orphis against Falzar on Drajul. Orphis was able to take that big victory, getting 2 Persona Rise in a row and smashing down the Drajul Dragon with a bunch of shadow tokens. But that's going to be it for round one, and we will see you soon for round two. We're going to give you a short break to let the players get ready.
See ya.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve.
And we are back from that short break. Let's kind of talk about what happened round one. So round one, just to like re-summarize one last time, we saw Albright on Orphis beat Falzahar on Dredrewald using that Shadow Token army and beating them down to a submission. Now, I'm sure that you are curious as to what the deck looks like. So let's go ahead and bring that on up and we can kind of talk about the winner's deck here.
I'm very excited to see here that Orphis Combine Rusher. Here it is. I don't know if I told you this. This is like my second favorite deck.
All right. What makes Orphis so fun to you? Because I remember that you did get like a bunch of those like really nice SPs for the Orphis Regis, right?
I did. It was I got one at Worlds too. I couldn't resist. But yeah, so what makes this deck so fun is that you can kind of play with no hand, which I just think is a cool concept. Also, the deck has so many like tech options. You can actually go like more retire heavy against your opponent if you want. You can lay it back, go more offensive. And I think the fact that you have those options just makes the deck cool. Something I actually noticed here that we didn't get a chance to see on stream is actually the Penguin here. So they're running the Technician, which on discard you can check top 5 for an order and basically basically put it to your hand, which is really useful because on Orphis attack, you can discard the Penguin, search first, basically deck thin, get an order to hand, and then start drive checking after the shuffle, which I think is actually very useful. And also, they're running a new card. There's a common in here. It's that grade 2 next to the Penguin. This common is actually really interesting. It's kind of funny because it's a common, but it's another extender. It lets you discard orders from deck off of top 7, I believe, and then also on attack it can retire itself and get an order to your hand. So just another like a way to unbrick yourself. So just a few little upgrades here that we haven't seen in an old Orphis list that we're now seeing, like with set 10 and on type of stuff.
Yeah, so one of the cards that I want to mention now is, like, we talked about it. We talked about Combined Rusher Orphist. Yep. Now, in Orphist, the general grade 2 that we run is, I believe his name is Kubizla.
Cubisa, I believe. Yeah.
Cubisa, yes. But Combined Rusher, it has a very cool effect from the drop zone and on the rearguard circle, but nothing on the Vanguard circle. Give me your insights as to why Combined Rusher is ran over Cubisa nowadays.
So it's kind of up to you, but basically the reason why you want to run a Combined Rusher is because you want to soul blast it out either through an order effect or the cycler. So you have both options to kind of, and we actually saw that happen when they played the cycler card. They actually soul blasted out the Combined Rusher and then did their thing with Orphis and everything. You have the option to do that, so it makes it easier for you to get the body on the board and also soul blast it out basically instantly. If you have enough damage, you can just counterblast, call it out. You're going to play orders every turn anyway, so it's just a free body on the board. As I talked about earlier, Orphis does not generate a very strong hand, so having the access to a free body from your drop zone to the board is like a big change. The downside is the counterblast, and there's other downsides. So Cubisa lets you give 5k to anything on the board while when you play an order. That 5k does matter for the same reason why Ballista is so strong right now. Ballista gets a 5k also on turn 2 on the Vanguard usually, and for the same reason Cubisa also can apply 5k somewhere. So a good example is you can put the 5k on the token, so even if your opponent hits a defensive, guess what, the token will still hit over. But you're losing the access to the Combined Rusher. So I think it's actually a player choice. I think both options are very strong, both options are impactful, and it's kind of just up to you what you prefer. Do you prefer that turn 2 rush, or do you want just an extra body on the board for the later turns? And that's kind of the decisions that you'll see Orphis players make, and you actually will see both. Like Combined Rusher is popular, but so is Cubisa still.
And I think you mentioned this during the game as well, but Albright chose to run rainbow triggers as opposed to more draws, or opposed to like more fronts. So
which was crazy to me.
Yeah, if I was to play Orphis, like, I would probably lean more towards crit triggers myself, crits and draws, because like you said, hard to find those pieces. The power is already there with your shadow tokens, with the Persona Rise, that it feels like the fronts are unnecessary. And obviously you run maxing out crits because
crits go crazy. Fronts are actually pretty good too, to be honest. They make that, but the tokens usually get pretty big as it is. So early on, the fronts are more impactful, but as the later the game goes, the fronts become less impactful. But most Orphis players know there usually isn't a turn 5, unless you like straight heal out. Orphis players are very aware that they got like 4 turns before they were looking at death in the eyes. Like they know that after the first Persona turn, they're dying, because your hand just can't keep up. That's why I think it's crazy that this person was running the just 2 draws. Most run 4 draws, sometimes even a 5th one, because they're that scared of bricking. But under the game now with the cycler introduced, maybe it's a little easier to kind of help with that. So maybe now the fronts are more viable. I can understand both perspectives. It's a really heavy argument, like, do you run draws or fronts in any deck, because you're sacrificing 20k shield for a 10k shield draw, or you get the extra beef to the board, with also, what I mean? It's really hard sometimes to, and some people run the 2-2 split for that reason. They run 2 fronts and 2 draws. So,
best of both worlds.
Exactly. Same questions like with Zorga players. Zorga have the same issue. It's like, do you run the draws or the fronts? Sometimes it's hard to know which is the better choice, because like they both have really good impacts in certain parts of the game.
Now, so we kind of saw we saw a really cool game 1 where we didn't get to touch much about the meta. So we didn't see Gandia, we didn't see Willista, we didn't see Minerva. So from all of us here on the caster side of things, we know that they're going to show up eventually. So we're going to save that for tomorrow and like the later stage of the day. But what other decks do you want to see? Like, what other decks do you want to bring to the forefront that we have the opportunity to show you guys on BRO 2023 today? I know, like I said, both Ty and I, big Bastion fans. We love that number 3. We want to be able to show off Bastion. Like right now, Bastion's not in the best of place. We're missing a lot of key pieces, namely a Cord, namely the Sapient Owl promo. But as well as some other of our like old fan favorite decks. Like if you think about it now, a lot of the decks that are showing up now are, except for Orphis that we saw round 1, aren't part of like the initial 5 that like D started off with. Nirvana's been taking a beating because it's just too slow now. Crossover Dress is a -2. Bastion does not have enough shield value to play anymore. Viamon's Bruce ended up not being as good as everyone had hoped for. But these are still decks that have like very cool stories to tell, very cool like gameplays. So I'm curious as to what you would like to see as well.
I am like a big Flagberg stan, which is kind of funny because I've never played Aquaforce. So I really hope in the future, I don't even know if there is any Flagbergs out there that are playing today, but I'd love to see Flagberg at some point. There's also some like Hexa Orb would be another one to see, since Bastion's a little behind. We could do Hexa Orb instead. So yeah, those are some. I actually don't mind seeing Minerva. I know it's like a little bit more popular, but I actually like Minerva. I think the gameplay style of it is actually really cool. So that'd be another fun deck to see. There's some other obscure like Provo decks out there that maybe we'll see a light today. Who knows? Like the bat from Brandgate that lets you also play orders in a different way. So that would be a really cool deck to see out there. But I don't know. I'm excited for anything, to be honest. So
to be absolutely fair to Minerva as well, though, like we know that it is a very strong deck in the format and we probably could see it. At the same time, the chance that we see it is also very low because of how hard it is to get that coveted promo. That promo there is what makes Minerva good right now. So a deck with the promo and a deck without the promo, night and day. So even if we do see Minerva, there's a chance that it's not the promo version, and we probably won't see that version of the game, that version of the deck again in future dates or future games. However, I think it's still good to showcase Minerva as an encounter deck, because though encounters, I guess like some people have like very weird feelings towards encounters. A lot of people think they're nostalgic baiting. Like I'm nostalgic baiting. I love MLB.
I missed out, you know.
I don't have MLB myself, but like I've seen what the deck can do, and I'm just like, wow, I'm very happy to see MLB do very strong. I'm actually curious now. I'm going to take a look at the spreadsheet here, see if anyone is repping MLB. In which case, I
hope that deck is actually good.
I want them to be on stream because I think they got like a very strong promo, which helps. I'm going to say that a lot. I think they got a very strong promo that helps them. Yeah, it's a grade 2, right?
Yeah, no, the promo's a grade 1, but remember I talked about how when you're facing Gandiva, you don't want like multiple grades. Guess what? MLB is all grade 2s and 1 grade 1 the whole game. So so you literally just don't care, and then you can revive your stuff anyway. Like, well, you can't really revive, but you'll be bringing your cards back through like Cycler and all this other stuff. So through Soul, you'll be calling cards out. So you really just don't care about the retire. And on top of that, the deck retires back, and you have that little extra base and everything. Like, I actually been loving MLB. MLB and PBL are like my favorite counter decks. Like,
I don't see any MLB.
No, don't do this to me.
I do see a good amount of PBO players though. So PBO and Phantom Blaster Dragon. Like Phantom Blaster Dragon was one of the first encounter cards brought alongside Draconic Overlord, and PBO was like its upgrade. Now, I recall that you also had some content made about PBO. Tell me about what the deck does and tell me why PBO is a real deck. Is it just because it's like a really strong value engine? Do you get a lot of plus minuses that are always in your favor?
So people just really underestimate PBO's power scaling. When that deck goes first, you're telling your opponent that you're going to be attacking a lot, you're retiring their board, you have a crit on Vanguard, which by the way, doesn't matter what grade you're on. And then on top of that, if you run the promo and everything else, you're also going to be extending drive checks. Now with the OT out, the Keter OT being out, you can play the blue or the red one. You can just sit there and go like, because Blaster Dark drive checks, the Vanguard drive checks, which also has crit pressure. You have Emmeline who extends and gets like really big in numbers. People just underestimate just how much that deck starts ramping up. You can run the grade 1s that become 10k, become 18k attackers early on, so you can go 8k with the grade 1 and then have 2 18k bodies, which by the way hits over defenses. Going second, this deck goes like insane. Weirdly enough, it's like a really strong going second. On top of that, because you have the drive checks, because you usually run draws, you don't need a lot of board state either. You actually farm like a really big hand, and on turn 2 you have the twin drive on top of that. Like, you'd be surprised. This deck goes crazy sometimes. Like when they open, like when they're mulligan and they look at their mulligan and they have like the Emmeline, they got a Persona ride, they got the promo girl, they got the other promo Hero Girl. They got like attackers. Dude, you're like sitting there, you're like, this is gonna be a great game. Like when the deck opens normal units, as long as they're normal units and not triggers, the deck pops off like crazy.
I think that is probably like the main thing as well, because like being able to cycle up the normal units, like get the best value out of like the normal units you draw, and then like turn them into better cards.
Yep.
And I think that is one of the things I liked about Shadow Paladin a lot, like the Shadow Paladin like play style of like, rather than Royal Paladin, which goes like raw plus, you -2 plus harder, which in turn turns into better compression. So like, whereas Royal Paladin, their kind of style is like to call 2 straight from deck. You're -2 from deck, you're +2 compression. Shadow Paladin would be, you retire one of your rear guards, and this could be something that doesn't have any inherent shield value on board. Like maybe you attack with a grade 3, you get rid of it on board, and you call 2 new things out onto, maybe 3 new things out of the board because you retired one. You'll be getting more compression there. You're getting to see more of your triggers. You're getting to see more of your pieces, and being able to just like trade out the worst card for 3 better cards is something I think Shadow Paladin is able to like really play well on. And I think, just like you said, TBO is able to do that incredibly well as well.
Yeah, 100%. That just kind of goes crazy. That crit gets very painful. So I don't know. I think the deck's great. I've always been a big fan. I think the only thing that hurts it is Mulligan. Like, it's really just Mulligan. There's no direct search aside from Emmeline, and Emmeline's not like the best searcher ever. Oh, another thing I meant to mention is you can play off no counterblasts. It doesn't matter. You don't need to like use Blaster Dark's retire effect. You can just sit there and play off no CB. A lot of people will like try to. I've had a game where someone tried damage to me. They thought I had a CB. I ride to my 3. I'm like, okay, retire to call crit plus 10k. Like I just didn't care. The turn 2. Also, you can grade 2 game with that deck because you can keep riding Blaster Dark on top and keep getting the drive checks. So that's another thing to kind of keep in mind that people kind of forget about the deck. If you play into Jet, you can actually just outscale pretty quickly. So yeah, deck has some like random stuff that just makes it good. So I play that deck a lot. If it's not obvious.
For me, like, unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to really explore other decks. Like, I want to say I'm too loyal to Bastion. I'm too loyal to Bastion. Like, a lot of like what I do is I like try and like figure out my deck into other decks. Yeah, Alden's my best friend. I love Counterblast 2, draw 2. So like seeing new Alden as a Vanguard, I was just like,
so excited. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm excited with you. That new Alden looks so good, and the gold,
it looks nice. Like, and then like, I think I saw on Twitter somebody posted about like kind of like the storyline between Bastion, Youthberg, and Alden. And I was like, oh, this is just super cool. Yeah, I was just like, oh my god, actual lore in card games.
I love
it's really interesting. So basically, I think the way it works is like Bastion is part of like more of like the corrupt elitist government, but he is more like a slave on the collar rather than being part of the problem. Rather than being the main problem, he's more part of the problem, if that makes sense. Whereas Youthberg is trying to fix that, and then Alden kind of sees like both sides because Alden grew up from poverty and then became a part of like Bastion's government. I don't know what we're changing the political speak. We're talking about more about like the Keter Sanctuary lore, and I think like that kind of lore story is like very cool. I myself didn't get a chance to play Youthberg's side of that lore yet, but I do know that that deck is very good. I wonder if like we'll see like more Youthbergs here. Like, I think because like what is the thing that like knocked Youthberg out of like?
It's just too slow now. So Youthberg has always been like, it kind of has a similar thing to like Jet. It's just a late game deck. Like late game, the deck just sits there, like can stack its bottom. You know, it can kind of prepare for like lethal turn and then like stack 2 heals or stack an OT and then just like get out of lethal and then just win next turn because of the rewriting Vanguard stuff. I think the deck fell off a little bit because like 1, you have to run a bunch of grade 3s, and 2, like going second, the deck's kind of rough. You very rely on Persona 2 mainly for the numbers. There's just a lot of piece alliance, and when the deck falls apart now, it actually hurts more. Before it didn't matter as much because other decks weren't as consistent or they couldn't catch up.
Yeah, okay.
But now since other decks are getting more consistent, it makes the consistency of Youthberg just less cool or less good. Because the thing is the deck's consistent, but its consistency itself isn't that amazing. It's like, oh, I get to have 4 attacks, I get some power, blah blah. Whereas other decks are like, well, I have 5 attacks, I have 4 attacks, but also my dragons have crits on them, and I got this, and I got Persona Ride, and I got mask stuff going on, and I have all this. Now the decks just pop off harder. So even if they're slightly less consistent, or some decks have gone more consistent, like Gendiva is just consistent on its own, right? But then you also have like bind, retire, pressure, whereas like Youthberg's consistency is like, ooh, I get to attack an extra time. So
Yeah. Okay. I think that's like a very good way to like think about it. It's just like I think that's pretty much like the narrative of what we said, because decks now are just getting faster. Their
Yeah.
turn threes are more explosive. They're able to kind of put out the same amount of power that Youthberg is able to do one turn earlier with less pieces, because they're like their main centerpiece, their Vanguard, is able to do more by itself.
Yeah.
Because like I'm thinking, like, if you were to play Gandiva and Youthberg right now, the pieces, the reliance on pieces is like so much cheaper, and like Gandiva being able to like pop pieces as well against Youthberg as well just hurts. So like even if you are able to get like those like 10k grade 1 boosters out onto the board, they're gone like in the blink of an eye. But Gandiva, like, you lose your stuff to bind, you don't mind, because like that's all going into scaling late game power. Whereas Youthberg, you need Persona Ride, and then yeah, so you're holding a Persona Ride, you're holding another grade 3 Youthberg to be able to like get the Rebel form into rotation, Rebel dress into rotation, just like put on more pressure that way. And then you also need the Wish to be able to get your drive checks back to 1 to even have like any semblance of like Vanguard pressure. Otherwise, most of the time it's just like, oh, my Vanguard attacks, cool, no pass because you don't have drive checks. Whereas like with everything else, always having that crit on the Vanguard column now, that does put a lot of pressure and helps makes the rear guards hit easier.
Exactly. Yep. That is exactly how it is. But yeah, I mean, like, Youthberg, I think is still like a solid tier 2, but I think it's like a slightly weaker, like on the weaker side. I've actually, like, I would say like a month or two back, maybe pre set 10, I'd be like, yeah, Youthberg is still like up there. But ever since that 10 dropped, I think it dipped. It sadly dipped. So
that's
and
unfortunate.
now with the promos coming out, like Imposta was a thing. Like Imposta came out, the Minerva promo came out. We also got some more promos that dropped like just this month alone that are also really good. I think the Grade 4 Magnolia promo dropped too, which is also like a good card. There's just been a lot of decks are just getting better, and Youthberg, sadly, their support has not been as impactful. So,
and I think that is just an unfortunate outcome of the Ferris wheel. Unfortunately, Youthberg has had its time on the top, and now it's time for him to get off the ride.
Yep, it was first.
And then now we are going to have Willista and Gandiva on the Ferris wheel for quite some time, it looks like. Because like, correct me if I'm wrong, but like even now, like we're getting Willista, we have Gandiva, like our two newest friends to the format. But like I'm looking at a lot of Japanese results, they are still taking names, they are still chewing gum and kicking butt over there.
Yeah, it's just like, what can I say? Draw a lot, call a lot, retire a lot, attack a lot. Like, I don't know, like that. All of that just sounds really good, you know. Like, and I think just the ability of drawing into PGs and Shield is just impactful. I will say sometimes Gandiva has this thing where you just draw into like personas and like triggers and like Best Harvest, and you just sit there and go, I got nothing. It does happen. I think people misjudge the downsides of Gandiva sometimes. I've seen the other end where the deck bricks and sits there with like 2 cards in bind, and they just do nothing. But you know, if they can find one more piece as they're digging, it starts getting more insane. I will say I think Ballista has a little bit of an easier time because you early draw more. You know, you put the gem to soul, draw 2, or turn 1 you could put 1 gem to soul, draw 1. Next turn put gem to soul, draw 2. Next turn you can discard, get another gem, draw, start digging more. Then you have the top 5 on top of that. You get to call 2, so you can kind of like get yourself going a little faster. But then on the other hand, you have the other end of Ballista. That deck's Persona reliant like crazy. If you're not Persona riding every single turn, what are you doing? Whereas Gandiva doesn't care about Persona at all. So
yeah, because they have like their own built-in Persona ride every turn after turn.
They also don't need Persona to do stuff, whereas Ballista does need Persona to do stuff. You need that. You need that extra
Willista insult to be able to get that extra. Well, the two effects going off and like just like full out
extra attack
wombo combo on the grade 3. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So. Again, Gandiva is just looking to be a very strong force in this format. And like you even said it now, Best Harvest, originally designed to be a Eugene card, being best using Gandiva because of how much extra that they retire. So one Best Harvest could like turn itself into like another 4 cards in hand. That Best Harvest is crazy.
Yeah, exactly. I think as long as you play Best Harvest at the right time, that card just scales on its own, basically. If you play it the wrong time, though, sometimes you kind of screw yourself.
Yeah. Sometimes I think in a lot of my testing recently, because if you've been following the socials over on Yellow Card, I've been testing Bastion Accord to a disgusting amount.
Is it good?
It's
I know I've seen the
really good.
results.
It's really good. Like ignoring Japan results aside, like first of all, Grandeur Edge Dragon for no reason at all is 28k.
That's actually
For-
such
for-
a good number.
For no reason at all, it's 28k. Why? Because my name is Bastion. So that's already like a huge number that your opponent's probably gonna be taking the damage every turn with. And then not to mention that being able to give your front row protection, especially in such a Gandiva dominated format or Gandiva dominated game, can't spell D standard without Gandiva. Your grade 3s can't be chosen by Gandiva at all. So you're always going to be able to keep your board. Your grade 3s are naturally higher on base. So your opponent is forced to swing into Vanguard. The way that I play it is like I can also like stack the top of my deck so I can always have the defensive. And that way, like I'm always going to be a bit on the higher end of things because I'm going to have more drive checks because I get more drive checks per turn. I'm going to have more shield because the Sages, because Grinder Edge, for some reason, always being 28k as well, is also a 10k shield. So surprisingly, Bastion has become a lot more tankier because they also have some grade 3s that just act as 10k shield. So I'm very excited for Bastion to come out. Hopefully we get the Owl soon, and then we can have Bastion at full power. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's going to be like fully broken as it used to be like set 1, set 2, but nonetheless, I want to see how Bastion fares in the western side of the world.
I think the Owl it will be dropping like a set after or something. So like whatever set that Accord comes out, I think Owl should be the set right after. They've been actually pretty good about dropping the promos. They're usually always the next set. So like whatever set it drops in for the JP side, we'll get it the next set usually. Like we got the Mystique promo coming out, and that's also like basically one set forward. And we have the other promos. I can't remember all the names of them. There's too many promos, but basically it's been more of like a timely thing where it's usually whatever set's supposed to drop in, it'll usually drop the next one. So hopefully we'll get it in time. It should be. What I'm getting at is for Bastion Accord for Worlds, Owl should be out by then. But we'll have to see.
All right, it's time for me to compete in more standard events.
Let's go get that dub
Bastion.
for that Bastion Accord.
But that being said, I think we should have round 2 set up for you guys soon. So we're just gonna get the deck profiles ready, and it's looking to be an interesting matchup. So we saw Brandgate versus Dark States this time, and I can kind of glean that it's gonna be Dark States versus Dark States. Now, if I was to say 2 Dark States decks, what pops up to your head right now, Orange?
Dark States, Jewels, and I'm trying to think of a second deck. Bruce. That's like the first 2 that come into my head. There might be like Barrow Magnus somewhere, but I'm like I'm like anti-Barrow right now.
All right.
Who knows?
Well, let's forget about what we're predicting because we know what is coming up right next. So let's go ahead and see the first deck for round 2. It is going to be Yushiora. Oh, Orange, it's Barrow Magnus.
Oh my god, oops, all Barrow.
Oops, all Barrow. So Barrow is an interesting one because I think last BRO standard, Barrow was a pretty big name in the format. Yes. And I think it's because like we had people figuring out to run the Bruce order to be able to soul charge 4 and just get to that Barrow Magnus threshold just that much faster. And I think what I love about Barrow Magnus, like I don't play the deck myself, my friend does, but what I love about Barrow Magnus is how the deck has evolved over time while still maintaining that Barrow Magnus name. So we went from original Barrow Magnus, which would run like multiple copies of itself, to be able to Persona Ride as much as possible, and each Persona Ride was a +1 to soul. But then we went down to 2 Barrow Magnuses because we could just fetch the Persona Ride from soul to be able to rewrite turn after turn after turn. And now it looks like we've settled on 1 copy of Barrow Magnus, and then we just have more options to be able to soul charge more. And then I think one of the cool new cards to come out is the Barrel Magnus specific order and Magna Reversal Breaker. Counterblast 1, if you have a Vanguard with Barrel Magnus in its name, you can soul charge 3, choose one of your Vanguards, and it gets, if your soul has 10 or more cards, all your frontline units gets plus 5k. So you don't get the full power of a Persona ride, but you get soul and you get 5k, which in conjunction with another really strong grade 2 in Chiagra gets you that other 5k that you need to become that Persona ride.
Yes, yes. I was gonna quickly highlight the pony. The pony is also a really good addition, but we'll see the pony real soon here. So because we're about to see the pony in action, we're going into the actual gameplay for round 2.
Oh, I think we are going to get the next deck first, or are we going straight into gameplay? Let's go ahead and see what gets shot over.
You're correct. You're correct. We got Vortex here with the Jet. So another Dark States deck, funnily enough. So here we have Jet going in. We have the basic Jet setup. You got your normal ride line. We got the strides that go along with this as well, usually. And we got the GG. Now with the guard restrict, we cannot run the swirler anymore, so you have to pick between the two. This player opted to play the GG just for the extra draw. And then we have other soul charging on top of that, like the gunning ram and the grade 2 that lets you soul charge on swings. So yeah, very excited to see how this is going to play out. 2 Dark States decks facing it off.
I think like most people by now, if they've been playing standard for the last 5 months or so, kind of know the story about Chronojet. You're going to be able to get a lot of advantage off of the crest. You scale late game because of the crest, and then you're going to try and look to close the game out with Chronojet, discard Chronojet to stride into next Seiji, and use that to go into game and try and close out the game that way. As you stated before, Vortex did choose to go into the GG, but let's see if that GG will be able to bring Vortex the GG that is needed. Let's go ahead and go straight into the games.
All right. Here we are. Dark States versus Dark States. It's going to be a very interesting match here because Barrow has a pretty... I know I brought this up like last round, but Barrow has a pretty good pop-off also on first ride. But Jet lagging is kind of insane. And then also, I wonder if we're going to be fighting for that stride turn because Barrow also has a little bit of a hand issue. So, having a hand issue, you know, you kind of don't want to get like instantly strode on after you're done with your turns. We'll have to see sort of how our players here are gonna play around all this.
I think it's really cool as well because a lot of standard players don't know about the concept of grade 2 gaming until Chronojet came out, because to stride your opponent has to be on grade 3. So if you don't ride up to grade 3, your opponent goes into Chronojet and they're a vanilla turn, and then you can start playing your turn afterwards. But against Barrel Magnus, like maybe Barrel Magnus has like just a stronger grade 3 turn, in which case you maybe do choose to take it up. Now, in this matchup where Chronojet did manage to go first, they're not afraid of their opponent striding. So I think we will see Yushiora take. We will be seeing. Actually, no. Yushiora is on Barrel Magnus, so Yushiora might have the option to sit on grade 2, let Vortex take the grade 3 ride, and then use that. But oh my god, we're going to see 2 Gungam Rams. Going to get the soul charge required. Yeah, there's the other rush. Going to Soul Blast 3 immediately to get a draw. So Gungam Ram looks to be one of the main replacements for Swirler here. And I think it's a pretty good replacement. It gets the same effect, still the soul charge, but instead of getting power, you are going to be able to get that advantage of rushing by being able to Soul Blast 3 and recycle itself out.
Yeah, exactly. And something to keep in mind, Swirler only gets to 5k like on grade 3 and on anyway, so it's also an 8k early on as well. So you actually don't really care, like as long as you have the soul charge going, it doesn't matter. And actually, this is really smart. Vortex is choosing the rush here. Barrow does die pretty quickly unless they start checking heals. So just another thing to kind of keep in mind. So this rush is very impactful. And speaking of heals, here is a heal shutting down that last attack there, which is important. Barrow wants to secure as much hand as possible. Barrow has a thing where every card in hand is usually a piece, even triggers, because you have to put cards into soul off of some of the effects. So you want to be able to utilize as much as possible. We're also seeing the pony here, which is going to become in handy. As the pony in soul, you can bind it and soul charge too, which will basically just get you to go faster through your deck.
It's one of the things that I like really appreciate, like I said, about the ride line is some people can get incredibly creative with like what kind of cards are in the ride line. We saw in last game, we saw the Combine Rusher in Soul, because if it's in our right deck, we know that we can Soul Blast it. Very good heal trigger there, going to be able to stay at 0.
This is so impactful. So Barrow Magnus really skyrockets if they check heals. Like I know it sounds like weird to talk about, but I'm telling you, like the longer Barrow is in the game, the more explosive the deck gets, especially with those new grade 2s that like stack power for everything in your soul. So you want to kill Barrow Magnus as fast as possible because the crit pressure just gets too high, along with the multi-attacking and the board wipe. So healing like this is actually could be like the game changer.
So I'm going to see the upstream right, and it looks like we're going to go for another huge rush there. We're going to put down both of the Amazing Magicians to get another 2 soul off of both attacks there. Exactly. So even if the Vanguard doesn't hit, like if we got a defensive off of this and Vanguard didn't hit, we'd be a-okay just swinging for the pass because we're getting the soul, which then gives us the ability to recycle itself with the Gungam Rams. And no trigger there, but that is a Bali, which is also very good to see.
Yeah, exactly. These soul charges are really good. So some people opt for the on-hit stuff, but I'm not gonna lie, stuff like this is just so much easier. You don't have to worry about what you're. Ooh, wow, damaging 2 of that card I was talking about. I'm pretty sure it's the card that stacks in power. Damaging 2. I think our player wants 3 total. So as long as they find 1, they'll be okay. And then discarding another heal. Wow, we're going through those heals today.
Hopefully that was the heal they drove check. Hopefully.
If they're playing optimally, that would be the ideal check.
There's that third copy. Gonna keep it safe in soul.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't get bottom decks, I think it'll be important here. So something as a Barrow Magnus player, you got to keep in mind is what you bring out of soul, because you don't want some of the stuff retired or bottom decked in this case. So you might be seeing that card like way later in the game since it is the only copy left. So.
Okay, so we have 2 counterblasts to play with. What I'm hoping to see from Aura is that Direful Daw Amandine to be able to make your soul charges that much stronger. We do. Ooh.
I also want the Pony. Pony's gonna help a lot here.
Pony's gonna help a lot. So ideally, if we had the Amandine on the rearguard circle, this Curtis could have soul charged 4 instead, and then the Pony soul could have soul charged a bit more, get us to that stronger value. But Curtis, the same way as Alden is like Bastion's best friend, Curtis is Barrow Magnus's best friend. From set 1, they've been through thick and thin together. Curtis is always going to come down and soul charge 2 for the man, and there he goes, going to get 1 swing, no counterblast done. So I'm not wrong. I'm hoping that we do counterblast. Okay. Choose to draw. Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering if it was worth soul charging the Pony there, soul charging the Pony out. But the other thing is you don't want to. So the thing is, Jet goes into late game pretty easily. You don't want to deck out either. So.
Yes.
Oh wow, that is a double Selfish Engraver.
So at least we have those pieces. Oh, and it looks like we might be choosing to damage deny, going Vanguard into rearguard, and I wonder if Curtis is also going into the rearguard here, getting rid of those Amazement Magicians, not giving Vortex the ability to soul charge on attack anymore. But it looks like regardless where that attack went, it was guarded. We are on grade 3. We are going to be able to stride, discarding the Bali to go into Chrono Jet Dragon.
Yep, here we go, and we're about to see that very awesome Generation Break Stride turn coming in.
So Smoke Gear is going to be able to Soul Blast when rolled upon by the Chrono Jet to be able to find another grade 3. Normally a Bali, sometimes another Chrono Jet, but it looks like because Vortex chose to discard a Bali for the ride, there might be 1 Bali left in deck, but I also remember seeing Vortex Soul Charge 1. So it looks like the card to be picked up is Chrono Jet. Hopefully the last Bali is in hand, so that way we are going to be able to get a free cycle when we do discard the Bali for the stride here. Let's see what happens.
Yes, exactly. Something Bali just that card makes some numbers sometimes, and then you can also use the crest to make it a 0 too. So surprisingly enough, it's like those small little interactions a lot of people think about when playing Jet. Kind of forget that you can make that a 0 and then search for a 1, like stuff like GG or Swirler.
I'm gonna be real, I completely forgot about that as well. That is insane value. Yeah, it keeps the Balis in rotation as well then, which means if you were to drive check it, you know that you have a free stride because recycle itself on stride. There comes the GG, going to be able to Soul Blast 2 again, draw a card, And then it looks like we have chosen to gone into the one and the only Fate Rider Dragon. Gonna swing with the column boosted. That's gonna be an easy 5k guard, 16 to 13. Here comes the Fate Rider Dragon. We don't have any GB in the G-Zone face-up yet, so no 5ks to the front, but we do find a heal. It's not gonna go off because we don't have any damage, but that is gonna give another 10k to the side column. Second check, third check, no other triggers. That looks like a PG, so that's gonna be 1 damage.
1 damage, and honestly, keep forgetting, but triple drives can be pretty important. So just having access to triple drive is very nice.
Maybe it was a crit.
Yeah, that was a crit. Yeah, it was a crit. It's okay. But which is staying at 4 damage like that. It's like a good thing and a bad thing because Barrow can kind of pop off, and they're about to lose that whole board too. So that whole board's about to go as long as we get to that soul condition.
Yes.
But it's also kind of a bad thing if you think about it. You're giving more soul to Jet, which can fuel it through GGs.
Yeah, because like
So-
we've been seeing it like this entire game. Is Vortex has been soul blasting aggressively to get immediate value off of their cards. Like soul
they're
blast the
choosing
GG
to
to get the draw, soul blast the Gungam Ram to get the draw.
Yeah.
And so like any extra GGs, any extra Gungam Rams in hand, thank you to the Barrel Magnus sucking up my board into soul. I'm going to be able to cycle these cards out immediately.
Exactly. And then something else to know, probably just a reminder, Barrow Magnus is not running Persona at all.
Yeah, no Persona Rise there.
So there is going to be no Persona here. So can we get to that soul condition here and go crazy? Is it even worth it? We do have the
Ooh.
Orb here, which this is a little bit of a newer card to some folks. This is definitely an addition to Barrow Magnus. It's a counterblast 1. If your Vanguard is Barrow Magnus, you can still charge 3, choose your Vanguard, and if your soul has 10 or more cards, all your front row units gets 5k power. So I'm assuming we have the 10 soul, otherwise I feel like we wouldn't be playing this card. But if we do, then we can have the additional 5k, which maybe that's why we don't need the Persona as much anymore.
Yeah, so between Magna Reversal Breaker as well as Chiagra using its also counterblast skill, you don't even have to counterblast for Chiagra. Just place it down and we get another 5k to the front row.
Yep, exactly. That card is crazy good. So here, I think Pony would be the next call. Getting that bind off. So here we have the Pony coming through. So you bind it to Soul Charge 2. Hopefully finding another Pony. This is like the best part is when you find another Pony and then you just do it again. It's so it goes
no
crazy,
matter
not
which
find it.
format you play, Dimension Creeper will always be your friend. Except this time it looks like a pony.
Yeah, I like the Pony. I like both arts. There's like an aura of it too. It's super cute.
I think when we were counting, I looked at 11.
There's the altar.
Oh, there's
my
the
gosh.
altar. Oh
Look
my
how
god,
cute it is. Sorry.
it's so
I'm excited.
proud. It's prancing around. So proud.
Yeah, that pony's excited. That's a happy pony right there.
Okay,
Sorry. Anyway, back to the
for Yushiora State, I hope that they drive check a heal trigger here.
Yeah,
Or 2.
They're gonna need a lot of stuff to survive, but it's okay. We got the Selfish Engraver coming in. On hit, you get to soul charge, so that's nice. If not, you also get to put the soul counter charge. So we should have our condition here for Barrow Magnus to go crazy here. Have the crit, the call outs, all that fun stuff. But trying to go from 0 to like whatever damage is gonna be kind of tough. Basically, we need to survive another Jet turn, which will be a more impactful strike turn here. So we'll have to see. And they let the on hit go. Oh no, that's not the on hit. Sorry, that's the counter charge.
Thinking to swing with the Barrel Magnus now. Okay,
Interesting.
going to counter blast. 1 draw.
Wonder what the thought here is without choosing to swing with Curtis.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much soul is in there. It might be 1 short.
Oh, 1 short of 15 to get the calls. Oh, if that's the case, that's most unfortunate. Despite having that much soul charge, like the lack of Amandine really hurting here, but we still get the 10k and the crit here. I wonder if there's a world where Vortex just chooses to take it because they get the counterblast. We already know that we have the Chrono Jet in hand to be able to stride into next stage with. Yushiora is stuck at 5 damage, so even if we were to get PG, we wouldn't be able to use them. Luckily, we do got 30k worth of shield, 40k worth of shield off of those drive checks.
Oh, so that's some crazy fronts coming through. Not in the most ideal situation that they came through, but still it is shield, which is extremely important. And here we are taking 2 damage. And as you explained, it was a good place to take it. Part of it is because like the Vanguard wasn't threatening lethal, and especially if you have a PG in hand, even if like they say they check like double crit or something, or it's like crit OT, it doesn't actually matter. You're still not dying, especially if you have the PG in hand. So you're still in a safe zone. And now sitting at 2 damage, there's a lot that our Jet player here can do.
All right, Vortex going to go ahead and take their turn. We know about the Chrono Jet in hand. We know about the next stage. We know about how Shindo Chrono would always win their games by striding into the next stage and triple critting. But it looks like we're just going to go into another Fate Rider instead.
I think this is the safe play here. To be honest, I can understand also going into next stage since our barrel player is at 5 damage, but you can also just kind of farm a little bit more, kind of wait another turn. I think Vortex feels like they're in a safe position to where they can stride, that they can wait another turn before they stride into next stage, and that's I think what they chose here.
Fair enough. And now that we do have more than one card face up in the G zone as well, our crest is now live and active. Going to be able to get our front row just that much stronger. It's as if we persona wrote this turn.
Exactly. This is kind of when the decks gets more insane. We also have the upstream dragon extending attacks while also bottom decking itself and calling out more cards. This is like one of the strongest parts, in my opinion. One of the strongest cards in the deck, just because it just does so much for basically no cost.
Yeah, so a lot of times, like we'll see like upstreams calling to the back row. It's like, oh, that's a bit unfortunate. I don't get an extra attack. But upstream in combination with Fate Rider does get you that multi-attack. And then it looks like the card that we chose to call is GG. So upstream not only going to be able to force guard out, but also get value because it does rewind back into GG, which does get you a card back. And then Fate Rider is then once again going to be able to cycle that GG back into another upstream, which can then once again become another GG. So all that soul that you've been amassing throughout the game, even if Barrow Magnus was able to suck your entire board, the upstream GG line would be able to refund your hand quite easily.
Exactly. I think that's what the value of like late game jet starts looking like. You would just start drawing like crazy. Actually, there comes to a point where you have to be careful to not deck yourself out. Because as we're seeing, the deck's getting smaller and smaller. And as the game goes, you actually can deck yourself out because you're going through so much of your deck. You do get to cycle cards back, but still. You triple drive plus like twin drive on Jet's ability if you go into next stage. You know, you don't want to put yourself in a bad situation.
Exactly. But it looks like I don't think that situation is going to come from Vortex. It feels like Vortex is scaling quite nicely there with the 3 face up, or no, 2 face up, I believe. Because it looks like I do believe that it was a vanilla stride last turn because we couldn't have the counter blast to flip with Fate Rider. So it's going to be a 10k to the front row right now.
Yep. Yeah, 10k, and then just I believe Fate Rider himself also has some additional power that he gives to another unit, if I remember correctly. So yeah, it's just
yes. So that crest power is being shared quite nicely amongst each other, amongst the front row there. The PG comes out from Yushiura's side of things. Still sitting with 5 cards left in hand. First check, amazement. Second check, that does look to be a draw trigger.
Yeah, which again, like going through that deck.
Now that I jinxed it, like that deck is being chewed through quite quickly.
Yep.
And the last card there is going to be their one of. It looks like it was Steam Fighter Argongia, which is just a Soul Blast to gain extra shield there.
Yeah, so this card is amazing, actually. I love this card. Just the fact that you can just use it, Soul Blast, get the extra shield, and the fact that it gets extra shield if you have the GB live too. Like, I think that's just so impactful. Especially, you know, like D has a little bit of a harder time when it comes to shield, and cards like this can like make or break it sometimes.
Absolutely. And I think especially in matchups where being able to have that extra intercept for that large shield as well, you can actually choose to Fate Rider into Argongia and then have it as an immediate intercept, and that gets like a lot of good value out as well. We're going to see 35k come out from Yushiura on that attack, and we are going to have one last attack, or is that the last attack there?
I believe the first block was the over trigger block for the one rear guard, and then they blocked with the other trigger. So I think we're good.
We're good there. Gonna end our upstream by calling to the back row a Gungam Ram to get another soul charge.
Exactly. Something a little scary. I believe that soul charge is mandatory too. So luckily enough, the grade 2 soul charging girl, the magician, she actually is a May, but these are musts. So I know I had to bring this up a lot, but I've seen Jet players deck out. Like, it's scary.
When they go too deep in the paint and they draw the entire deck. Oh, soul charging the Sanctitude.
Yep. Sanctitude is pretty. Actually, Sanctitude, I think for Vortex doesn't really matter so much, but for Yoshiora's side, that Sanctitude is very important because it actually plays around the Jet. So the Jet guard restricts. So something to keep in mind.
Mm-hmm. Yoshiora on one card, 2 cards left in hand.
Yeah. Hard to say what's going on there. We've seen a lot of triggers and stuff like that, so it's actually possible that whatever they drew into is good. Oh, it's another order. Okay.
Counterblast for the order. Okay. If nothing, at least this should get us to 15.
We have to see some ponies. There's the ponies. I was gonna say
There's
the
the
ponies have
pony.
to come through. They're running
Yes.
4. We have to. There's no way at this point. And there's another ponies. We're definitely gonna have the condition now. Can you even pony more? But you don't need to. Once you hit like the certain threshold of pony, you kind of just stop soul charging. The reason I value pony so much is actually Chaos plays pony too. And like, dude, sometimes you just like soul charge through like half your deck in like one turn.
Yeah, and the good part about Pony is that like even though like Chaos kind of wants to be Highlander in Soul, Pony binds itself. So
exactly.
even if you get multiple ponies in Soul, you're just gonna get rid of them.
Exactly. So here I'm wondering what they're gonna call, because like you know, like what do you call here? Because it's gonna go away. Whatever you're gonna call something's gonna get bottom decked, which isn't really a bad thing. I don't think bottom decking hurts as much as long as it's not bottom decking cards that are like super key pieces. Like for example, the power gaining card that there's only 1 copy of in the soul and 1 copy for the rest of the game. Definitely not a card you want to lose.
But even then, like looking at Vortex's hand, looking at the damage disparity, Yoshiora needs to hit like double heal here. And then also have Vortex declare no guard on the Vanguard swing to try and like even have a semblance of hope. Losing the Sanctitude.
Also soul charging the Sanctitude. That's wild. And then we did get the soul from Swirler going. This wasn't a terrible call. Like I think this was probably the best they could do without hurting themselves, because the Swirler gets really big. They get extra power from Baron Magnus. The Selfish Engraver will disappear, countercharge. So just have extra, 1 less target. I don't think Yushai cares about losing the Swirler here. They'll get bottom decked. So this is probably the best choice.
I think ideally what Yoshiora would want to happen is to have the Engraver hit. And 2 heals for sure.
Yeah.
Not a heal, that's Curtis. And the pony should have been in Soul, unfortunate.
Yeah.
But with that, only finding 5k shield off of the drive checks is not what Yoshiora wants to be in right now. What is their saving grace? Their saving grace is probably 6 damage over trigger.
Well, the OT has already been guarded with, so it's out.
In which case, Jinkies.
Yes. So this has been an uphill battle for a Barrow player. They are doing their best here, so it's okay. Sometimes you're gonna have games where you just don't reach the soul condition. You just have to play to your best abilities here.
So that hits. Knocks a Chrono Jet.
Yep.
So we get the soul charge.
I expect to see, we're about to see it next stage turn come out, especially with that Sanctitude out, which is probably another reason why Vortex chose not to play the next stage. Not being aware if the Sanctitude is out or not was probably like something to keep in mind. So
valid. Okay, and it looks like 1 last attack coming from the Swirler there.
Pretty big number too. It's like 18, 28, 38, maybe even like 43. That's a big boy over there. Choosing to guard it. Looks like we only need the 1 counterblast to win anyways for the guard restrict. So I would have been greedy and I would have ate that, because I would have just called a full board. Like my entire hand would have just gone to the board.
Looks like it's gonna be another Fade Rider because we had to double discard. So that Chrono Jet that we picked up. Yeah, that Chrono Jet we picked up earlier might have been discarded for some other reason, but we're gonna call down. It looks like Upstream and Draw Trigger. So Upstream is definitely one of the more obvious lines. But what I think is really cool here is the fact that you can call down triggers and have them turn into Gungam Rams or GGs and be able to keep triggers in deck.
Also, because you have the Generation Break active, it still hits for like an annoying number. You still have to guard it, even though it's a trigger.
Yeah, this card, which had a base power that was lower than your Vanguard, is now forcing you to guard with triggers to guard your Vanguard from a trigger. It is one of the stronger benefits of the crest there. We don't have Persona Ride, but the crest is going to be able to give us, like, once we hit GB2, Persona Ride every turn, effectively.
Yup, exactly.
There comes the Fate Rider, gonna flip up another next stage. See, normally this is the idea. Like, you have one pair of next stages that you try and finish with, and every other Fate Rider will flip up a next stage because Fate Rider is like your turns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stride. And then once you're out of Fate Riders, that's when you consider like next stage. But at the same time, if you run out of Chrono Jets in deck to discard, maybe you just have to go for a vanilla Chrono Jet swing instead.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we'll see here. This is looking pretty close here, but the numbers are just getting too big. Like, Jet is just scaling so much now. I'm hoping there isn't a draw in there in that little stack there. They might be counting.
Yeah, those stacks are very small, but
it's enough. It's enough to be okay.
Yeah, it should be enough to be at least 2 turns.
Have we seen Vortex's OT?
I don't think we have.
That's also something to keep in mind, especially with the deck being so small and there being a triple drive coming through.
Exactly.
But at this point, I don't think the OT will matter. At this point, it's just like they're at 5 damage.
Yeah, I just think that
has a no guard.
Power is more than enough, and there comes a no guard. We do get that crit.
Yep. So crit to Van, power to whatever rear.
Making sure that Yushiora is deader than dead. There's that Chrono Jet for if we did manage to live this turn for next turn. And Curtis gonna be the 6 damage for Yushiora. Vortex 3343 is going to get the game using GG to get themselves a GG.
I see what you did there. I see. You funny.
I'm smart. I make funny jokes. Please subscribe to me on YouTube.
Oh my goodness.
No, but yeah, no.
That was an interesting match. I will say it was, if there was a little bit more soul happening on the Barrow side, we would have kind of seen Barrow pop off, because Barrow's what I like to call the wild card deck, and this is why I love and hate the deck so much, because when it pops off, there's like almost nothing you can do against it, and then when it doesn't pop off, you see the other end where they're not doing anything, and they can't do anything, right? So the reason why I'm not a fan of decks like that is because you just don't know which side of the coin you're going to get, like which wild card is going to come out of it, and that's like the cool part and the bad part about the deck, personally, but still really cool to see.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things was, like, the last time we saw Barrel Magnus was that we pretty much saw immediately on the grade 3 ride hit that 15 soul. So every turn from then on, your opponent is dealing with pretty much breaking down their board, being forced to recall their hand. And it's because of the fact that Barrel Magnus is going to be able to remove your opponent's board turn after turn after turn, force them to recall from hand, is why Barrel Magnus is able to get that end game power that like it used to have. And being able to do that on grade 3, on the grade 3 ride, makes it just even that much faster. So we're seeing things here that does help, like the Soul Charge Turbo in the Magna Reversal Breaker, in the Pony, but it has to be Amandine. Amandine is the major role player there because of all your Soul Charges being able to Soul Charge an extra amount. That helps you find more ponies, which then Soul Charges extra, which then helps you Soul Charge more ponies, which then helps you Soul Charge more ponies to Soul Charge more. And then once that happens, you find your 15 that much faster, and then you're able to try and start to attempt to run away from that game. In this matchup, however, what was unfortunate is that the Jet player, Vortex, was able to find those Gungam Rams so quickly. Those Gungam Rams being able to call down, rush down the opponent, not get answered, to be able to recycle themselves out with the Soul Blast redraw one, lets Vortex keep up that aggression while not negging hand. Because normally when you are rushing down, a lot of these cards that are good for rushing, they will be able to refund themselves. Like on attack, going to Soul draw one back to do a damage, like, and then basically keep the hand. But Gungam Ram does have that threat of, like, if you aren't able to save them, then the immediate value on them is lost. So being able to have them live a turn, because Barrel Magnus wasn't able to call new rear guards to attack into the Gungam Rams, lets Vortex be able to keep them in soul, keep soul blasting for the draws, and then even if Barrel Magnus was able to suck up the entire board, by then we probably would have found GGs and other Gungam Rams to keep cycling out with. So I think being able to find all those early game soul chargers was like the huge difference in this game today.
I agree. Yep, that's very right. Both soul charging decks, you know, they want to see their soul, they want to see their pieces, they want to be able to draw. So one just happened to see a little bit faster. But other than that, guys, thank you for watching. We'll be right back. We're gonna go into a break here. The next time we'll be swapping, so TIE Fighter will be coming back. So we'll see you guys there. Get ready for round 3.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve.
And we are back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023. Outer Orange has stepped out, and I am joined by TIE Fighter, my fellow Bastion enthusiast.
Yes,
Ty,
sir.
while you were sitting in the back there, while you were watching the games, what game stood out to you? What deck stood out to you? Tell me why, and what decks do you want to see for round 3 and round 4?
Well, you know, that last round in particular stood out to me because I'm an OG Barrow stan all the way back to the days of DBT01. Played that deck quite
Back
a bit.
in my
Continued to
day,
still play.
we played 4 Barrel Magnus.
Yes, exactly. So I was watching that, definitely very interested. But you know, it just kind of shook out the way, you know, Barrow kind of tends to shake out, which is sometimes you soul charge really, really good, and sometimes you soul charge really bad. And so you kind of it's the balancing act you try and play, and you try and make the best of whatever situation you're in. Unfortunately, it looks like it fell on the negative end of things this time, but I wouldn't mind seeing another Barrow pop in. We'll see how likely that may be. Being the giant Robo fan that I am, any avant-garde is going to be fun for me.
Oh, absolutely.
But other than that,
myself as well.
Yeah. So other than that, I don't think there's too much more. I know we're definitely gonna be getting into the Willistas and Gandivas, so that's just a given.
Yeah,
but we'll see what we have going into this this next.
But if we can keep those far away for as long as possible, I think that would be ideal, because there's can only be so much oak, and then they're going to counterblast one, choose those 2 rear guards, look at top 5, retire them. But yeah, so you saw the Barrel Magnus side of things, so you were a bit more well equipped on the knowledge of the Barrel Magnus. How much of the jet deck did you understand?
Quite a bit as well. I haven't, to be honest, you know, I played Chrono Jet this past Springfest season because, you know, it was just the right decision to make at that time. But once after Springfest was over, I kind of just stopped because I was like, you know what, I'm gonna play my fun decks and stuff. And of course, trying to play like every format of the game too. You're kind of juggling quite a bit. But yeah, I understood quite a little bit about the Chronojet side of things, and I think our Barrow player did the best they could by kind of doing that damage denying in the early game, which I think led to kind of a not as potent first Fate Rider turn. But
Yes.
with the way Chronojet is, the longer you go, the more you stride, the more of those units get flipped up. It's just a countdown timer until you just run out of hand to feasibly be able to guard those swings.
Absolutely. And then I think the last question I'll ask you then is that we saw that Vortex chose to run GG in favor of Brainwash Swirler, and then they used Gungam Ram to try to replace that slot. What is your takes on that? Are you still running GG? Would you rather choose the Swirler? Because in Springfest, I assume that you had access to both, but now that the format's a bit different, how would you take the deck forward?
Well, thankfully, the choice was pretty easy for me, because this way I can keep my Swirlers in Barrow and keep my Gungan Rams in Chronojet. And I think that's kind of just, other than convenience sake, I think that's kind of my choice there as well, just because you're able to get that soul. And I also like how a Gungan Ram, in a pinch, if it's really, really needed, you can sometimes use that to draw as well. But yeah, I think the Swirler is definitely something that's more impactful in a Barrow list, because with Chronojet and the Crest, you're going to be getting the power anyway. You don't really need to rely on Swirler to punch necessarily as hard as you would necessarily for something like Barrow.
Absolutely. Now that's enough about round 2. Let's go ahead and start getting into round 3. I do believe that we have the first deck for review going into round 3. Let's go ahead and bring it to you guys. So we've got Too Many Rats on a Messiah. Now, Ty, tell me about this player in particular. Is there something special about Too Many Rats?
So this is actually a fairly new player to my locals, and very excited to see them kind of return to the game after a few years hiatus. And then also coming in with Messiah here, I think is interesting as well too, because this is one thing that I actually really enjoy about both the Chronojet and this Messiah Stride deck set, is that for the most part, you can pick those up and be ready to play, ready to go. So for someone like Too Many Rats here, being a new player, she's able to just kind of come right in and have a very solid deck going forward. And something that's kind of nice too, as people who are returning players with these Stride deck sets, these encounter cards, it's kind of giving people something that is new but also familiar at the same time, which I think is very good as well.
I think that's a great way to put it. Is that if you played in the G format and you know about strides and such, and then even D was just looking a bit too alienating for you, both Chronojet and Messiah are great ways to get back into the thick of things. Like you said, you still have the familiarity of the deck and with the familiarity of the mechanics. But it looks like we are going to have kind of a leap in time, if you will, a time leap.
Yeah.
We're going back to the G format. We have Messiah versus Chronojet. So this is very cool. So one of the things that we didn't see last game, because it was Barrow Magnetor Jet, was that issue of stride denial. But now that we have stride versus stride, that narrative might come up a bit larger this time around. And I think there's a few new cards in Ruth's deck that we didn't see in Vortex's. I see the Festival Collection card in Crucial Dragon. I see that we do run Sargon. Sargon is one of these cards that is also commonly used to replace Swirler, because instead of soul charging 1, we soul charge 2 from drop. So that's going to be able to keep our deck a bit thicker just in case that we deck out, but also gives a lot of pressure onto these on hits that force your opponents to, oh, if my opponent on hits this, they're going to have the soul to be able to do GG again. I'm not sure I want that to happen. But alongside GG, we also have the Gungam Rams. This deck is very teched out with very many answers. And also, we have the new card as well in the Recycler, Black Sky, Thunder, Quaking Queen, and Lemina. Also going to be able to Soul Blast 1 bottom deck and draw a card when we use it for Ride Fodder. But also, that's pretty much all it's going to be for, as well as discard fodder, because we don't Persona Ride in this deck. So all it is going to be a cycle out.
going to be a pretty interesting matchup here. It's interesting for me as a mostly premium player too, and a veteran from G days. That's one thing that's kind of fun about these Stride decks, and then getting to see them against each other. It's like both what's old is new again. I guess I should
What's
say.
old is new. That's very a good way to put it. Now let's go ahead and see how Too Many Rats and Ruth are going to be able to show us how to bring the old tools to a new game. Let's go ahead and get right into round 3 of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023. We are going to see a historical matchup of Messiah versus Chronojet. Now, based on the narrative here that we have, where Stride now might be a bit stronger this time around, what do you think has the upper hand in the Stride now game?
You know, I think it kind of comes down to, honestly, as kind of cliche as it may be, just like who draws what at what time, because you really are going to need to, in order to kind of last into later turns, especially if you're going to be going back and forth. It's so interesting because you need to be drawing into pieces to be able to push when you can, but you're also going to want to kind of balance that because you don't want to draw too many pieces and not enough triggers to guard with. I think it's honestly just going to kind of come down to just the hand economy that we'll see kind of come into play just in these early turns as we start to see things kind of shape out.
Absolutely. So we do see Ruth ride into the Mazer gear to get that crest and draw a card. And you know what? Too Many Rats was like, I like that play so much, I am going to copy that. We are going to ride into a Sleep Messiah, draw a card, as well as gain a crest.
Yeah, you know, at this point, I feel like this is just a very well familiar move for a lot of people, whether as a player of these Stride deck sets or just a player in this format, because these have been not only very popular because, you know, there's a lot of old heads and fanboys of both of these archetypes, but just the accessibility of them, and then just how they've been able to perform in the format as well.
And I do see that Ruth did decide to guard early, throwing away that early guard to make sure that we're not taking excessive damage when we don't have to. And it looks like we did ride up into the smoke gear, and we are going to call down another rear guard to attack with. And it looks like it was a crit, so 2 damage comes down. Too Many Rats now sitting at an 18k base Vanguard. However, 1 trigger negates 1 trigger, and we still need to throw down another card to guard this one, which is what we will see happen here.
Yeah, I think that's like in these early stages of the game, like I said, there really is that kind of like balancing act that you're trying to get into, because you want to be calling down pieces to push, because the more you can push your opponent, the more you can force them into the situation where they have to ride up first, ideally. That's where it's really just going to be swing back in your favor. So that really kind of like tightrope walk that you have to walk in these early stages is something that's like very interesting to me. And it's also just something that it is just like a skill that you kind of get with time, because it's one of those things where only with experience are you going to know when to call the pieces you have down, when to hold back, and when to try and just, you know, slam board full of triggers and just push for damage as early and as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think when I was initially testing Chronojet for Springfest, the Chronojet mirrors were probably the most heinous games to play, to put in like a better word, because you bought this very cool Stride deck set, but in the end, because of the mirror, everybody wants that first Stride. Nobody's touching their G zone. Everyone's just calling the grade 2s down, calling triggers down even to swing with, to make better numbers with. And I think like once you get down to the nitty gritty of this matchup, like as long as you're able to keep drawing cards to be able to like make a good card value, keep your attackers alive, you will force your opponent to ride up first, and that's when you can get that immediate first Stride kill that sometimes might potentially happen. And I wonder if that's what happens here. So it looks like both players are soon to be ready. Too Many Rats is about to take their grade 2 ride. Now, the grade 2 ride will be a Waking Messiah, which does have that benefit that when you do place your grade 4 Messiah via striding, you can call it and slow charge 1. Now, I think what the upsetting truth is, I think Chronojet will always be in a better position to grade 2 game the Messiah deck, because the Dark States generic toolkit is that much stronger in Dark States than it is Brandgate right now.
Yeah, 100%. You know, especially with you know, you've got the Gungan Rims that you can call down early. You've got some cards in things like the what was it? The Zargon.
Zargon.
Yes. Just to kind of like early farm that soul to try and pressure with on hits, which is on hits are going to be good for you no matter what, because if it hits, not only you're giving your opponent damage, but you're also getting those effects off. And then if they guard it because they don't want to let you get that skill off, all of a sudden, well, now you're minusing their hand, softening them up for whenever whoever decides to kind of ride up first and take that risk on that stride turn. I know for me, maybe not be the best strategy, but as just kind of gung-ho as I am, I tend to just ride up and just let my opponent do whatever, just so that I can get to the exciting stuff faster.
Very true. Too many rats as well, sharing that same sentiment, not wanting to sit back and relax, going to go ahead and call more rear guards down to try and re-aggress Ruth. Not happy with what Ruth done that last turn. So we do see one of the stronger grade 2s of the stride decks, and in colors are Klein, as well as using the Destiny dealer to find themselves a copy of a Messiah to be able to stride with. And if not the Messiah, then at least the Astrolabe Dragon, which similar to Bali, will be able to recycle itself when you use it for stride fodder.
Definitely. And then also to like even if you don't use it as stride fodder, you also have the other opportunities to potentially use it as a beater later in the game, potentially as well. But more often than not, it's hard to argue with a draw card skill in any card game.
Absolutely. Especially with cards that have dual functions. One of them, like, you use it for the draw, the other one use it as an attacker. Like you said, Astrolabe Dragon, it plays a very strong role here. And so now comes the major decision of the game. Will Ruth ride? Choosing not to ride, we see we see the upstream come down. We see the Gungan Ram behind the Vanguard. We are gonna go. Was that a swing? That is a swing. Immediately going to swing there.
Yes.
18 to Van.
Debate on whether or not to guard this here. Taking that crit last turn, not the most ideal, especially with like both of these being late game decks that are going to be like fencing each other, going back and forth, trying to get that first stride.
It's going to be another upstream dragon, but the upstream is still going to be attacking for 10. Everything there is a legal target. Luckily, Ruth not on that GB to be able to send the upstream back. It does give too many rats a venue of damage denial. However, because of that crit on the last turn, Ruth still have that 2 counterblasts to play with, even if they were to get damage denied. And too many rats was to ride up into the Grade 3 Messiah.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's interesting too, just because we're kind of seeing both sides of like this early game. We see Ruth kind of taking like a little bit more of a balanced approach, you know, not necessarily calling down a full board, but getting one extra attacker just to apply a little bit more pressure, which then kind of put the onus on too many rats here, which doing what I would pretty much always do and just slam down the board and try and push with more attacks. So one end of the table, we have the more balanced approach, and then a much more aggressive approach from the other side, which honestly, depending, it seems like there's some debate here on whether or not to ride up.
These are big decisions.
Ooh, okay.
Too many rats going to choose to go up to Grade 3 first, giving Ruth that first stride. we are going to swing immediately with the Kaluzer Klein, going to be able to, at the end of battle, sack itself to be able to, choosing not to do it, just using it as a vanilla attack. Okay. Also respectable, keeping it on board as an intercept. However, Chrono Jet does have that very strong on-stride skill.
Exactly.
2 drive checks, no triggers found. That is going to be 1 damage to our opponent.
Let's see.
It looks like that was a heal trigger. Okay.
Heal, oof. Definitely not what you want to see, especially after just taking the initiative to be the one to ride up first.
Absolutely. But then there that goes. I don't think that attack will hit.
I don't believe so.
Attacking and a whiff. And it looks like that'll be it. Passing it over to Ruth. Ruth will now that our opponent is at grade 3, we're going to go ahead and ride up into the Chrono Jet. And it's off to the races from there.
Absolutely no reason not to at this point. It's always a tricky decision whenever you're kind of playing like a stride deck against another stride deck, because riding up like has its benefits. Being the one to ride up first, you do kind of get access to that twin drive, so you get like 1 extra card to try and fill up the hand a little bit. And I, honestly, I think whenever you do decide to be the one to ride up first, you probably want to be in a situation where you have a hand that you can be confident you'll live with.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, a hand that isn't going to just get shredded too badly that you don't have any pieces to push back with on the next turn. So it really is just kind of that's just the ebb and flow of Vanguard in general, really, but especially so when you get into the kind of back and forth of like who's going to get that stride first, because striding is such a powerful thing in this game.
So it looks like we picked up the Bali off of the grade 2 skill. Counterblast 1 to bot deck the... I never remember this name. Kaluzer Klein. It's such a fun name to say, but I can never remember it.
Nice alliteration on that one.
Absolutely. Kaluzer Klein. Going into Fate Rider Dragon, and from there it's off to the races. We're looking for that upstream. We're looking for that GG. We're looking for the even triggers to push out, though they won't be big. There's the upstream. There's the back row, and I think that's the Zargon. So we are going to get some immediate on-hit pressure from the get-go there. So just to reiterate, Zargon does have the effect that when it boosts, the unit boosted by this unit gains red text on hit when it hits a Vanguard. You could soul charge 2 cards from your drop. And basically, that's 2 cards from the drop that you soul charge means that you're not soul charging from your deck blindly. They're more selective. It also feels your soul blast skills such as Gungam Rem as well as GG. So in a more convoluted way, it becomes on hit draw 1.
Yeah, definitely. And it's also, like you said, getting that soul from the drop instead of a random soul charge from the top of the deck is something that Chrono Jet definitely likes, as we saw it in the last round. Chrono Jet decks can get quite thin with all the soul charging, drawing, and the extra drive checks and things that you do. So it's definitely something to that you want to keep in mind, especially the longer the game goes on.
And it looks like Ruth is designed to really put on the pressure on Too Many Rats here, going from upstream into another Zargon on the other column, using Fate Rider skill to counterblast 1 and choosing to send back, I believe. I wonder if they send back. Oh, just choosing to send back the Zargon anyways. See,
okay.
In my eyes, I wonder if it would have been better to send back the Gungam Ram that was boosting anyways.
Yeah.
And then that way you have the on-hit pressure on both sides, force your opponent to take this one and force him to guard the other side. But if we only have like 1 Gungam Rem in rotation, maybe it's better to keep it on the board, knowing that Messiah has not that much for terms of board removal.
Let's see here. Believe, we're doing the Vanguard swing right now. So some debate on, I think... What is that? Is that a
there
PG?
Comes the PG? Yeah. Cosmo Wreath coming down. first check will be blank Forbidal. Oh, so we never actually got to talk about this when we were looking at the list, but Forbidal is a crazy strong order that's recently come from the festival collection, and Ruth just managed to drive check it. So looking at what possible options are in Ruth's deck, so no grade 4s to be added to hand. However, we are going to be able to call 2 grade 3s with different names. One of them could be Bali, like you said, with the jet to send it back to treat it as a grade 1, but also the Crucial Dragon, where when you are going for game and your opponent has opportunities to hit defensive triggers, Crucial Dragon can also be really good to prevent your opponent from being able to guard out. Gains the power, also does not let your opponent call grade 1s as well. So between Chrono Jet and between Crucial Dragon, you have 2 columns with a PG restrict there.
Yeah, definitely, which is always just a very, very scary position to be in. And I think that's where your Elementaria Sanctitudes really kind of come in to just kind of being a blitz order kind of gets around certain guard restricts like the Chrono Jet one. So that's one of those pieces that is going to ideally potentially play a big role if either player can get into one of those.
But looking back onto Ruth's side now, we understand why they decided to keep the Gunga Ram in the back, and that's because they decided to leap the Sargon back into the upstream, which rewound back into the Sargon anyway. So we got the same board configurations with the same on-hit effects going to Soul Charge 2 from the drop, and that basically gives us the feel for a future GG and or a Gungam Ram for another draw 1.
Alrighty, I think that's the equivalent of like a no harm, no foul type of scenario with that board setup. But coming back to Too Many Rats now this is where the actual game is being played, right? Things are going to be much more explosive from here on out. And now Too Many Rats coming into this turn, having 4 damage. So I believe that's 4 damage. Yes. Plenty of room to work with there, but also kind of a scary position to be in, especially if you're not able to close things this turn. I think both of these Stride deck sets are kind of the sort of thing where you can push, and depending on how the trigger checks shake out, you can try and win on that turn 4 or 5 or 6, depending on how long the two of you decided to grade 2 game. But it's those follow-up strides, the next turn after, the more of those G units start getting face up, the more of those crests start powering up your front row, the scarier things get. And so it really kind of depends on how well you are going to be able to push and then stabilize after your opponent's pushes.
So gonna call down more cards from hand, including a trigger, looks like. Going to boost the trigger, and I think that's going to help make this column do magic numbers there. I believe that is a Sacrifice Messiah, so we needed that extra 5k to swing into the Vanguard. It looks like that is going to force 5k out. And it looks like just thinking about which effects to do. So Arrestor Messiah there gives it 5k, and then the end of battle is going to lock. So just thinking there what to do.
Yeah, the Arrestor and Sacrifice Messiah are definitely the bread and butter of the Messiah deck, just being able to facilitate your multi-attacks very easily.
I think like the different, however, like when you look at the difference between Fate Rider and Amnesty, Fate Rider being able to selectively call something from deck, like the fact that Fate Rider is able to turn your worst grade 0 into the best grade 1 in your deck, is such a huge difference. Whereas the Amnesty and like the Messiah side of things, you want to have your good cards already in hand to be able to use your good cards more than once, which is like the lock and unlock mechanic to get the multi-attack out. But if you are able to find those good cards, you have like a stronger initial push, whereas Fate Rider has like a weaker initial push to a stronger finisher push. So yeah, I'm kind of curious as to see like what kind of like narrative this makes for this matchup. But here comes the Amnesty swing. Gains 10k for the 2 unlocks, choosing to leave the opponent's front row locks for sure. Definitely want to have that Zargon stuck in the back there, not going to be able to give the on-hit pressure. But Chronojet, just like in the history of G, generically pretty good into the Link Joker matchup because they do have that next stage.
Always have like that very Vanguard centered stride in the back pocket is always really nice to have whenever going up against a Link Joker player, because sitting there with 2 locked front rows never really feels too good. But as long as you have a Vanguard with a really strong skill, you can usually kind of rest on that a little bit, kind of lean on that as much as you can.
Absolutely. It looks like a no guard is coming down from Ruth's side of things. We're going to do our drive checks here. Doesn't look like we got any triggers, unfortunately.
3 blinks there, unfortunately.
So that's going to be 1 damage. Defensive trigger here would go insane. Does not look like that. That looks like it's going to be a Zargon. So the remaining 2 attacks should hit now that we have a face-up G-Zone to give that extra 5k to the front.
Got the, I think that's the Sacrifice Messiah, or is that the Arrestor Messiah swinging now? Either way, a Messiah is swinging.
I think that one's the Arrestor based on the brightness there. And I think that last one should be the Sacrifice. But swinging, choosing to lock, and just basically because of the way that end of turn procedures go, going to be able to get our Soul Blast straws off of Alter Ego. And off of this, we are going to be able to start building up some of the hand and build up for some lost time that we didn't get by having the ability to strike first. So we're going to go ahead and unlock the Alter Ego, which lets us Soul Blast and draw a card.
Definitely like drawing cards, obviously in a card game, always something that you want to be doing. And especially when you are passing back to your opponent, who probably has a fairly scary follow-up turn to yours, you're going to want every little advantage you can have to try and survive that next push.
Absolutely. Looks like we are going to go ahead and, discarding the jet to go straight into the next stage.
Here we go.
Sees blood.
This is going to be interesting here. And again, I think this is where that Elementaria is so crucial to be able to help you to try and survive through that very big guard restrict that you're going to be having to deal with here.
Also using the Forbidal, looks like. Okay, what are we going to grab out? Gonna deck in by 2 for some trigger compression. It's going to be... it's going to be that Festival Collection card. It's going to be the Crucial Dragon. We're going to get that double grade 1 restrict coming out there. And from the drop, we are going to see Bali come out. Bali going to be able to swing for 23k as well, making some juicy magic numbers here.
That Forbidal is such a good card and something that could just be used in so many decks just to be able to get you like, oh, hey, hand's looking a little thin, but I got this 1 card. Let me just turn it into 2 on board to have something to push with.
4 Counterblast open. You call it Alden from Forbidal, and then you draw into another Alden, so you could call it as well.
Double Alden all the way.
All right, so based on this, like in my eyes, I think the best way to do attack order is probably swing with Vanguard first, and it looks like Ruth agrees with me. You're gonna try and force the PG out now because use it or lose it. Can't PG the right side, can't PG the center after that's all said and done. And off of this triple drive, we can kind of like determine where to split the crits down. No trigger. That looks like a trigger. I do believe that that is a crit. Gonna go ahead and give that to the Crucial Dragon. And last check is gonna not be a crit as well. So only 1 lethal attack to deal with. However, the Chronojet does come out and no Counterblast open though. So that's going to close out everything. No Counterblast is needed for the rest of the turn, however. So we're just going to go for another Chronojet swing there. Luckily, we do have 1, 2, 3 face up in our G zone now to give the 15k to the Chronojet. And this will be a very large swing. Looking for lethal. We are sitting at 4 damage. So a crit does end the game here. What is Too Many Rats going to do? Choose into no guard? Is that what I saw?
I honestly, that may even be the play here, because you're gonna have to save all your hand for that the Crucial Dragon, because definitely has the crit, and
That's
you're
the
gonna need to
draw,
drop everything you can
and
there.
that's a crit. That
Oh.
drawing into the crit, that is way too good for Ruth's side of things. 5th damage, not a defensive. 6 damage, we're looking for the heal.
Can we see the miracle heal? That's really what we're gonna see if this.
6 damage, is it a heal?
It's a trigger, but I don't think.
Oh, I think that's a front trigger.
Unfortunately.
So not going to be able to find the 6 damage heal there. But no, I agree with you. I think that 6 damage, I think that no guard on the Vanguard swing was correct to be able to, like you said, have as much guard as possible to be able to guard the Crucial Dragon. Like potentially, if we had another PG, that PG goes to the Bali, but then we need to save everything we have for that Crucial Dragon. And I think I was very happy to see this on stream because a lot of times in standard, the game does very much devolve down to let's get to grade 3 as soon as possible to unlock our deck fully. But when it comes to these like stride matchups, these like stride mirror matches, players are going to be arguing for that first stride. Even Too Many Rats, who you said was a new player coming back as well, knowing to even debate whether to ride up or not. Like that is something that is like very skill intensive. Ruth as well choosing not to ride up, not give that first stride. And I think that is probably one of the bigger playmakers of the game that we saw today.
Yeah, I think that's why I kind of consider that kind of grade 2 gaming like fencing, right? Like you're kind of you're back and forth, you're kind of like parrying back and forth, doing everything you can, but one little slip up, you make the wrong choice the wrong time, and your opponent's gonna see that and they're gonna go right in for the kill. So it's not an easy thing to do, and it's just one of those things that you just kind of have to just kind of feel out and learn. But like with that board setup too on Ruth's side of things, that was just a very just a game-winning combo right there. Like having that Forbidal to get the Crucial Dragon out, checking the crit on the first round of drive checks. Too Many Rats definitely doing the best they could by dropping that PG, because like you said, use it while you got it, while you can, you know, because you know you're going to go into a Chrono Jet that's going to block your PGs. You've got Crucial that's going to block your PGs with the crit on it. It's never a very good decision to have to no guard a Vanguard when you're on 4. But you know, sometimes you got to do what you got to do, and sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. Sometimes your opponent sees too many crits for you to be able to deal with.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, that might have been the narrative for this one. And I'm just thinking like what, like the game, I think there was a world where it was possible to sit down for grade 2 one more turn over on Rat side of things, because we didn't see the Sargons, we didn't see the too many Gungam Rams on Ruth side of things. That's when grade 2 gaming Jet gets really hard, is when they have always that on hit pressure and they have the Gungam Ram to refund every turn. Like imagine you're just sitting across your opponent, they have like 18. 2 of them have on hit to soul charge 4. Gungam Ram is every turn going to be able to soul blast 3 of those cards to get a new card back. And then they have a strong resource engine while sitting down on 2. But if you don't have that same kind of engine back, you are forced to go up to 3. And I think Too Many Rats recognize that. And before we could get out of hand with the Sargons and the Gungam Rams, they chose to go up to 3, try and get a good twin drive off, and then try and stabilize on that.
Yeah, I think that's one of the best things you could do, but you know, like I was saying, that board setup with like the 2 PG restricts, very, very hard to deal with unless you had that Elementaria.
Exactly.
Elementaria could have been a difference maker there, because just being able to drop that, kind of get a PG when you normally wouldn't be allowed to PG would have been very huge, and then had everything in hand to just drop on the Crucial Dragon to try and not die. But like we saw as well, Ruth also checked another crit on the Chrono Jet swing. Yeah. So that would have just been dropped on the Crucial Dragon more than likely, made it even bigger. And then you kind of have that question of, well, crap, do I have even more shield in hand to be able to guard through another trigger?
It gets rough when you're dealing with guard restricts, but also like crits being spread across the front, especially with all the early damage being taken, which is why like when I see people like, especially in D format, V format, premium format right now, they know like guard early, because these decks are so explosive once you get to the late game that you will be taking damage regardless. So I think
you're gonna have to
if
say
we-
no guard a couple of times.
Yeah, you're gonna have to say no guard a couple of times. It's just choosing when to do it. It's like a very big part of the game right now. And I think if I was in too many rats' shoes and I knew about the potential guard restricts coming through onto the chrono jet side of things, I'm guarding like my life depends on an early game. I'm not taking a single bit of damage until my opponent swings triple drive. I'll take that one. If they triple crit me, oh well, I still live because I took
Right.
because I didn't take any damage early game. And I think right now, because of how explosive the game is and because of how weak defensively the game is, that is sometimes what we need to do to make it to our late game.
Yeah, those early game guards can be so tricky too, because unless you have a trigger in hand, like if you just got pieces, having to drop a 5k shield,
It's
can
scary
feel,
to do that.
yeah, because it's like
scary.
one to pass. You know?
Please don't.
And then yeah, and then if they hit it, then you kind of have that moment of like, I just threw a card away. I literally just threw a card away. But then it's like, but I don't necessarily, I didn't want to call more than that, because then you're minus yourself even more. Those early game decisions though, those are really what kind of shape up as you move into those late game, especially those stride turns. They're small. They can be very, very small, but it can make all the difference the more and the longer the game goes on.
Absolutely. But I think that's going to be it from us for round 3. To kind of re-summarize, we saw too many rats versus Ruth. We saw the time leap. We saw like a leap in time. We saw a G matchup between Messiah and Jet, and we did see Jet winning out there, being able to get their first stride by stride denying, staying on the grade 2 turn. What a fantastic narrative to see. But we're gonna take you guys to a quick break, and we're gonna have round 4 up for you right after.
Take it easy, guys.
Welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023. It is Toku and Tai back at it again, heading into round 4. We just finished up round 3. We saw a time leap to the past, G format. We saw Jet versus Messiah. And what a way. We basically got to time travel to the past. We saw Grade 2 gaming. We saw Damage Denial. We saw Strides. It was so cool to see this, despite being in a D format tournament.
Yeah, I honestly, I enjoy those Stride deck sets quite a bit for a variety of reasons. I know some people probably, at least with Chronojet, probably got annoyed of seeing Chronojet all the time. But as someone like me who kind of, you know, spends most of my time in the premium things, I do kind of appreciate those decks existing just because I like it for kind of giving people who maybe started with standard, or maybe they started in V, kind of just mostly play standard. I like exposing people to bits of premium to kind of make it less scary for people. And so it's kind of like, for me, I love it too, because it's like, oh, I'm playing standard, but I'm kind of playing premium at the same time.
I think that's a fantastic thing you brought up. And I think it's why I'm such a fan of these like premium Stride deck sets. It's because despite it being a product tailored for one format, it gives people a taste of what other formats are like. And because of that, they're able to kind of like explore the other format. For example, like you said, a lot of people playing standard, they saw how strong Jet was. So they were like, oh, maybe I'll pick up this like very easy to access, very accessible G Stride deck set. It's like, oh, striding is fun. These are very cool. Just having a toolbox outside of the deck. I'm going to take a look into premium. And because they look into premium, they see a lot more different strides. They see a lot of people on V bosses. And from V bosses, they're like, oh, these V bosses are kind of cool. Gifts are kind of cool. I'm going to take a look at V. And so that kind of like triangle of being able to go through like the 3 different formats, I think is very healthy for the game. And
definitely,
I would love to see more products like that, like maybe something for premium, which gives people a taste of what standard might be like. It's one of the things that I would have loved for history collection to be. We saw like if you didn't get a gift this turn, if your Vanguard is XYZ, you can stride into this. But imagine if that said, if you're gonna get a gift this turn, period, which means you could go into like your D bosses. You could incorporate your D bosses into here, because there's a lot of very cool D bosses with axe skills that I would love to be able to stride over. But that is for a topic for premium BRO, which will be a few more months down the road. But as it is right now, we are currently in D. Haven't seen Wallista yet. Luckily, haven't seen Gandila yet. Luckily, because we will see those soon.
Oh, it's definitely coming. It's coming. It's looming.
We haven't seen any Keter decks yet, however, and I want to see some Keter. We are both Bastion boys. We want to see our grade 3s. We want to see our grade 3s out on the board. But what other decks do you want to see? Because another deck that I wanted to see a lot, like despite it not being amazingly strong and like kind of falling off, is Snow. Like Seraph Snow, the prison mechanic, it was one of the stronger mechanics in the game, like introducing one of the first aspects of control in D in a very young format. And I thought they did it in a very good way, where you would be able to use your own resources to pull them back out. So I think that was very cool. Seraph Snow as well, being able to prison from hand was probably one of the first hand destruction effects in the game. So that's kind of cool to see. What are your thoughts on Seraph Snow in the current format right now?
I think because I think we were talking about this a little bit earlier today, that Orange had brought it up that you know, Seraph Snow very, very strong going against Wallista, but that it kind of loses to a lot of other things. So it's kind of like that sort of anti-meta pick, right? And then the kind of like curse of anti-meta kind of depends on like how specialized are you into being anti.
Absolutely.
Because it's like, if you are able to hold your own against a variety of decks and also have a very strong game plan going into the top dog, perfect. But if you struggle with everything but the top dog, while you can kind of expect to go against the top dog more often than not, it's not always a guarantee. So I think I would love to see it. I would love to see it, especially if someone gets like a good die roll and just kind of goes up against a lot of those Willistas and is able to kind of perform as well. It will kind of like thin out those Willista ranks potentially, and then we can see kind of those more rogue picks pop up. Which rogue picks, fun decks, meme decks, whatever you want to call them, in any format. I am always a fan of the off meta picks, so I would absolutely love to see it.
I absolutely agree. Now, speaking of thinning out the pack, we should have the standings ready for you to kind of take a look at who our current XOs are. So let's go ahead and bring up the standings for us, please. All right, rounding up the top, number 1, we have a bunch of 3-0, so they're all number 1s in our hearts. But we have Thomas Quinn, Haruto Izaki, Sanchua at 4, Balaes, and Q-Ball Gamer. So Q-Ball Gamer is a name that we've seen on BRO pop up quite often, but I'm also seeing some new names pop up, so that's super cool to see. 6, we have Sri, which I also recognize. 7, Zetsue. 8, Komorebi. 9, Matteo. And 10, the one and only Derek Dow, playing in the Barrick, bro. I tried too hard on that one. Take 11 to 20 for us.
Alrighty, so in 11th we have Alan coming in. Again, just to mention real quick, top 20 still a lot of 3-0. So there's quite a bit going on here. 12th place we have Monty Miser. Below that we have Alec G23, Yellow in 14th. Kai coming in for the 15th slot. Number 16, we have Saram. 17, YL. 18, we have Queen. 19, we have Romaine Cardfight. And finally, at 20th, we have Drizak.
All right, so seeing some familiar names there. I recognize Yellow as a fellow Yellow card myself. I recognize Kai. I recognize Derek Dow. Shout out to the Viets.
Yeah.
WC
Derek Dow, probably a very
strong.
familiar name for a lot of people here.
Absolutely. I think every time that we're casting Vanguard for BRO, always have to see Derek Dow's name up there in the standings. One of the more consistent players to see. Probably going to see that name come up a lot as well.
Definitely. I know Derek was also a competitor at Worlds this year as well. So many accolades going to Derek Dow here. And I believe we whenever BROs come around too, we usually see his name pop up in those top lists quite often.
It's taking a lot of time to farm those wins online. Going to go to the AO tournament, win a bunch of those, go to the NA tournament, win a bunch of those. Like, if you wanted a bunch of testing in one weekend, we're doing the Derek Dow special.
No, absolutely. At this point, I'm just kind of wondering when he sleeps.
Sleep? How do you drive cricks when you sleep?
Yeah, exactly.
No, but yeah, so those are our current top 20 players who are holding it strong at XO. Obviously, still 5 more rounds to go, including the 4th round, which should be coming up soon. And then as we get more and more to the later stages of the game or the tournament, less XOs to look at, and then we can get closer to who our top 8 will be for tomorrow.
Yeah, getting dangerously close to being halfway through our rounds here today. So things are like we saw now. We've got like at least 20 who are undefeated, but the longer this goes, it's just going to shake out that those are going to start dropping fairly quickly here as we move on.
And on the topic of the longer this goes, one of the factors that I always take into account for in a tournament is simplicity of a deck. There's always something called burden of performance. And when you're playing a complex deck that requires a lot of moving pieces for you to always do something in the proper order, specifically each time and time again, if you're well practiced with the deck, that can become muscle memory to you. But if this is just like, let's say the best deck in the format right now is something that's very intensive, skill intensive, it requires you know like different lines from point A to point B to get to point C. If you manage to be able to ride on the coast of that deck strength, but once it comes to the later stages of the tournament and the mental fatigue is starting to hit and you start to miss lines, that's when simplicity becomes like a very strong thing to very strong factor in these tournaments. So when I'm looking at a deck to pick, I'm also looking at something that's very simple, something that I know that I can practice many times, have the muscle memory, but also as the day gets longer and I'm getting frustrated, irritated with myself, I will still be able to have my hands move in the way that is required for me to win.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that just comes along with something of like with long tournaments, both that fatigue, that mental fatigue that can kick in. And that's really where a lot of like why practicing regularly and often is so important. So that way you do have that muscle memory and it's not as much of a mental burden to try and connect those different lines of play. The more experience you have with your deck and the more experience you have with your deck against a variety of other decks is ultimately just going to that alone can carry you quite far, just because you are aware of those different lines of play and you don't have to maybe strain yourself as much to get to those A, B, and C points.
Absolutely. Now, we do have word that round 4 is just about ready for you guys. So I'm going to go ahead and have the first deck that we will be taking a look at on screen right now for you guys. It is going to be 7 Eraser on the Flag Burger. Powder Orange, unfortunately, not here to cast this one, but Flag Burger, probably the definition of Aqua Force right now, indeed.
Absolutely.
We have multi-attack, we have pokes, we have rear guard and back row attack. But one of the cards that I really want to point out here is Burrow Mushrooms. Burrow Mushrooms, just a very strong value engine here. Yes, you're losing the card on board. However, you are gaining soul, which is important for the deck now that we have the very beautiful Inlet Pulse Dragon still, but also getting 2 tokens. So you are plussing each time that you resolve the Burrow Mushrooms. And Flagberg being a Persona Ride deck as well means those multi-attacks just get so much more value. What are your thoughts on this deck?
Honestly, I enjoy Flagberg. Mainly because I enjoy Aquaforce, as I'm sure I know you do as well. Mainly just because of that aggression. I love any deck that has a strong focus on multi-attacking. Is always going to sing to me. And especially it helps too with something like Flagberg, that the art is just really, really sick. I love Flagberg's art. I love Inlet Pulse's art. And I also really, really love the Shelling Cannon Dragon, the promo they got. I love that thing.
Oh, yes. All of these Aqua Dragons are so cool. And I got to give that big shout out one more time to Formidol. I want to see this card come in huge, because when you Soul Blast out that Inlet Pulse and call it back out, that's big. But we are going to see water versus fire, and we are going to see Dragonic Overlord from Dennis's side of things there. So Dragonic Overlord, as we did say before, got a good set of promos to be able to play with. Gonna get those restanding Vanguards. We stack those crits on the Vanguards. It becomes very scary, very hard to guard with. Drag Raider Harbe going to be a big role player, going to be able to count itself as extra discards, as well as we now have that Cycler in the right deck being able to Soul Blast, put it at the bottom, draw a card, as well as because we do run multiple copies of our Draconic Overlords, we do get the Persona Right support as well. So excited to see that happen.
Yeah, Dragonic Overlord, pretty interesting deck. You know, you go back to Springfest season, you probably were going to be seeing this deck a lot more. Definitely fallen off a little bit, but still has a lot of tools available to it. So this will be interesting to see how this match shapes out.
So we're going to go straight into the match here. We have Dennis on the right representing Dragon Empire with the encounter deck, Dragonic Overlord. And on the left, we have 7 Eraser on Stoikea playing the burger that is Flag, repping the Maelstrom mat as well. So we definitely know that 7 Eraser is an Aquaforce fan based on the sleeves, based on the deck, and based on the mat.
Everything about that is just an Aquaforce super fan, and I feel like it's I can relate to this being a Nova Grappler fan with Avant-Garde. I have a very similar setup. I've got the robot mat, I've got the Avant-Garde on there, I've got the Kamui sleeves. Always love seeing people rep their favorite clan like this, even in a format with Standard where we have nations over the clans.
All right, we are going to see Dennis go second right into the bar. Now, one of the things that I've done recently is I've actually damage denied Dragonic Overlord because of how impactful the override bar is just to be able to search that PG. We said before, the game right now is so aggressive that finding that PG early is so important. So if I can stop that, I will. But let's see if 7 Eraser also does the same. It might be a bit harder in 7 Eraser's case because Flagberg, being just a naturally more aggressive deck, will want to put the pressure on quicker, so that way as their opponent hits 5 damage faster, these smaller pokes will be more lethal over time.
Absolutely. That's just, you know, classic Aquaforce there too. Don't necessarily have like big power, but you have a lot of little pokes that it's like death by paper cuts, right? So
absolutely,
like you said, the sooner you get somebody, is that a draw trigger coming in here? Very huge. More pieces, always good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. We saw like the poke as well coming out to hit the defensive trigger onto Dennis' side of things. So normally at that point, you're like, okay, sure, I'm safe from the Vanguard swing. But hey, when we're 10 to 18, one trigger that we found is good enough. So gonna get that ride into the Nahalem. Oh, we're already on Dragonic.
Oh wow, we're breezing right through this round.
I blinked. I thought that 7 Eraser went first.
Yeah, I think I did too. Well, hey, you know what? That's just Vanguard sometimes. Vanguard can be very fast paced, as we are seeing right here.
Yeah, I blinked in. Oh my god, we're already on Dragonic. Okay.
Yeah. See, that's why it's good that we're commentating and not the players, because these guys, it seems like they know what they're doing and they are just going for it.
Okay, and then they are good, and we're gonna see the swing from Dragonic Overlord come out here, and it looks like we are catching up now. So we were a bit behind, but it looks like Dennis was going first. So Dennis was always already up on that leg up.
Gotcha. We got the Drag Raider Hall Bay coming down now.
Oh, 1 to pass. Oh, and because this was the second drive check, only one drive. So the Harbay going to be
a
able.
Little birdie told me one time that 1 to pass is optimal. So
initials a C D. All right, so now 7 Eraser is finally going to be able to hit grade 3, discarding that draw trigger, only worth 5k shield at this point, to go into the burger that is flag. Ascendant Assault is going to be able to hopefully use its effect to call itself out, but we are going to have to keep a track of all the resources, because despite Flagberg being so aggressive, it is also aggressive on our own resources.
Absolutely. That's kind of I feel like that's like a very aggro deck problem in a lot of ways, is that you're greedy for cards to call to board to swing with, and you're greedy for resources to pay for cost to make your swings even more potent.
Exactly. So it looks like we are going to pull back the inroad shooter. Do we have the inlet pulse? That is probably the main role player of this deck here. The more inlet pulses we have, the happier we are. But it looks like we are going to call down Tier Knight Arix, which does let us restand. Doesn't give us the recycle that Inlet Pulse does, but Arix on the rear guard does count as a 5k shield. Probably wouldn't last against Dragonic Overlord, which will probably just roast it. But nonetheless, still going to get multi-attack off, which does let our Flagbird get its full effects.
Yeah, that crit, or I believe it was a crit that one previous turn. Ideally going to be putting in some work here, because like you were saying, you want to be getting those your opponent to 5 damage as soon as possible, just to make those pokes that you're going to be doing over and over that much more lethal. Really just kind of tenderizing the Overlord player up.
Perfect way to put it, tenderizing. Throw some pineapple on that as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Overlord's bringing the fire for you already, so it's got a built-in roast for you too.
Oh,
kind of,
perfect.
Get that barbecue spit going, just to get that hand softer, so that you can start digging in with your chainsaw dragon.
All right, speaking of Chainsaw Dragon, we see that on the board right now. Chainsaw Inlet Pulse Dragon. Gonna get 1 damage in. That looks like a defensive draw. Probably the best defensive card to have against this deck. And because we did not get the Persona right, that defensive draw is going to be able to stifle a lot of these attacks here.
Absolutely. Definitely, that's the opposite of tenderizing your opponent right there when they get that draw trigger, the defensive power, because now all of a sudden their hand economy goes way up.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the tenderizing. Now we've got there's well done, and then there's congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it looks like I think the saddest part about Arix is that she can't attack into rear guards to get the effect. You have to attack a Vanguard,
Yes,
and then to be able to get the restand there. So forcing to whiff and then maybe get a better attack after, like we said, that defensive draw on that first damage gives so much extra shield value to our hand now. There comes the Flagberg swing. We do get a draw at least. We are able to pop the back row, which is huge as well. We're going to try and stabilize or actually equalize the board. And luckily, we also get 10k. So we are able to tie. Our opponent is triple doored, so they have to call 3 or more at the same time to guard this. Yep. Normally, this is a no guard. Oh, unfortunately, because Dennis did choose to no guard earlier and take a damage, that heal is not going to go off. But we do find a crit. We do find 2 triggers that is going to help the RX hit the next attack. Oh, finding another defensive. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, you know, at the same time though, you for 7 Racer, you do have your opponent now at 5 damage, which is right where you want them to be. Ideally, you want to have like sitting on 2 damage yourself. Ideally, you're in a pretty comfortable position, meaning that when it comes back to your turn, ideally get that Persona Ride, and then all of a sudden those pokes are even more lethal. And then it's just a matter of just paring down the opponent's hand to try and seal a win on the next turn. But it looks like Dennis is gone back to their turn. I think that was a Persona Ride just now as well.
Looks like a Persona Ride. So we are going to get a Persona Ride. We're going to call them Burning Horn Dragon. Use its skill to counter blast 1 and look at the top 7 cards of our deck to look for 1 Overlord card in his hand. If we get it, we get it. If we don't, we still get to countercharge 1. So Burning Horn Dragon, a very good way to filter for counter blast. If not, it's as if we just called down an attacker, which is not bad as well. We swing with Overlord twice per turn. So Burning Horn Dragon will be always at least 20k with Persona Ride 30k, and that's a big number, especially going to this turn where you are trying to equalize, if not try and get more drive checks to heal out.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably got pushed a fair amount harder than Dennis was probably expecting in that last turn, but that's just how it happens sometimes. Those crits pop up, and if you're not careful, I mean, we've seen some very explosive finishes where people check 2 and 3 crits on drive checks, and then all of a sudden the game is just over. So that's part of the fun of Vanguard Go. That turn by turn kind of like dice roll that you have with your opponent, kind of deciding what to guard, when to guard, how much to guard, whether or not to factor in things like the over trigger popping up. That's just you know, part of that back and forth that you have.
Oh, and in the back row there, it looks like we called down, I think that was the promo, the Kolga Flan, which lets us, regardless where it is, we get to burn an entire column. So it looks like that was able to burn the column that RX was, and that's going to be good value for 1 counterblast. So because we also got the Persona Ride, and because we also now have an Overlord in Soul, be it Dragonic Overlord or Dragonic Overlord the End, I believe, we should be able to keep our drive check to make this a 2-2 drive check. Alternatively, if I am wrong, hopefully we have our Overlord in Soul. Let's take a look at how many drive checks we're doing. Halbe is going to be able to get called out when discarded for Overlord, so that is going to be able to rebuild most of our board, getting a lot of good value on those discards there. We are going to pull out, we do get a defensive, and then we are going to pull out a heal to make this a no pass, it looks like. Ooh, finds a crit. That crit is going to go all the way onto that Burning Horn on the right there. So not looking at lethal here anywhere. And so yeah, it looks like you need specifically Dragonic Overlord for the ability to keep the drive. So still going to be a 2 minus 1 there.
Well, still seeing a crit on that drive check, exactly what you probably want to see here. You know, 7 Racer had it on their turn, and Dennis just decided that turnabout was fair play.
And there is that OT coming out, checking Soul, choosing to take this damage, and finds another defensive draw, choosing to give the power to the back row because it doesn't matter. And we are going to go ahead and take our turn as the Flagberg player. Do we find the Persona Ride? Do we find the Persona right?
Ooh,
Normally it's like it's an instant fire. You normally just
Yeah,
shotgun
yeah.
that down if you do. But now we only have the one soul left. Persona right does give us a soul technically. So now we
Yup.
have to figure out what is the best use of that soul. Is it the Inlet Pulse? Is it the RX? There is a lot of cards that soul blast in this deck. So not having the Persona right for the extra soul, not having the mushroom for that extra soul can come up huge here in letting Dennis be able to live this turn.
It's that kind of economy with your own resources where you kind of have to sit there, especially when you're limited. You really have to, that's when you have to start making those budget cuts, right? You got to start deciding what's worth it, what isn't, and you have to make some potentially very, very tough choices, and very, very quickly as well, just because you don't want to the clock, the timer clock is an ever-present enemy as well.
All right. So yeah, like these are very important choices to be made here, because it looks like once Dennis is able to restabilize, because we are pretty much stabilized now. All it is, if we are able to live this turn, we might be able to run away with this game. We have another Persona right in hand. If we found the promo that is able to tuck the Draconic Overlord from drop into soul, that is what will let us do those twin drives. Just evaluating the drop, evaluating the hand. Summon Eraser is trying to find the best line to make lethal. That 1 damage.
Weighing
choosing to use that 1 precious soul on the spiritual body condensation. Choosing to call out. It looks like it's going to be RX here. So not going to be able to get the restand unless we have a way of building soul. It looks like there comes the Inlet Pulse, so not going to be able to restand that as well without any soul. Hopefully we find some mushrooms.
Some mushrooms would be good too, or if we see the into soul crits, could potentially
that would help as well.
Help us out.
Ryoka just going to be able to retire itself, give an extra 10k to something. But that 10k is best used on a restander, which gets multiple uses of that 10k. Choosing Arctics here. Mushroom? There's the mushrooms.
Okay, there we go.
We got 1 soul back. That's really good. So normally mushrooms was used for the Granfia deck, but however, even if you don't get the 5k power and your Granfia is being able to like buff all of the tokens, they are still tokens that you are making.
Still bodies on board.
Choosing to only call 1 plant token there to have, like you said, those crits that go into soul, and that is going to be able to provide us the soul that we need for this turn. So my attack pattern that I'm seeing in my head is we're going to attack with the Inlet Pulse, Soul Blast that Mushroom, then attack with the Alex? Because it's Alex at end of battle?
Yes, Alex.
Yes,
Eric's,
perfect timing.
Battle. So
perfect timing then.
Activate that trigger first, get it into soul, immediately have the soul you need to restand that Eric's.
And very good foresight from Dennis to use the Burning Horns as intercept immediately before the Flagberg is able to retire them. Otherwise, that is minus 10k shield that you could have used very much early in the turn.
Yeah, that's one of those things that I think, like we were talking about before the start of this round, just kind of comes from like being not only familiar with your deck, but your potential opponent's decks as well, because that can be a very, very easy thing to just slip your mind, especially as we're getting into like, you know, round 4 and then onward. Very, very easy to kind of forget that. And then all of a sudden, you know, your opponent's popping one of your interceptors like, dang it, I had something here.
Oh, 6 cards left in hand as we are going into the Flagberg swing here. This Flagberg swing is the one that is going to require that triple door, especially when you are looking at lethal here. 6 cards left for 3 attacks. Here comes the Flagberg. Oh, gonna use Shelling Cannon first.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no. Okay, going for the Arix.
Okay. Maybe trying to get you know, even more cards out of hand to make those that Flagberg even less guardable here.
At the same time as well, if Arix is as big as I think she is, with like the 10k buff, with like the extra 2k buff here. If you are able to pull PG out on this attack because your opponent's hand isn't developed enough, they won't be able to get the benefit of PGing discardlessly because their hand is too big at this point.
Right.
So here comes the Flagberg swing, gonna gain the 10k, the draw, and retire the back row. Our opponent needs to call 3 down, so discarding 3 non-shields as well as the OT to bring this to an OT to pass. Not seeing the OT, no triggers there.
No triggers
we do have
at all.
one last attack. This is going to be 23. Do we have just being able to sneak out?
Dennis was able to like just barely survive that turn. Like, literally came down to last card in hand, but at the same time, Seven Racer was able to get rid of an entire hand. Wow, a top deck Burning Horn.
Going to overload the end. So this is going to have just enough CB for a 2-1 drive check. Burning Horn will be 20k. So don't want to lose to a random crit. So going 2 to pass. No trigger. No trigger.
Okay.
Counterblast 1. Discard 1. It is going to be the Harvey. Perfect drive check to get here. This makes the second column bigger. Oh, this is down to the wire.
Yeah, this is man, wow, just definitely interesting, because this is I always think like when you've pushed your opponent this much, guarding for a 2 to pass can be just as scary as guarding for a 1 to pass, because you've got an opponent who's desperate, and you never want to underestimate a desperate opponent being able to just without thinking just immediately bank anything and everything on Van as it pops up.
Yeah, if my opponent gives me the opportunity to win and I'm losing, I'm taking that opportunity. 2 to pass, absolutely. I find 1 trigger, all in. Gonna find a heal. Ooh, that heal might come up big. That gives us huge opportunity to take us 5th damage defensive. However, it wouldn't be the OT because we did see the OT come out from Dennis's hand to guard with. So unless we get defensive draw to try and like filter or to like live our way back in, still looking kind of rough. And 70 Racer also getting a defensive draw again, sitting at that 23. Our Burning Horn is at 30, so this is going to be a 10-2 guard, but choosing to PG, maybe Dennis was attacking the Aurix there, and Aurix being a very important piece, just being able to attack multiple times probably is the reason why we kept it there. Do we see the shotgun persona right? There it is.
There it is.
Right. This, if nothing else, should close out the game.
Yeah, especially after, because, I mean, we saw what happened last turn without Persona Ride. 7 Eraser was able to shred through entirely an 8-card hand, which put Dennis in a very, very tough spot. So now we can only imagine with Persona Ride and Dennis now only having 2 cards in hand, it's really going to kind of come down to what these damage checks are, I feel.
Yeah, with only 2 cards left in hand, there's no way that you can guard the Flagberg. So there's going to be a lot of no guarding. We're hoping to get a lot of defensive triggers, especially a 6 damage heal.
A lot to ask for here, especially because like as we saw, the OT was guarded with. So there's no miracle 5th heal that you got either, pseudo 5th heal that you have either to try and to rely on here.
7 Race here, just trying to think of the lines to make there. We have the 1, 2, potentially 3 if we push up the plant token to attack for a whiff. But I think right now it is all or nothing.
I think that's a mushroom. Yep.
Mushroom comes down, gonna get an extra soul. 2 plant tokens come down. That fills up our board quite nicely.
Wow, that's such a good card. I now see why you were talking it up so much earlier. That's so good.
Choosing to not even call plant tokens out and just actually leaving the board empty so that we can call the inlet pulse out. And here comes another grade 1 booster in the Prize Trident. So Prize Trident gives us the counterblast, and I'm not sure if this lets us get to the perfect. I think it just gets us to the perfect amount that we will be able to get both Shelling Cannon as well as Flagberg's counterblast effects off.
Yeah, really just just chaining these effects perfectly, getting like all that soul just to really at this point you almost kind of wonder if this is going to end up being overkill, what with the Persona ride and all the attacks are going to be hurled at an opponent with a 2-card hand. But you know, this is Vanguard. Anything could happen with those damage checks depending on what we see flipped up as these attacks come swinging down.
All right, going into the attack step soon. Not using the shelling cannon effect, it looks like.
Interesting.
1 damage goes in. It doesn't look like that was a trigger. So that's gonna restand. We are going to swing here using the prize trident as well as the boost. That is the second attack for the RX to get the restand. That is going to pull 1 card out of Dennis's hand. 1 card left to play with. 1 damage left to take. Gonna swing 1 more time. Dennis will intercept for just enough.
Very good.
Here.
Very good.
That wasn't defensive. That's really good as well. Inlet pulse is gonna. 6 damage.
Wow. See, this is what I'm saying. You know,
this is why we call ourselves Yellow Card TCG, because the yellow cards are the strongest thing in the game. That's the no guard. That's a no guard. 1 to pass. That's gonna put it through. That's gonna be game. 1-2 pass. We find a second suit, and that is gonna be. Oh my! That was super close. That's 6 damage heal. That's 6 damage. Like if Eraser didn't get that drive check, there was a world where Dennis was going to be able to go for another turn and hopefully
potentially
eke out.
Wow.
Because like we were running low on hand on Dennis's side of things on Eraser's side of things as well. So
yeah,
holy, that was way too close for comfort.
Yeah. That's like you said. Eraser was running low on hand as well, but that's exactly kind of like the position you kind of need to put yourself in, because it's like it's game closing time, baby. You know what I mean? Like, what good is holding back if you're not gonna have another turn anyway, or what good is holding back if the game's gonna end this turn anyways? There's no need to keep
exactly.
And it does my little aggro heart proud to see someone just go all in and just drop everything down and swing for the fences.
And like to kind of like bring it back to the Flagberg deck, I think that deck was like built very beautifully. I think
100%.
Like they recognize what does my board have to look like turn after turn after turn, and then they recognize, okay, it's going to be Inlet Pulse, it's going to be Alex, it's going to be Shell and Cannon in the back, then we're going to have support cards in the back left, back right. So we chose Mushrooms, which can make tokens, which are 5k boosters at the very least, but it's +1 soul. We also have the grade 2, the Ryoka, which gives 10k. Similarly to how force marker stacking on a multi-attacker is very strong, Ryoka being able to give 10k to that RX, also very strong as well. Going to get use of that 10k twice, effectively a +20k boost. And we have the Condensation, which acts as an extra copy of Inlet Pulse, or an extra copy of RX, or an extra copy of Shell and Cannon, as well as Forbidal, which acts as an extra copy of Inlet Pulse, extra copy of Shell and Cannon. So there's just a lot of consistency in this list, and I want to congratulate that deck building right there.
Yeah, 100%. I honestly, it's got me kind of like, you know, maybe I need to dust off some of my Flagberg bulk that I've been hanging on to, because like you said, just very, very well designed, very, very well built. Everything seemed like it had a purpose, and it just was just oil on a very well-tuned machine. Because and some of those turns, some of those setups, it was, I know we were kind of sitting there like, oh, what are they going to do? How are they going to get to that point? And then just immediately like having no soul, and then just went, oh, hey, by the way, I've got the exact perfect amount of soul that I need for this turn. I'm going to get there one way or another. And that's where those triggers, I think, were really huge as well.
Absolutely.
That needs soul. Ideally, you know, you probably don't want to be calling triggers to board if you can help it at all. But that's what I love about triggers that have skills, is that ideally you just want to hang on to them to guard with. But in a pinch, in a tight situation like that, sometimes they can be just what you need to take a person from 8 cards in hand to no cards in hand.
Absolutely. And I want to like kind of like think retroactively as well into Dennis's Overlord deck. Like the game was way too close for comfort. Like,
Yeah.
honestly speaking, if we saw like the Ardor Hatchet Dragon, that promo come out as well, be able to put the vanilla Draconic Overlord into Soul,
Oh yeah.
turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, that would have been +1 card to hand every one of those
Yep.
turns just for calling down that one grade 2, which you can intercept with, which has higher power, higher shield value as well to intercept with, especially in a multi-attack deck like Flagberg, where intercepts are probably the strongest ways of guarding.
Mhm.
So unfortunately, despite playing 4, it doesn't look like Dennis was able to find them. But I was just kind of curious. Like, we have extra 3 cards in hand over a larger period of turns. We get more drive checks. We find more heals. That gives us more chances to say no guard. That gives us more chances to like find more crit triggers to push our opponent to higher damage. Like, I think the disparity between a 2-1 and a 2-2 check came up huge in this matchup.
Absolutely, because not only is that missing out on the cards in hand that you could have, like, sure, it was one less card, but that can make all the difference, you know, especially like depending on the card you get. And we saw Dennis like get that top deck Burning Horn, which did come up in that follow-up turn to be able to have a strong intercept to use. But really, like, you're also missing out on the extra pressure that an extra drive check adds, that maybe makes your opponent kind of overcommit guarding a little bit. So that way you're kind of whittling their hand down, lessening the pressure that they're going to be pushing back on you. Yeah, no, 100%. I think that not having that Overlord in Soul, and especially like early on in the game, really kind of hurt there.
Yeah, like, I'm looking through the Overlord list right now, and if we could have like backup on stream so we can just like talk about it again. Like, the Overlord list is also like very streamlined as well. Like, there's a whole bunch of defensive options, and like we have all of the Overlord pieces at maximum numbers for consistency. So like, even having like the Fushimari Madoka, like, which is a generic Draconic Dragon Empire card from like way back in DBT 03, being a strong booster, a 10k booster for the Vanguard column, but also being a 15k shield as well. Like, especially in this matchup, like the 15k shield for one card, that comes up huge, because the more one card guards you are able to do before the Flagberg comes down and forces you to triple draw, that makes guarding the Flagberg a lot easier as well.
Or just kind of yeah, that just makes it so that like you can guard it, or just no guard, so that you're at a position where you like prevent yourself from being pushed, so that it's like, oh, you're swinging with this big thing, you've got drive checks, well, I'm in a pretty safe position, I got a nice little safety net, I can afford some damage. That can be very huge.
Yeah, so like just being able to say no guard on like the more threatening ones, like, that's such a strong thing to do right now. Now I do want to point out that some people, we did get a new effect heals, which has like varying shield values based on what you're playing against.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on these? Because we do see Dennis play 2 copies of the Kier Flare Draco Kid and 2 of the vanilla. So just to reiterate, Kier Flare Draco Kid is the effect heal, has a lower base number, lower base shield. However, when placed on the guarding circle, if the attacking unit's crit is 2 or greater, and its crit is increased by a non-trigger effect, or its original crit is 2 or greater, this unit gets 15k until end of the battle. Where do you think that comes up huge?
I think that, because like I was actually just thinking about this earlier, just kind of like seeing people's decks so far, because like you said, running these effect heals, you are kind of putting yourself in a position where they can be less advantageous to you, which is why I think more often than not you see people kind of splitting it down the middle with like some vanillas, so that they just have like some good standby high shield. But in a format with something like Gandiva, which is very prevalent and will be having its critical as 2 with that non-trigger effect, I think that comes up quite a lot. I think we were seeing this a lot too when Ava was kind of ruling roost as well.
Yeah.
Just because that's definitely just a meta call. You know, you have you know, decks that are very prevalent in the format, decks that are basically expect to see, you know, you are going to see it. It's not a matter of if I see it, it's like more than likely I will see this. And so I think that's why in a lot of lists that we'll probably take, that we've looked at already and will continue to look at as we go through these rounds, I feel like this is going to be a very common setup and scenario that we're going to be seeing of like 2 vanilla heals, just to kind of have, like I said, that good kind of standby shield number, and then something that can kind of, you know, save somebody when they're staring down the barrel of a huge 2 crit Gandiva, or maybe even Ava, if we still see Ava pop up. Definitely has fallen off a bit, not seeing it quite represented in the numbers that we did back when we were in the previous BCS seasons and Springfest. But that doesn't mean that it's not going to show up. You never really know what's going to pop up because you might have somebody who's like, I don't really know what's going on. I'm going to play for fun. I'm just going to bring my deck. And then if you're not prepared for somebody just to kind of come through, all of a sudden you might find a new weakness or a counter to your deck that you had no idea about, because it's like, who's playing like Eugene? You know, so.
One person in this tournament is playing Eugene. One person, which is more than how many people are playing MLB, which is kind of sad. But
yeah,
in Intergonic Overlord, like talking about those like heal effects, I think specifically Intergonic Overlord, which just naturally has more shield because of all these random cards that gain shield. The promo getting an extra 5k shield because you're on Overlord. Fushimachi Madoka getting an extra 10k shield because you're wiping your opponent's board every turn. I think it's okay to run those heal triggers because the opportunity cost is kind of mitigated by gaining extra shield value in other places. So though I think I'm always a fan of just running the standard 4 vanilla crit of 4 vanilla heals, because 15k standard is standard. I don't have to worry about like, oh, this one time I was 5k shield less because I chose to run this heal. I think specifically because Overlord just has naturally more shield, I think it is 100% correct to run these ones.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great point with that too, is that, you know, I think certain decks are probably going to be able to run those effect heals more easily than some others, just depending on the total like guard quality that they may have just in their deck naturally. And like you mentioned, Overlord got better shield quality, so can kind of safely run something with a little bit less shield in certain circumstances.
Absolutely. So it's not much else to talk about these two matchups. Like I think we got fire versus water, and that was like very cool to see. And like normally we like a lot of the games are dictated by who goes first, but it turns out that Eraser, who went second, was able to sneak out the win. And like we said, just being able to find those pieces and being able to line up each attack in the perfect order, turn after turn after turn, have just enough soul as well through the use of the mushrooms, through the use of the crits. So well played. And like I think especially that one turn where we used the Ryoka onto the Arix, that extra 10k being used twice was able to rip out that last card from Dennis's hand. And I think like what Eraser showed us today on stream was like basically perfect execution of Flagberg, and kudos to them.
Yeah, absolutely. It was so very just like perfectly orchestrated, especially those turns where like the resources were really thin. It was very, very enjoyable to watch, because that's what I love. It's like the kind of like almost like an anime trope of just getting the exact like perfect card that just sets off a chain reaction, and then the next thing you know, your opponent's just staring at you blankly like, oh no, what do I do? Thing of beauty. Absolutely loved it.
Thing of beauty, absolutely. And I think like talking about Regulus pieces. So Regulus pieces is something that we did see come up like big this tournament so far. We've seen Forbidal being used. Then we didn't see Forbidal in this game, but we did see that Dennis chose to play the Gracias Pradale in their deck, which lets us activate Persona Ride. So basically just a card that cycles itself out, gives the Persona Ride, gives us a front row 10k buff. Doesn't give us like the selective tutor that Forbidal does, but nonetheless, it does find the pieces that we need to. And we need to wrap up this round 4. We are going to bring you guys to a quick break. And once we're done here, we will have you guys do round 5 with Ty and Orange. Until then.
Hello, everyone. We are back from that brief break, and I am returning now with a wild outer orange coming back into the commentary seat with me. And of course, it figures that was while me and Tony were casting that we had Flagberg pop up on screen. I know it's a deck very near and dear to your heart, so I figure we might as well give you a platform to be able to kind of to gush and rant and rave about one of your favorite decks that you didn't get to commentate for. So we got to give you the opportunity now.
Well, thank you, I appreciate it. Deck is honestly like very underperforming and underappreciated right now. So I've been one of the people that's been like really pushing it ever since the mushroom came out. But that mushroom goes crazy. You can run the pure ride line now. You can run the Zorga ride line. There's just so many things. Like Ty, you were mentioning how like all the resources just kind of work together.
Yeah.
I think that's like the beauty of the deck, the fact that you're constantly managing between Soul Blast, Counter Blast, Soul Blast, Counter Blast, you counter charging, bring back in, restanding, setting up board, stay persona running for the extra soul. It all just comes together so well. What makes the deck just absolutely just so fun to play. It's why I'm so addicted to it. It's one of the few decks that plays differently from like other D decks. So it's just great. But yeah, I don't want to go like super into it because I'll be
sure.
But I recommend.
Yeah, no, I'm not joking because like I think it was last time back in like March when we were casting V and I was watching Manlong play Luard and I ended up being like, wow, that deck looks really fun. I'm gonna do that. I ended up building that, been playing it for the last few months in V, and I have a very strong inkling that I'm probably gonna do the same thing with Blackbird here. Just because very much like you, I love the way things kind of come together and how it's what I love about deck building and just playing card games in general, and especially Vanguard, and just that you kind of have all these little puzzle pieces and it's kind of on you to like figure out a way to make them fit, and then when they do fit and everything just kind of works so smoothly and perfectly like that did, it tickles my brain in a good way.
I like one day was like, I'm just gonna put the mushrooms in and see what happens, and then I put the doll in, took out the chalice, and I was like, whoa, this deck just like completely changed. Like 2 cards just completely elevated the deck in like completely different ways. And I thought the deck was dead. I was like, come on, it's been a year now, it has to die, right? There's no way it's relevant. But surprisingly enough, it actually has a pretty good matchup into Ballista. It's pretty decent to get deep. It's not the best, but it still performs really well because the retire strong, the 3-card Garshing strong. Just overall, the deck just does so much. But with that being said, our standings are ready. So let's go ahead and see what that's looking like because I'm excited to see.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see who's still remaining undefeated going into round 5, if I remember right. If I can do math well.
We are going into round 5, yes. So this is the end of round 4 brackets right here. So we have first place. In first, everyone is undefeated here. So we have Thomas in first. We have Dizzac in second. Third is Saram, which I believe is also was topping in a different region. So it's kind of funny to see the name again. And then fourth we got Shiba Choose. Fifth we got Zetsu. I don't know if there's any more you want to do the other 5.
Yeah, let's look at here. We got Cue Ball Gamer, which I think is a name I recognize after doing a handful of these BROs now. Romaine Cardfight. After that, we have YL. In 9th, we have Kai, although technically they're all first, like you said. And then lastly, here, listed at number 10, we have Monty Miser.
Oh, we do have Boar. All right, so I'll keep it going. We have Alec in 11th. We have Bamboo in 12th. We got Mana in 13th. Zane in 14th. And then we got Horoto Izaki. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Probably Haruto Izaki.
There you go. You can keep going from here. You got it.
Sure. We've got Kono Fair, potentially Kono Fare, potentially. I don't know, depending on how fancy you want to get with it. These, I guess I should mention too, from listed 14 down, we do have some X1s now. So not quite nearly as many as we had last round. Number 17, we have Belay or Belays, potentially. 18th, we have Danny. Number 19, a very familiar name. This is our world champion for premium in Musrax. And then at number 20, we have Just a Rex. I'm going to guess that is, or maybe Just a Rex. Maybe depending on how you want to give the inflection there.
They're trying their hardest to make dinosaurs not be extinct.
Right. It's a noble effort, I think.
It is. It is. That's why Tachikaze exists.
Yes, exactly. Still waiting on more dinosaurs in standard that aren't Eugene focused.
My goodness. So that wraps up the standings. I guess we'll just bring it back while we wait for round 5 here, getting ready for the next showcase of decks and all that kind of fun stuff. What are you most excited to see?
I definitely have my proper old standby in Avant-Garde just because I love robots. I would love to see some robots today. But I know me and Tony were talking about Prison earlier as well, and I know like earlier in the day we were kind of like behind the scenes we were talking about Prison as well, and I would love to see that kind of pop up as well. We already saw Barrow. I also wouldn't mind seeing another Barrow. Barrow is just a deck that I gravitated towards very, very early into D. And so I wouldn't mind seeing one more, maybe one with a soul charge luck being a little bit better. That would be probably be good if we can, but that's just comes with the territory. I have become numb to seeing triggers go to my soul a very, very long time ago.
Yeah, you just have to accept it. And then you're like, that's the 4th heal. It's fine.
I think that's when you can kind of tell like a seasoned Barrow player or even potentially like a seasoned DI player based on their reaction to when pieces get soul charged. If you see them kind of be like, oh no, it's like first time, huh?
Yeah.
But when you when you see them just stone faced, just like shoving triggers into their soul, it's like that's a real
just
one. That's
day.
somebody that knows.
Yeah. Alrighty, well, we do have the round 5. We got the decks here, so let's go ahead and see. Maybe your dreams will come true, maybe they won't. So we're starting off with PBO. That is my boy right there. Oh my gosh, we're talking about encounter cards and decks, and I'm one of the people that did not grow up with the OGs, and seeing the OG here gets me so excited. I love this deck so much. Do you want me to break it down? Or do you want to break it down?
Yeah, go ahead and tell me about it because my familiarity is more with the OG.
Oh,
so,
yeah,
and I haven't seen it pop up too much at my locals, so I'm very curious to see, especially after seeing Overlord last round.
Oh yeah, so basically this one runs the maroon package, so it runs the grade 1 in order to get that extra starter out, and just basically it's really just there just to pop it out, so then retire it with Blaster Dark's effect. So that's what the ride line's doing. And then running the 3 PBOs on the side because we want to put those into soak for the crit pressure. Emmeline is there for just basically finding more blaster units. We got the main for digging. Got another extra Blaster Dark in case one of them gets bottom decked. By the way, you do basically lose the game if one of your Blaster Darks gets bottom decked because it's the ride deck one, and it'll go back to ride deck, so you just lose the game because you don't have any Blaster Dark targets anymore. Drilling Angel is just there for the soul and also calling it back out. We do see the new promo, which is the one that lets Blaster Dark drive check. Again, you really want to have a Blaster Dark, so that's why we have an extra Blaster Dark in the main deck. We got the new promo, which I already talked about the promo. We got the Maple to kind of help with boosters, because yes, boosters are important. We got the Blaster Javelin as well for making magic numbers, both because that 10k actually stays on both turns. So as long as I have a Blaster Vanguard, yeah, it'll stay there the whole time. So there's that. We got the Red OT because it's just more aggressive, it's just better. It doesn't make the Blaster Dark restand multiple times, but it does help with just getting the extra attacks. And then the last is just triggers, and this is usually a deck that's focused on running draws over fronts, because sometimes the attack patterns can be a little strange, so the fronts aren't like as important. Also, you want to see more of your pieces, so you run draws. Sorry, that's the whole deck.
You know what? It's the same thing. The more things change, the more they stay the same. And Shadow Paladins love their Blaster Darks. And then this looks like even more of your expertise potentially here, Lawrence. We got some lyrical Monasterio coming in.
Yeah. So funnily enough, this deck actually, people call it the pseudo Revengers deck. So this actually kind of plays like Shadows because you re-ride into another Ellis Steel. I couldn't tell you exactly what the names of all these cards are, but the ideal purpose is you want to have the double White Wing and Black Wing bounded using the grade 3, and now you have the 2 to kind of get there faster. And then what you do is you ride the new Ellis Steel, then use her effect to go to the old Ellis Steel, and basically you minus your opponent's Vanguard, you have crit pressure, and you're multi-attacking with the Vanguard, so it gets very lethal and very fast. Actually, it's actually this deck is a pop-off deck. Like usually you ride and you try to kill on that turn, and if you don't next turn, you'll usually kill, and if not, you'll usually die, because this is another one of those decks where your hand is small but your pressure is huge.
Gotcha. And what's interesting to me too is just seeing that very, very prominent grade 3 stack here, and then that Forbidal in there too, which we saw at least have a pretty big impact in one game today. I'm kind of curious if we can see it pop up one more time. But yeah, this is going to be very interesting for sure. We've got Shadow Paladin against Pseudo Revengers by the sounds of it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. That deck it also has a turn 2 pressure, so your turn 2 has a bunch of crits on it. So like the Vanguard usually will have a crit on it if they get the early grade 3 bound. So yeah, but it looks like we might be going to game soon here. So
alrighty, yeah, I think our players are ready, so we can go ahead and get going there.
All right, very exciting. So we do have Matt here. Melody Matt is actually one of the content creators just representing Ellis Steele. And we got Drake with the Dark States PBO. Wait, that is not Dark States. Wait, that is a different deck. It's okay. But anyway, so this is going to be very exciting stuff. I'm still really excited to see the Ellis Steele matchup here. And I see we also had a little bit of a starting point with the grade 1 going on. But in the meantime, while we're waiting for things to sort out, it looks like it is Ellis Steele versus Jet. So it was not PBO,
okay.
But that is okay. Well,
seems like there might have been a miscommunication behind the scenes with some players. That's all right though. We'll
gotcha. It's okay. It's okay. So yeah. So regardless, I am excited to see if it is indeed Jet. Then that is going to be actually a pretty uphill battle. But we'll have to see because Ellis Steele has really good early game, whereas Jet has really good late game. So this is it's gonna be kind of tough, I think, especially since Ellis Steele farms a lot less.
Gotcha. All right, so it seems like we're getting to it now. I think I think this is like typical of just tournaments in general, whether in person or online. You always kind of have that that hurry up and wait. You know, you kind of
exactly.
You have to get to your positions now. Wait. All right, now get to your opening hand. Now wait. You know. I've come very, very familiar with over my Vanguard career.
so something to note here. So grade 1 Ellis Steele's effect when you bind, I believe it's the Blackwing one, your opponent can't rush you with grade 1s. And we know Jet likes to rush. So actually they are not allowed to rush here, even if they wanted to. So something to note that we missed a little bit that early time. But it looks like that's a crit there early on, if I saw that correctly.
Yeah, it looks like it.
So we got the rush even without it.
yeah. Rushing with only one attack.
And we do see that Sargon coming through, the on hit of just being able to put stuff into soul to replenish that GG, you know?
Yeah, that GG always because like I always like to say because it's just a matter of fact in any card game, like the most powerful text you can ever see on a card is draw a card. So anytime you have that open to you, and especially in a deck like Chronojet where you have the option to like tutor it out, is always going to be huge.
Exactly. So here we saw another Blackwing. So this was just to iterate we didn't see the crit there come through. So you gotta have it back and forth with the crit here. But Ellis Steele's effect for the Blackwing effect on grade 2 says that you cannot call, I believe, grade 0s to the board, to the guard state. So in this situation, you're forced to just take it, or you can't guard with 0s. And sometimes they have the crit pressure on it too. So you can't guard with 0s, and then on top of that, it's also a crit. So
yeah,
it still has very funky wording.
Yeah, this is interesting too, because I think we saw this in our last game too, where it was very much an example of just turnabout being fair play, where it's like, oh, you crit me, well, not like you can control it necessarily, but it's always kind of fun when you get to turn around like, well, here's your crit right back there, buddy.
Yep, exactly. And now that rush is offline, and we do have the on hit back, and Matt choosing to guard for a 1 to pass here. So that is an Eden, actually. I don't know. Have we talked about Eden yet? Eden and Jet?
I don't believe so. I don't think we've seen it in the Jets that we've seen today. But Eden is kind of an interesting choice, but not too surprising, just because it does give you just some solid early game pressure to potentially threaten your opponent's board with an on hit. So it's like you're either going to drop a card from hand or you're going to lose a card on board. And really the only way around it is just to not have any cards on board.
Yep, exactly. Or you just basically guard it. It's usually good into the grade 2 gaming between like another jet player because they're forced to just kind of guard it, and that forces more shield out of hand. But going before on the steel side, so we had that first ride. If you have black wings, you can basically search out. But actually, Matt was able to bind the grade 3. So this grade 3 right here that we see on the screen is actually when you have both wings active, which is exactly what you want in this situation. Because now when we're going to see those Vanguard rewrites, we're going to have both black wing and white wing active.
Right. This is what's interesting because I played Lyrical.
Notice.
Oh no.
Sorry, notice the crit went on Van. The boost went on the rear, and again, putting the boost on the rear. You want to know why? That boost, that grade 1 restands. Sorry.
Oh gosh.
I have a lot of knowledge.
Don't be sorry. I love this because like I was saying, I played Lyrical when it first came out. I remember like the Ghost Kyrie kind of hybrid build with like the Wallista ride line.
The fun stuff.
Was very, very fun for me. But that's why I'm glad to have you here as like I kind of like the Lyrical expert here to kind of clue me in.
Yep. So here we have just to so after this attack, basically you can counterblast search your deck for an Steel Ride Her. I believe that has to be the original one. So that's what's happening here. Now notice since we do have both wings active, Steel's effect activates too. So now the opponent, if they check the defense, guess what? They're going down 5k power. So
oh jeez.
Yeah, so they're gonna go
down. That's the opposite of what you want to have.
Yeah, and now with the booster in the back, that also restands as we see here. So now again, we're swinging with some pretty aggressive pressure here, and already being at 4 damage. Just like that. And then also I believe the grade 3's effect activates as well. Like there's so much going on here. So it says when your Vanguard is placed, you can bind this unit and draw a card, which is exactly what Matt just did. Yeah,
this is the original LSTL.
Yes. I will notice there's one thing here that's kind of confusing me right now. So because there's 2 bound, I actually don't know if that meets the conditions. So
for the white wings and the black wings.
Yes, because there's 2 bound in there. Actually, I'm not exactly sure if either ability is active right now, but I don't think it matters in this situation. It was still just it's still like a very large number. That was like plus that had 2 triggers on it, a boost. That was like 21, 31, 41. So
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, very very aggressive push there. I can't tell if no, I never like being pushed to 4 when I'm still on grade 2. It's never a very comfy kind of place to sit in. But you know, sometimes that's just where you find yourself.
Exactly.
Pitching a crit for the ride deck on Drake's side of things. And since Matt did ride up, just probably gonna go straight into that Fate Rider, grabbing a Bali as well. I imagine probably just gonna pitch that to Stride here to draw that card, keep our hand economy up.
Yep, exactly. So we are able to Stride here as well. So they have a triple drive coming through. We got a lot of stuff. This is kind of when Jet starts shining more. So because of the fact that it's Jet on triple drive, and I will say Steel does struggle a little bit on hand here, which is probably why Matt went for that bind there, which is actually it was very cool being able to attack with and then also bind.
Right.
So
see a Gungan Ram coming down, getting that soul charge, and I believe that's an upstream as well. So, you know, just very, very typical Chrono Jet things going on right here.
Yeah. We have another very that is a defense, but we have another just basically Jet doing Jet things upstream.
Yep.
Getting the grade 1, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. It's GG.
Yep. Who would have thought?
I really thought it was gonna be like, I don't even know. I can't even think of better grade 1s.
Right.
but yeah,
no,
GG coming out.
I think, like you said, this is where Chrono Jet kind of shifts into 2nd gear. Not quite getting into 3rd gear just yet, but we're making moves now.
These are some very good references here. I like it. It's almost like this is Gear Chronicle or something. That's
right.
But yeah, very, very good stuff here. So bottom decking, bring back the upstream that we literally just saw.
Yep,
there it is. It's back again. So very, very good. This is gonna be some pretty good pressure here. We got the triple drive. We have more attacks coming now with the GB flip. That's a plus 5k. So yeah.
Just gonna get bigger from here on out. That's the thing, is like that first swing on your first stride turn, usually not too impressive, but they only get bigger and scarier from here.
Yeah. This is the thing about Jet. Like, I kind of bring this up quite a bit, but healing rewards you because your late game just gets so insane.
Yeah.
And then you also can just sit there with like a tech card hand, just kind of chilling
Yeah.
for a bit, and then you just next stage, and then that's it.
Just keep calling down GGs, keep farming hand,
Yeah,
keep spinning your deck. You
Yeah,
know?
just the usual. So here, there was a PG getting put down. It looks like that was 3 blanks, but we did see a PG in there, which against LS Steel is exactly what you want to see. The more PGs you see, the better place you are. If you could just keep guarding Vanguard with PGs, usually you'll be okay.
Let's see. And Drake's hand is looking quite large too, because I
Yeah.
believe he was just fanning out his hand, and it was like an 8 or 9 card hand, I think.
Yeah,
and then that was
exactly.
before the Vanguard swing with the triple drive. So yeah, definitely just kind of just like retreating into that little turtle shell, just kind of shelling up to be nice and defensive going forward.
Yep, exactly. And then we are bringing out the Sargon. We might actually be running out of targets in deck here because that drive check had some grade ones, and then
Yeah.
I think at this point we don't have any more. The other hand is the other reason is sometimes like you don't want to charge too much as well, so it's to stay a little safe. And then we're passing it along to Matt. Let's see if Matt can rewrite. This is the biggest thing. Once you get stuck on the old one, you have to rewrite into a new one, and we are. So we're enabling
Wow.
this one to
Okay, we're
ride
going
once
places
more.
then.
Yep. Hopefully we can get a board state going because that's the other thing with LS Steel. You want a board state. I'm sure here we're gonna go. So we're gonna re-unbind to bind again. And now we have the 2 here. Now again, I'm a little weird on the rulings with this one because there's 2 cards in the bind zone currently. There's ways to fix it, but it might be a little awkward here.
Sure.
So we'll have to see. But it's okay. This grade 2 is actually very strong. She lets you fix your bind zone. So that's what we're gonna see happen here. So Matt was able to grab a card and swap it, and that's what he just did. He swapped it with the grade 3, which makes the white wing and black wing active again.
Yeah, finale here. Soul Blasting 1 to choose a card from your bind zone and put it into your hand. If you put a card in your hand, you can choose a card from your hand and bind it. So yeah, definitely, like you said, just straight up just bind zone fixing for you.
Exactly. Now here comes the nasty part. So that grade 2 also minuses your Vanguard. So it might. So basically, you can choose one of your opponent's grade 3 or greater Vanguards at minus 5k for the turn. So now we have that minus 5k on top of the rewrite it with Steel minus 5k. So Drake's gonna be looking at a minus 10k Vanguard here pretty soon.
Oof.
And we also see the new Wing Girl come out. Oh, no, that's something else.
I was gonna say, as a player who's played Shirayuki in other formats, minus 10k is no joke. It can be very, very scary very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. We do have 2 on the board as well, and it's one that attacks Vanguard, and Matt does have the CB for it. So the 2 counterblasts minus 15. It's gonna be rough.
Matt's sitting on just about all the counterblasts he could want at this point.
Yes, and he's on a Persona turn as well. So we have a double Vanguard swing with a minus 15k coming in. Chances are this will be a rear guard. It'll be rear guard Vanguard rear or rear guard Vanguard rear. We'll have to see sort of how Matt decides to do this.
Yeah, definitely gonna be.
Oh, he's starting with Van. Sorry, I just noticed. Wow, hard blocking it.
Wow. Okay. See, honestly, that's what I was gonna say. Drake did a lot of hand farming, and it looks like might be shredding through that quite quickly at this point.
Yeah. I mean, we know about the PG as well here.
Yes.
And then we'll have to see sort of. This is going to be tough. So the thing is, you kind of want to block that first one because now the minusing is going to start happening. So the rewrite's going to happen. The minus 5k is going to activate. So it's going to get harder and harder to block each attack. So this is sort of actually where you want. This Drake made the correct play here by guarding this first one, especially since the next LS Steel loses a drive too.
Ah, gotcha. Shuffling.
Actually, just double checking that she loses a drive. Yeah, she loses a drive. Just want to be sure.
Right. That's what's always kind of tricky is trying to talk about cards and produce the skills from memory instead of having the cards right in front of you when you're playing.
Yeah, exactly. So here we have the old LS Steel coming out. The minus 5k is there. So now we're sitting at a 8k base. And a swing now again counterblasting, minusing once more. So now we're down to a 3k base or 1k base. Sorry, I can do math. I can do math, I swear.
Right.
That one is 3k, right?
Very uncomfortable position to be in.
Yeah.
Like, it's one thing, because sometimes, you know, when you get minus 5k, you can just be like, I'm not gonna guard it anyway, such a huge thing, whatever, and then you hit a trigger and it's like, okay, everything's back to normal, everything's as it should be. But the more things just get minus down and down and down, and then in Vanguard things can go into the negative too. It gets just more and more just kind of uncomfortable to be sitting there on that side of the table.
Yep, exactly. And I
And there's
mistook
that
that grade
PV coming
2.
down.
That actually is the other grade 2, so there won't be a minus 15, it'll be a minus 10 for this turn.
Gotcha. Still though, sitting on a 3k when you're supposed to be on grade 3,
Yeah.
never a very fun spot to be sitting in.
Yeah, exactly. So this should be just 1 damage, right?
I think so. Yeah, this is that. What is it? The one that can return cards to hand. The
Yes.
Amiel. Yes.
Yes. You can go to soul. You can bounce a little bit, do some funky stuff. You can bounce. You can get your personas back to hand this way too, or shield, basically whatever you want.
Sure, yeah. Which I imagine that just kind of comes in, like, you know, the longer games go on, to be able to sit there and just kind of
Yeah.
recycle your persona rise just to keep that pressure up turn after turn after turn. That can be very, very huge, especially
Yep.
going against something like Chronojet, where they're going to have the big numbers anyway, just by virtue of them striding with the crest. So if
Yep.
you're able to keep up with that, that's going to be huge, I feel.
Notice that Yuika also procced there as well, so you're actually able to get 2 cards out for the
Mm.
value of 1. So very cool stuff.
Definitely seemed like 8 through a good amount of hand, and we see Drake just going straight for that dragon, Chrono Dragon next stage there. So
Yeah.
seeming like kind of like this is a do or die moment, you know. If Drake can close it out here, perfect. If he can't, then we're probably going to be seeing things go towards Matt's direction after this.
Exactly. I think here it just comes down to that sanctitude, because this is like the scary
Yes.
turn. I will say going from the driver to this, or whatever the first stride was, the reason it's kind of tough because usually you want to have as much GP open as possible to make those like front row like really high and make Jet as unguardable as possible.
Ooh, bold moves here. Dropping that trigger to the front row. I love to see it because I love seeing the aggro come down, but not always a comfortable position to be in. But seeing that even more so is like, this is the do or die turn. You either win here or you pack it up after this.
Yeah, I don't think you can, as a player, handle another Ellis Steel turn.
Ooh, a heal though.
That is pretty big. Heal is big here. Plus the trigger power. It also means that Mac could heal too. I don't think we've seen too many heals from his side either.
And I think he dropped that power on the booster as well, which makes sense because we're
Smart.
going to see that Chrono Jet come down and
Yep.
just because obviously with the next stage going away, you're not gonna be able to carry like any crits or anything like that over. But if you have a standing back row booster, 100% you can throw that trigger power there and then still have it on your Vanguard.
Yeah, exactly. And we do have, I believe, 1, 2, 3. This is a 15k front, if I'm looking at this correctly.
I believe so, yes. And then with an extra 10k from the booster, that's 25k.
Is that the sanctitude?
There's a sanctitude.
Well, the only thing that goes around.
Ooh, wow,
very
that
big, and we got a crit
huge,
too.
actually.
Yeah. Whew. That sanctitude is literally sometimes the difference. But we do have a 2 crit pressure here, so let's see, is that okay? That is the OT coming down.
Okay.
So that does block it, which is actually another out. You can just, call in. You can also block with the over trigger against Jet as well, but the number is usually really high, so it's usually
just so big.
Yeah, so it looks like Matt does survive. We do know about the persona in hand, so there it is. So we are going back in again. I don't think I've ever seen Ellis Steel hit a a third Vanguard turn. Usually, like, I'm not even joking. It's actually so surprising to see the tank. Oh, and binding the grade 3 angel just like that, activating white and black wing. This might be it. We do have the 3 to 6 here, but just getting that bind going, that is such a lucky bind.
Yeah, you're not having to pick between like one way or another. You just do all of it.
Yeah, it's like everything. We got everything to say. Also calling back out the booster, getting the grade 2 out, and then I can't exactly see what the card on the left is, but still just very awesome to see. I believe that's another copy of the grade 3 angel. So it's just swinging in very casually. This is gonna be a really close match. I'm wondering if Matt can 3 to 6 here. It's possible.
Yeah.
This gets very pressuring.
Especially because Drake's hand looking quite a bit thinner. Ooh, okay.
All right, so we're putting the power crit going, I think, to the rear there. Another that's a draw. Okay, so we're drawing.
Oof.
And Matt opting this time to change where the trigger placement is, even though we do have the booster in the back. But with Persona and everything, now there's more pressure on the rear guards. So let's see. Let's get that last copy. There should be one more. There's not one more, but it's okay. They're checking. So I remember, I believe Matt damaged one at some point. I think it was the first damage. So are they out of copies? I'm not. Okay, we're writing from hand because I think that's also, you can also write from hand. So that's fine. You can search your deck, and if you whiff on deck, I think you can write from hand as well. So there we go. So now we have that back. Now we get the bind to then draw an extra card. So here we go. Let's see, can Drake guard through another Vanguard swing with the minus 5k? And we still have the rear guard swing coming through as well. I think
I believe both swings are swinging with a crit as well.
Yes.
So now sitting on that 4 damage is a lot scarier.
Yeah,
now.
this is gross. this is a PG or die.
Yeah.
There's one.
And
PG.
there it is. There's the PG. And that was such a good move on Matt's part to stack that crit on the rear guard.
Yes,
because
very smart. Oh,
you know, a lot of times, you know, you might get kind of caught up in the excitement. It's like, oh, crit, oh, on Van to get the damage.
Is that a PG in hand? Is that a PG in hand? I don't think it is.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that might be game.
Do we? OT!
OT,
6 damage,
oh
OT!
My God. And it's still, that's game. That is game.
Wow.
Wow. Woo.
Wow.
That was actually a very well played match.
Yeah,
I think Matt made some very smart decisions there.
Yeah, like I was
moving
just
the
saying
trigger power. Like
Yeah.
it really, that really made the difference. If he opted to say put more pressure on Vanguard, maybe swing with rear first or whatever, it might have changed the game state there, especially with the crits, because then the Jet player could have just taken the rear and then PG'd the Van, and they would have been okay. So definitely very well played actually there. Our Jet player also played really well. I don't think there's anything more they could have done.
Very well played on both sides. Absolutely.
Sorry, I know I kind of went a little back and forth. I couldn't remember the exact ruling on the binding, because I know there is a little kind of like very specific ruling with the way the cards are bound.
Yeah.
But still, we definitely saw LSTO represent there. Just those constant Persona writing, that crit pressure, that triple drive. It's basically a triple drive every single turn because it's not restricted to a lot. Some of the rear guards are restricted, but a lot of like what the Vanguard does isn't very restricted. So very good stuff. So it's very, very beautiful to see.
Yeah, Alestio was definitely a pick that I would not have anticipated, but that was still very, very cool to see. And yeah, I think just like we were saying, like very well played on both sides. That dropping that crit on the rear guard, that crit in power. Like I was saying, like sometimes you can kind of get a little bit of excited in the moment, like, oh, hey, here we go, here's a crit, I'm gonna push more damage.
You're
but
right.
it worked out so well because not only did that the OT, yeah,
it would have mattered so much.
It came through to, like, even if Matt wasn't able to close it there, it still made it so that you have your opponent with only 1 damage going into their turn. Just kind of getting a little gung-ho, dropping the crit on the Vanguard. Now all of a sudden your opponent's got 2 damage to work with. And then going into the original SDL2, you guaranteed that you had lethal on both swings. And so you were just like, just very expertly played. And not to downplay Drake either. Drake had some very good moves as well. And like we were saying, that last turn seemed like he knew it, like dropping that crit trigger in the front row. It was like very much a do or die moment, but I think it was that sanctitude that really kind of came through.
I think that might have been a situation where the next stage was gone into too soon. So that's something that sometimes going from the first stride into the next stage is sometimes not the right play. I've done it myself where I've played 100%, and I go instantly into stage thinking, oh, I got game, and then like, you know, they bring out the PG, they bring out all this stuff, and then I just lose because I didn't get a chance to farm. Whereas I feel like if maybe sitting on another stride actually might have been the go-to. Maybe Drake got a little too scared of another LSTO turn, seeing that Persona go back to hand. I think they thought like the hand was small enough to where they could kill that, or they thought that they could survive another turn. Maybe they thought it would be enough. But yeah, I actually think that the shift of the game happened when they went into next stage and the sanctitude came out. That was definitely where A very good
I could
stuff.
definitely see that. Like I said, I could see that thinking of like do or die,
Yeah.
just because it was like I need to close this here. And
Mhm.
next stage, like you said, going into it too soon, I 100% have been guilty of that as well.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
oh, I'm gonna go for it because this will close the game, and then it's
And
like,
then you
oh,
don't close the game.
you had the stuff, you had enough. Maybe another Fate Rider turn to farm
That
up.
is exactly what I mean. I think on a Fate Rider turn
Yeah,
would have been the more like I guess the it's hard to make this decision knowing like the state of the game, but like
sure,
I think from what we just saw, I think Fate Rider was the play. I think part of the
yeah.
reason why Drake chose the other ones because they were running out of targets and deck. And that might
Hmm.
have been another reason that was holding them back
Yeah,
from wanting
running
to
out of
go.
targets, running out of
Exactly.
soul,
Exactly.
stuff like that. So even if he was able to go into another Fate Rider, may not have had the resources to really get that farm to even happen. So
Yeah.
probably just put the pressure even more to kind of lean towards next stage, maybe perhaps a bit too early.
Yeah.
But I can 100% see the thought line there.
Exactly. Well, with that being said, we're going to cut to a short break here. Do not go anywhere. Keep your popcorn with you. We're going to be going into the next round shortly. So we'll see you guys soon. Hello and welcome back. We are now here in round 5. I got Ty with me here.
Yeah.
Back again. You excited?
Yeah, it's been a interesting day so far. I feel like kind of coming into today, a lot of people, myself included, I'm sure you and probably Tony as well, kind of fearing the boogeymen of our format right now in Willista and Gandiva. But here we are. We've gone like over halfway through our 8 rounds that we have now. We've got 3 more left. Day's moving right along.
Yep.
And we haven't seen hide nor hair of either Willista and Gandiva. It's definitely coming. Don't get me wrong. We're gonna be seeing plenty of it, I'm sure. But it's looking like we're gonna be seeing most of that probably tomorrow. But I've very much enjoyed kind of the diversity that we've seen so far, and plenty of things that I didn't necessarily expect to see. And still hoping to see more rogue picks. I love my rogue picks. But we'll see what pops up. Are there any rogue picks that you're kind of hoping to see pop up as we go into these next 3 rounds potentially?
I wanted to see PBO, but
right. That's fair.
and then just got
yeah.
My soul dropped. I was like, wait.
Sorry, it was Chronojet again. What
Oops,
do you
all
expect?
Oh, it's fine. I'll take Jet too. Jet is also a very mechanical deck as well. Even though we see more of what it doesn't change the fact that it's still a hard deck to play. Because you still gotta make decisions, you still gotta play out your turns carefully. Guarding is super important. The way you build your deck is super important since there's so many of them, your build does matter. So but I definitely am still hoping and praying on that PBO. I want someone to showcase the strength of that new promo, because many don't even know like just what the deck does anymore.
Sure, yeah.
It did get a couple results here and there, just a couple sprinkles. So it's been showing up, not like today. Well, I don't know about the
still kind of flying under the radar.
Before, like with BSF happening and stuff like that, Springfest basically, it's been popping up. So, and the deck hasn't changed too much. And I think the craziest part is that the deck somehow still performs even with old cards in it and new cards in it. And it reminds me of Flagberg. It's like it just doesn't die. Like there's always that one person that will top with it no matter what happens. So
I mean, sometimes you can win by just not losing. Like simply.
Is that how winning works?
Yeah, it's like I always like to say, there's like times where I'm at locals and I just sit there and like kind of like the arguments you hear from people, because tensions can run high at locals. You're kind of got more of a familiar with people, and people get kind of frustrated with what happened. A lot of times the argument can kind of come down to, well, I would have won if you didn't beat me. And so I feel like
I would have won if I didn't lose.
Like you kind of can take the inverse of like, oh well, I won because I didn't lose.
Exactly. Like I just won because you lost.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes I make jokes where like I'll be at my local card shop, and I'll be like, yeah, just someone will be winning, and I'm like, and they're complaining about winning. I'm like, just lose harder. I don't know.
I would have lost if you would have won. Like,
it's like, I guess just stop guarding. Like, just take it all.
Yeah,
just
simply like save your hand.
Simple.
Save your pieces. Use them for attacks.
Yeah.
If you get to 6 damage, that's okay. You still had your pieces at the ready.
Yeah. You still had combo, even if you lost. The combo was there.
Yeah. And then you have the pieces in hand at the ready, so you can show your opponent what you would have done if they didn't beat you. And make sure you always do that, because I'm sure your opponent's gonna love hearing all about what your turn would have been after.
Oh my gosh, that's my favorite. Well, if I didn't die here, I would have done this, that, and this and that. I would have Persona Road here, and I'm like,
Yep. And I've definitely been guilty of it as well.
Yeah,
because I'm sitting there and it's like, oh man, I had all these pieces. I was so excited.
You see that? You see this? You see all this glory?
Yeah. And then the opponent is kind of like whatever, and I can feel them just like checking out. They're pulling away. They're like,
they're grabbing the mat, the slips in hand. They're already on the other side of the table, and you're still going.
Yeah. That's when you start hearing them kind of sit there and they're like, oh wow, that's crazy.
Damn, that's crazy.
Man. But by the time you hear 3 that's crazies,
that's when you know
I've had to learn it. And for all you out there, if you hear your previous opponent say that's crazy 3 times, You're
It's
done.
done.
That's
It's
the
done.
third
Just
strike. You're
that's
done.
that's when you
Move
put the
on.
chair in, you grab your stuff, and you don't even stay anymore. You just leave. Just don't even just end the conversation.
Yeah. Just go out and commiserate with the rest of your friends who are probably also
Exactly.
O2, because that's been me. I've been the
Yep.
guy that goes out into the hallway and
Oh
commiserates
yeah.
with my
Oh,
friends who are all
I
O2.
remember when Fuzzy Paradox, who's currently or was casting EU this morning, but when
Yes.
Fuzzy made you discard your whole hand, you were going on about
Oh.
that for like 3 rounds.
Yeah,
You're like, you made me discard twice.
It also I'm being attacked by a cat. I apologize.
That's okay.
It's one of those things too, because like it was just so shocking to me because I had never seen it before. Just sitting there like, oh, I'm on grade 2. I have 6 cards in hand, and I'm like, oh, I'm on grade 2. I have no cards in hand.
Yeah, so to give a small interaction in premium, there's this funny thing where you could just make your opponent discard and tie witness that. Basically, is
Yep.
the short thing.
It was banned for a reason. We'll just say
Never got
that.
banned.
But
But
I
looks like
think I think that's a good card fight etiquette little segment there, and it
yeah.
seems like we have our standings at the ready, so we can go
Oh.
ahead and see how things have shaped up over the last course of the round. Our undefeateds are slowly becoming slightly defeated. So, Orange, if you would like to take it away, we can kind of go through
Sure.
our
We
top
should have
10
2
here.
pages, so I'll just go through these 10 and throw it back to you here. So we have Thomas still in first, and then we got Chiba Choose in second, and we got Setsu in third, Mana in fourth. We got YL, which could also stand for yellow because we have a yellow later on.
It
too.
could also be you lose,
Or
which
you
is what
lose.
I would choose personally.
Yeah, you know what? That's valid. You're right. And then we have Bamboo in 6th. We have Kono Fair in 7th. We have Driz Zach in 8th. We got Saram in 9th. Yellow, who we did see earlier popping out through, still holding strong in 10th. And then let's roll into the next 10 to see how the X1s are doing. Or maybe we don't have a second.
We don't have those.
We're not looking at the X1s anymore. We're stopping at the top 10.
We're only focusing on XO and slightly below.
Yeah, slightly.
If you are not XO, you are not being considered by us anymore. I hate to say, I apologize. It's just the way it shakes out. That's okay. Just try harder.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's just the undefeated, and as you said, the slightly less undefeated.
Slightly less undefeated, yeah. The slightly defeated.
Still though, hello.
Cat he also has a lot to say apparently.
Yeah, he's also thinking about what kind of rogue decks are out there.
Yes,
that's what he's thinking. But I was gonna ask you actually, just out of curiosity, if you were to build a lyrical deck, what lyrical deck would you want to build?
That's a good question. Because when lyrical came out, was it the end of 21? Has it already been that long that lyrical came out? Wow. I built a handful of decks because I mentioned earlier how I loved the Kyrie build. That was kind of like a hybrid build.
The Ghost Gem build, yes.
I do kind of have a soft spot for Kyrie still, but I also at that time, I also went in on Clarissa. Now, unfortunately, I don't know if Clarissa is too hot right now, but I do enjoy my Dragon Girl. So maybe just based on just my familiarity and fondness of the Dragon Girl, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I won't win too many games, but I'll have fun looking at the cards.
Well, hey, you may not be seeing the Dragon Girl, but the profiles are up. There might be
all
other
right. Let's see
dragons
what we
in
got.
sight.
What we got going into round 6? Round 6?
PBO!
Hey, there we go.
Okay, maybe this time.
This time for real, actually.
But this is where PPO is back. This list is a little different. It's running actually the Cycler cards. I'm not gonna break down everything again, but long story short, you want the new PPO, you want the old PPO for the crit, you want the Blaster Darks, Emmeline, the Emmeline promo, and the other promo to basically go through your deck and also let Blaster Dark perform drive checks. You'll notice that this build actually runs more Blaster Darks, less Javelins, and there's one grade 1 that's on there. This is the 10k booster that I was talking about. Basically gets 10k if there's nothing in its column, so it's an 18k booster.
Gotcha.
So,
Yeah,
yeah.
this is I can't tell if it's just the PG or the alt PGs that are kind of throwing me off, but it does seem like the build is slightly different. And I think after hearing your explanation of the previous PBO that we got to look at the build of, but not on stream, I feel like that the extra blaster dark is probably what I would do as well. Having, especially with as much as Shadow Paladin loves to hinge on Blaster Dark, just for my own comfort, I would definitely be bumping that up as well.
Yeah, it's pretty good because you can actually activate his ability multiple times. Like even just ride deck alone is one thing, but you can actually just call him and just retire some stuff if you get pushed early. So with that being said, you can just retire some more if you have the CB4. I will say this deck doesn't countercharge, so you want to be very, very careful with how much counter blast you're going through, but you can do some little retiring. So that's just how it is. But yeah, it's a very exciting deck, very cool to see, and yeah, we'll see what the other player will be like shortly here. But it looks like that build that we just saw might not actually be seen on stream today.
Seems like we got some things, some last minute changes happening, swapping around.
Yeah, it was like we have a little swapperoonie happening. So again, my soul.
2 rounds in a row, we're just teasing you with
yeah, I think this is just a tease. They're like, wow, Orange really wants to see this deck. It'd be crazy if we just teased her a little bit.
At the very least, I guess we at least got you to gush about it a little bit.
It's okay.
You know?
I got to gush for 2 rounds. But
who knows?
Okay.
Maybe there will be somebody popping up who will be playing PBO.
I think there's just an easy solution to this. We just it'll just be in top 8.
Yeah, there we go. Top 8. We'll see it tomorrow. We'll see it tomorrow.
We'll have to see. But looks like we do have another deck to potentially be looking at here. We'll wait a little bit, but for the time being. But anyway, while we're waiting here, we can just go back to our lyrical discussions, or actually maybe like you were talking about how you want to build Clarissa. I actually really love Kyrie myself, and every single time I try to make her work, I cry a little bit because for some reason that deck just makes me check blinks all the time. So I just accept that's just Kyrie doesn't want to be my friend. So instead, I play Fortia, where you just make friends for you. So,
there you go. Nice little friends pun there.
Yeah, there it is. So we do have one list that we can look at here. It is very exciting.
I think we got our game refinalized for this round.
Yes, and this is Zorga. And funnily enough, so interesting thing about Zorga. So this is Mask Zorga, but in the ride line, you'll notice that even though it's a green border, this is the red Zorga. And most run blue actually for the defensive here, but Alchemagic, which also is a very, very, very aggressive Zorga player. This is I don't think they play anything else. So
yeah, no, this is definitely a name I've seen pop up before.
yeah, this is the Zorga lover right here. So they got a lot of Zorga going on, and they always make some wild lists. And I'll use, Zorga's one of those decks where like you build it how you play. And Alchemagic is exactly the definition of that. You will pick up this list and not be able to play it, but Alchemagic will show you how to play it the right way, and it'll always work for them. So very, very, very cool list here. Just to highlight a couple of things, we got the Mask, obviously, which lets you Persona ride when your opponent's on grade 3. We are running the Elwith to the Elwith is my favorite card by far in this deck because it gets you a Dragon Tree marker and gets you an Order to Hand, which is exactly what Zorga wants. We got the red Zorga being played to discard, add more aggression, add the extra 5k. We got the Bull being played, the grade 1 that kind of helps you find orders more. We are running the Borrow Mushrooms, one of my favorite cards, another crazy card in this deck too. Keel for the multi-attacking. I'm sorry, I'll keep going, but if you have anything you want to add to this, go for it, because I can sit on this deck for hours too.
I have Zorga is my favorite deck that I don't fully understand, if that makes sense.
Okay.
I play it. I've played it before, mostly just borrowing from friends, and I think, like you said, 100%. It definitely has that aspect of it, of like building it how you want, and you are able to kind of like I could pick this deck up and have no idea what I'm doing, but Alchemagic play it flawlessly.
Yep.
I've played Zorga a handful of times. I very much enjoy it. I love the way it plays. I love just the way it focuses on the orders and doubling those up. And what I think is interesting about Zorga 2 is that because they have the mask order, like Zorga just kind of has like built-in support for playing orders and getting to orders, so you're able to get to that more quickly than potentially other decks that don't have the same sort of like searching and filtering that Zorga has.
Yeah, exactly. And we do have here the next deck. And lo and behold, it
Here it
is
is.
the boogeyman. It's here. We're getting closer and closer to the rounds. We're starting to see, the Gandiva's back, and this is Gandiva. We've talked about it. Now you're about to see it officially
See it in action.
And actually, this is gonna be a very interesting matchup here. Just to quickly break down, this deck just runs a bunch of binding cards that let you draw and retire your opponent's board. So that's kind of the main focus of the deck. I don't think we have time to break down everything, but I do want to highlight the Meteor Flare Dragon in here. It's actually an anti-pick into like Ava type decks.
Yep.
Forces your opponent to basically lose some of their abilities, which makes Obscurates cry a little bit. So just something to focus. And I want to focus on the dragon there. I think we're going into the match here, but the dragon in there, that's the on hit with retired draw, is actually also very good. It's a mirror matches and just in general farming hand a little bit. And now we get to see the action. I'm so excited. Are you excited, Ty?
I'm reasonably excited.
Reasonably. I'm excited. I actually think this is a very interesting matchup, especially.
Definitely.
I think it's a hard. You really need to play this out carefully. Luckily enough, Zorga doesn't care about retire as much. They kind of like their stuff getting removed. So,
yeah.
So usually
puts it right back into the toolbox that is your drop zone.
Exactly. And we saw that mushroom come out early here. So just getting those tokens nice and ready, where we are not messing around. Oh, we are already going for the order play. We are already deck thinning. That is resentment. The order that we just saw, you Soul Blast, look at top 3 mandatorily. You mill something, and then you can choose to call something out. So again, just a really good start here. This is like peak Zorga play right here when you get the double tokens. If Alchemagic was going second, this would be even crazier because you can actually start poking with the tokens too. And it's just and if you have dragons, it just gets even crazier. So very interesting start. And then we saw the mill come out. This was the sweets, as for short, as Zorga players like to call it. Just another little you can stack your top basically. So just a very fun little order.
See another mushroom coming down too. After that Flagberg round, I am such a huge fan of that mushroom card now.
Dude, wait, I'm gonna briefly mention it. Wait till you see the card of premium. Oh
lordy.
It's good. Oh, also some fun facts. So I forgot to note this, but so the tokens actually negate the ride deck for Gandiva. Gandiva is forced to discard now. That's actually why, or part of why Alchemagic is choosing to call the cards so early, because now the Gandiva player can't. They usually you ride for free, but now you can't. So
very interesting. That's very true, and that's just like a small little incremental bit of advantage that may not be as big of a deal now, but can definitely just pay dividends later on down the line.
It can make the difference. That is 2 cards. I don't remember the exact ride line effects. I'm not a Gandiva player, but I know for a fact usually you would have to discard otherwise. So that they're not farming as much hand early, which means when those dragons start coming out, it's gonna be a lot harder to block.
Oh yeah.
And also you're giving out more information about what your mulligan has been, which is also just makes it, if you're like, when you're in competitive scenes like this, every card that is visible matters. And here we have the Tearful Malice coming through off of the Shadow Cloak, sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, the deck knowledge is for a game like Vanguard especially is something that is super important, especially as you go through the game, because at a certain point most of the cards in your opponent's hand will end up being public knowledge just based on virtue of the drive checks. So if I think like what separates good players from the truly great players are the ones who are able to kind of keep a mental catalog of what they're seeing come and go in and out of their opponent's hands, so that way they know when to go in and when to capitalize on certain situations.
So here we had the resentment order resolved one more time. The Mushroom went to so you'll notice that Alchemagic didn't call tokens. Why? Because we're going to be reviving a card, and I believe a dragon might be coming out too. I don't remember if I saw the discard correctly, but I think there will be a dragon coming out. So we're going to have a pop-off turn here. So calling out another Mushroom and then calling
Wow.
out the dragon here. And look
Wow.
at this beautiful turn to Zorga play right here. This is actually pretty wild, and using the Shadow Clerk's ability to just add extra power. They can't bounce here, but they can still get power. So again, using the mushroom again to get another token out.
Wow.
This is peak Zorga gameplay right here. This is what I'm
Absolutely.
talking about.
Wow.
This is what I'm talking about. Oh my
This
gosh,
is one
beautiful.
thing that I love about like
Thank
drop
you.
zone focused decks as well. We see
Uh-huh.
is that a crit or a heal?
That was a heal. That was a heal.
Heal, gotcha. But that's one thing I love about drop zone focused decks is just the utility of kind of being able to like cheat out cards that you normally wouldn't have access to until later in the
Exactly.
game. Getting even bigger early pressure is so huge. It's not often in Vanguard that you see somebody on their second turn with a full board.
Yeah, exactly. And what's crazy here is we just watched Suri go to 3 damage. And keep in
Yeah.
mind, next turn it's gonna be Zorga with dragons on the board again.
Yep.
So a more pressure, you can easily 3 to 6 there. It gets very scary. So you have to be careful here.
Definitely.
They can choose to figure out where to swing, but Zorga can play without counterblast, by the way. They don't need it to play it. So we'll have to see. So they're choosing to pass turn here.
Yeah, I think we saw an Elementaria
Yes.
on the drive check there. So that's very good knowledge to have going forward. See the Grave Zorga coming down. Looking over some drop zone decisions by the looks of it.
Yes. So here we have going into the red. So red works a little interestingly. You can discard a card, then Soul Blast to bring back an order to hand. And that way you can perform Alchemagic this way. And then also if you do Alchemagic, you get that 5k front on top of that.
What's because I see a lot of Zorga decks kind of like running the blue Zorga as well. What are there like advantages to running one over the other?
So blue lets you revive, kind of like we were talking about the revival earlier. It's also not reliant on soul as much, and that's why we want to utilize the counterblast for that, because that way you can keep the soul healthy. But it's also just like it just depends on sort of how you play. Some do value the red one because it's more aggressive. The discards can be a little costly in some situations, as we're noticing here. Alchemagic's hand is a little on the unhealthier side, but we've been putting a lot of pressure, so that's kind of what it's making up for. But ideally, though, it's mainly the revival. You just counterblast revive something, you can basically just save yourself in like very weird situations. But at the same time, you can't perform Alchemagic as easily. You kind of have to draw into your pieces, and that's where the red one comes in handy, because the red one lets you directly get an order back from the drop zone to hand. So then you can perform Alchemagic. And notice here, we got the Malice and we got the Resentment Order. Both don't require any counterblast to play. So we can easily still play the game on 0 counterblast.
Double dragons coming down now too.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is much more aggressive than I personally probably would have expected coming from a Zorga player. But then again, maybe I just haven't played Zorga nearly enough.
But here we have, so we are going in here. Those dragons do have crits on them. So it's gonna get, this is pretty aggressive here. You're only on grade 2.
I think this is exactly what you want to do going against Gandiva as well, just because it's not until they get on Gandiva that they're really gonna start doing a lot of the plussing that they'll want to do. So going in and going hard early, I think is just the 100% correct decision. To be able to try and just kind of cut off your opponent before they can really get any momentum on their side. You're just stealing the momentum for yourself before your opponent even gets a chance at it.
Yeah, exactly. I agree here.
Ooh, OT dropping down. Wow, it's a very, very desperate maneuver there too, because you got to think you don't always necessarily want to show your opponent that you've seen your OT. That's kind of good knowledge to kind of like, hey, could still be in the deck, and maybe make your opponent make some less than optimal guarding decisions. But I think is that I can't quite tell what that is coming down.
So that is Best Harvest.
Okay, it is Best
being
Harvest.
used here.
Okay.
So and now they are doing the
Very
top
good
5.
card.
So yeah, Suri is targeting basically the 3 and the 0 here.
Yep.
I don't know what that top 5 is looking like, but it looks like we did get a 0 and a 3, which for Alchemagic, that's perfectly fine. You want those
Yep.
dragons gone, so not
So
really
you can
hurting
call
too
them right
much.
back again.
Yeah, but for a Gandiva player here, being able to draw extra, bind extra now, the Best Harvest does proc every single time something's retired.
I think this is where Sri is gonna definitely. This is the big push to try and stabilize after a very aggressive early game, and this is just 100% what they need to do to try and just not get blown out as we see potentially a Zorga Mask come down on Alchemagic's next turn.
Yep, exactly. We're about to see quite a bit of. So this is the downside to the tokens, just a little bit. We're about to see a lot of retire happen here, which means Suri's about to get a bunch of card advantage. So this is the grade 3 that just came down. And what's crazy is if you don't bind, I believe you get to draw a card too. So I mean, if you don't retire, so you kind of get your resources either way. So this is I think we're gonna go in increments of 5 here, but for those that are unaware of Gandiva's skill, for every card bound like in your bind zone, it get the whole front row gets plus 2k, and then on the 5th bind it gets the Vanguard gets a crit. So and then this gets kind of gross here. This is Gandiva being Gandiva. So there's another bind coming in, just basically removing the board. Luckily, now Zorga does not care about removal. The draw does kind of hurt for that. You don't really want to see this much drawing happening, but in terms of the board state, it's usually okay.
Yeah, and Alchemagic definitely did a pretty good job of like pushing their opponent all the way to 4 before their Sri even got to grade 3. So and then also sitting on no damage at this moment as well. Probably feeling fairly comfortable, still in a fairly advantageous position, especially if we're going to be able to replenish that board next turn, which, you know, being a very drop zone focused build, I would hope so. But we'll just have to see. Let's see.
So here we have, just to highlight the grade 2 over there.
The Brachio Force.
Yeah, when it hits, you can retire it to draw a card, and it hits anything, so you can kind of just like pressure your opponent with rear guards. That's swinging to rear guards as well. So,
and I think this is also just even more farming, because you can just swing at Vanguard. If the opponent lets it hit, then you're retiring another rear guard, which is going to result in a draw from the Brachio Force, and then probably another draw off of that Best Harvest as well. PG coming down to prevent that from. Oh, this is guarding the Vanguard, actually. I think that's a Persona Ride coming into hand, though, so that's also good knowledge to keep in mind.
Exactly.
I think that's the Brachio Force swinging in now. Definitely getting guarded. Cannot fault that at all.
Yep. Taking 1 damage.
Alchemagic taking its first damage of this game.
Yeah, exactly.
Like 5 or something.
Yeah. We do have a shot here. We have the mask and drop, so we do have a shot at trying to get into that Zorga mask, spice to truly elevate the deck here. I did not see a Q yet, which is the multi-attack extension, but we can still. So this is what's the highlight of red Zorga here. So you can still Soul Blast at kind of Alchemagic. If you actually get stuck on blue here and you don't have an order in hand, you actually sometimes can Alchemagic. And yeah, so here we're actually seeing the grade 1 come through, which says Soul Blast, Counter Blast, and you can bring an order back to hand as well. It has to be a normal order, and it's actually a mandatory effect. If there's an order in there, you have to grab it. So if it's your only order in your drop zone, you have to grab it. So, but you can also get the Dragon Tree markers with it as well, with an on place for a CP. So very, I like this card a lot. It's a very fun card to use.
When I was playing my friend's Zorga build, that card put in a lot of work for me in the game. So definitely exactly. Not surprised at all to be seeing that here.
So here we're Alchemagicking with the mask. I'm probably gonna grab. I'm not too sure exactly which order we're gonna grab here, but I think ideally the resentment might be pretty useful. But I think Alchemagic is thinking sort of what the best approach here, because this is when Zorga gets hard. Like this is the turn where it gets more difficult. You have a lot of options, a lot of approaches, And yeah, I did see the Tearful Mouse in there too. Tearful Mouse is actually another play. You can call another card to the board and then retire both the grade 1 and the card and perform that. But we'll see.
Yeah, this is where the decisions are getting made now.
Yeah, we're seeing the thinking happening in Alchemagic's side.
Yes, exactly.
So, but I can understand this. This is a hard choice here. So the mask is in hand. You want to get to Zorga in time. You have the Tearful Mouse in your drop. I'm not too sure if the resentment order is in there as well. I do know that the Frog Sweets order is in there. However, there's one counterblast face down, so that cannot be used here. So I think that the approach here is you use the mask order since it's free and use the Tearful Mouse since it's free, but you have to neg yourself a card for it. So it's kind of like, what is the right choice here?
Yeah. So, Definitely. Whenever you have like a lot of different decisions to kind of parse through, is definitely when things get tricky. Especially because we are in round 6. Your decisions carry a little bit more weight for you, probably mentally, because you're wanting to. You've made it this far. You probably want to keep going in all likelihood. So it gets to be pretty tricky around this time.
So we are
guessing and second guessing.
Yeah. So here is what I was thinking was going to happen was this is indeed the mask order into the Tearful Mouse, forcing to have to call the card from hand, which was a little unfortunate because that is 15k shield that we just lost there. But you can countercharge now. Though we did whiff on the order, but you can countercharge, you can draw an extra card, and you get a free soul out of this too. So hopefully, maybe that additional draw might be it here. Maybe that'll be the way to get into Zorga Mask. We'll have to see. Either way, you want to Alchemagic just to
Zorga's gonna Alchemagic, right?
Yep, that's what we're doing here. That 5k front will happen here as well, so that'll be very nice to use. I am curious about what that draw is going to be because this was what matters here. So then, and then the Tearful Mouse is going to get bound, and then we have the counter charge. Now, what can we do with this one counter blast? The dragons do come out here as well, which is really good pressure as well too. So
absolutely, especially after pushing Sri all the way to 4, those dragons are going to be pretty huge, and especially because sitting at 4 damage. Don't necessarily want to have to say no guard on the Vanguard. It's a very uncomfortable position to have to be in. So, but with all the drawing that happened last turn because of that best harvest, may, depending on the quality of those draws, may or may not be that big of a deal. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I agree. So this looks like so that is a 2 because that's 20k shields. That's 33. So we do have one critical trigger, so we're going to stack it on one of these beautiful dragons here.
Yep,
making
as you should.
Yeah, makes so each side is what, 15, 25, 35 for that side. The other side should be 25 for 2 damage. If I'm doing my math right here, one does have an additional crit on it here. So
so we're swinging for I think this one swinging now has 3 crit on it.
Yes.
So. A little bit scary depending on what's in hand here. Looking like there's a little bit of debate on what to guard with.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. I was expecting that the hand doesn't look that small, but it actually looks like they might be short.
That's what happens, because sometimes drawing cards always good, but depending on the quality of those draws.
Yep, exactly.
And then it can also be a matter of of like, oh, do I hang on to my pieces or do I guard with this? Oh, and there's the Elementaria coming down.
Yeah, that also works.
All right. Sri living to another turn here.
Yeah, luckily enough for Alchemagic, they're sitting at 1 damage, so I think it can soak up some more.
Definitely. The hand is looking a little thin for sure, but when you're sitting on 1 damage at this point in the game and your opponent's at 4, you're still probably feeling pretty okay at this moment.
So I think here, did we see a persona? I'm not too sure. Not that we need it.
Don't know if we did, which is curious because I think I saw a persona get pitched for the Sanctitude. So it might have been a situation of better to just ditch a card that doesn't have shield value than to hang on to the persona, or we already, it looks like we had a persona. Okay, we did have a persona, right? So that's why had extra persona, more than enough personas in hand.
Okay, we're good. We got the extra 10k power. We got some more power. Just easy. Easy stuff here. So now we got to think. We didn't see the multi-attacker come through yet. We might see it here. Sometimes Gandiva players tend to hold off on it a little bit, and then kind of like on their persona turns, or like when the bind's a little bigger, they just kind of get more and more aggressive with it.
Let's see, kind of setting things up.
Yeah,
now.
this is the we have it on the board on the screen here too. So this is the card I was talking about. The counterboss can be a little costly. You kind of have to be careful with the CB there. So that's why some Gandiva players tend to like not instantly drop the card down. You also only have 4 copies of it in the deck. Once you run out, you can run out of steam pretty quickly, and you want to utilize those big numbers on multi-attacking there.
Yeah, that alpha. Is that Alpha Car or Alpha Gar? I can't quite tell if that's a Q or a G, but that's all right. Like you said, that gives that multi-attack, but it putting itself into the bind zone face down too is also just going to fuel your front row even more with Gandiva's skill with those bound cards. So only positives for that card with Gandiva.
Yep. And we did see, I believe that was a heal that came through on Alchemagic side. Another heal, but none of them proccing, but still 33k base right there. And actually, I don't think I noticed, but I actually think that heal was one of the newer ones. I could be wrong, but I thought I saw a glimpse of a different art there. So here we have, this is the multi-attacker, top 5. You can call anything, shuffle the rest. Basically just extending some attacks here. We'll have to see what we've seen quite a few targets, so let's see what comes out here. I think that's the Meteor Flare Dragon that's on the board now, which I'm not too sure exactly if it matters in this matchup specifically.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything that you specifically want to target with Meteor Flare that you couldn't target with your numerous other retire options in the deck.
Yeah, exactly.
But still, a retire is a retire, right? So
it loses all continuous abilities, and they cannot gain them. That's actually really interesting.
Especially I can't resist to make the premium application, but like resist is a continuous skill, so being able to get around that is very, very big.
I know it's big into obscurate type decks. I'm not too sure if in Zorga it matters, but still. So here we have the other multi-attack part. So I have one more coming through. So nice 5-attack turn. Alchemagic's hand is looking a little small here, so this is going to be quite a pickle. If we have a PG somewhere in there, it's very useful here, because that Vanguard has a crit on it. These numbers do start getting kind of magic-y. Like sometimes it's 37, but sometimes it's like 39. You're like, ah.
Yeah. Let's see what we have happen here. I almost wonder, depending. As risky as it is, maybe just say no guard, because like we mentioned, that hand is pretty thin, and sitting on 3 now, I don't know. It's a very sticky situation to be in. Gotta navigate this very carefully.
I think the drive check's gonna really carry here. So even on the assumption that you PG the Vanguard, those 2 rears are huge.
Yeah,
they're asking for at least 2 cards if I'm looking at the board state correctly here. So. I don't know the exact how many are bound, but if that's 9, then that's an 18k front, and then if there's a Persona 2, that's another stack going in. So it looks like we're doing. Oh yeah, that's right. We did hit double defenses.
Yeah,
here.
we did.
So
we did hit double
defenses. Too much trouble, but we do have a heal coming through here, so that'll change the course a little bit.
Tempo kind of swinging the other direction now.
Yeah, putting the Gandiva player back at 3 damage after taking that really aggressive early rush.
Yep.
So, and we are sitting at a 33k base here. So,
definitely very handy there.
I think that was a 2 to pass. I thought that was 20k shield, so that was a 53.
Yes.
So it looks like that was a 2. So thinking through all the resources, keep in mind the bind zone is face down, so it's not public knowledge anymore.
Yep.
So something to keep in mind. So you got to keep the mental track of that. And that is another trigger.
Wow.
So that is a draw trigger, putting all effects. That's 2 damage. That is another defense.
Wow.
Now we're 43k base. Because there's a mask as well.
There goes a mask damage.
That is a wall, though. That's almost as big as a
very big wall. I don't even know if all of Gandiva's. Oh wow. Maybe. Swinging at the
the dragon.
I'm not sure if that's necessarily the best thing to do here.
I actually think that was the thing to do with a 2-card hand. We don't know what's in the hand. Well, with the
Right.
2-card hand, it makes it so you can't abuse Tearful Malice as easily. And I actually think that in that situation, you want to do that. And everything still needs to be blocked if it still hits over,
Yep.
as we just saw there.
Yep.
So now this top deck's going to really matter. All
Let's
right,
see.
because now Tearful Malice is way less
Ooh,
useful.
doesn't look like we're
if that
getting
makes
any
sense.
Mask Zorga.
We might. We'll have to see here.
Oh.
We're still Soul Blasting, discarding a card, grabbing an order to hand. We can still Alchemy Magic. We still have another shot at a top 5 here, which is exactly what we're doing. So here we're using Sweets. Sweets does help you dig a little bit. So first ability, we got the top 5 going here. And after that, we'll have Sweet's ability activate. There has to be a mask at this point. There's no,
oh no, not like this.
So, yeah, so now we have Sweets, again, another potential top deck, since you can draw a card, and then after you draw a card, you look at top card, and you can choose to leave it on top, and you can discard it. Usually if it's a dragon, you discard it. If it's a trigger, you obviously want to leave it on top.
Right.
So
Little
we'll have to
bit
see
of
here.
foresight knowledge there.
Yep, exactly. So this will be interesting. Or, any other normal unit that you don't really
Right.
So so we got the draw here, choosing to leave it on top. So chances are it is probably a trigger if I had to take a stab. So the dragons are back out.
Yep.
One thing that's
Getting
nice
them back
about
out.
this is that even though we don't have the Zorga stuff happening, we at least still have the dragons applying pressure every turn. The numbers are still relatively big. We got that 5k front. So
reminds me of another dragon that's kind of a skull dragon in another format here.
My favorite dragon, you mean? I wish that dragon had crits on it.
Right? Oh man, I'm glad it doesn't.
What do you mean? It's so balanced.
Fair and balanced.
I say that smiling. So let's see. We got the PG coming down.
Yeah, I was
this
gonna say, I think it's a PG. Understandable.
It's a magic number too. Oh, there's the stack card. Shockingly enough, it is indeed a trigger.
Who would have thought that would have been a good thing to stack?
Yep. And then, so again, basically the same exact shield values are coming out again. We have the dragon with the 3 damage on it. We got the other dragon with the 2 damage on it.
Here's another
so one is lethal, one is not. Yes. And then here we have the 2 damage dragon. I think here, with being at 3 damage now,
I think you just take it. Yep. And that's exactly what's happening.
So there we go. I don't see any defenses or anything like that. There might be. I'm not too sure about that last card, but it looks like that is Alchemy Magic's turn. So now we're Persona riding, getting kind of close to the deck there.
Yeah, I almost wonder if it would have been better to not give
the
damage.
Gosh.
Oh, another best harvest.
I see what you mean, because but I don't know what the back row card is, but if they have the if Suri has the counter charger in hand, doesn't matter too much. But yes, I'm with you on that. That deck is getting kind of small too, so best harvest is a little scary.
Yeah, a little bit.
But it's okay. It's okay. I think this might be the official push turn here.
Yeah. I mean, you don't really need cards left in deck if you've already won, right? So,
Exactly.
Sometimes it's just the move to just leave everything on the table.
So let's see here. So again, these numbers just got even bigger, because now I believe that is a 14 card bind zone, which means that's a 28k front row. And then we have Persona, which is a 38k front. So that is very, very gross. And that, I believe, was that's damage 5 or damage 6 there.
I think that was damage 6.
Yeah, but I believe so too. I think that just concluded the game.
Yep.
So,
I mean, understandable when you're sitting across the table from a Gandiva player who has the 14 cards in bind zone. Like you said, making that 28k, and then a Persona right on top of it. You're the whole front row, 38k, and then if any multi-attackers on top of that, they're coming in, they're also gonna have that 38k. It's very, very scary, and I think that's really why Gandiva is so strong, is just because
the late game,
and it just doesn't have a lot of weaknesses.
It's the same as Jet.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. You just build and build and build. You farm up hand. You're able to do just so much with that just lacking, like it's strength through lack of weakness, if that makes sense. That's kind of how I see it, and that's kind of why I mentioned earlier how it reminds me of Dungry, because Dungry was very same to me, where it's strength through lack of weakness, and that's why Gandiva is just such a monster of a deck.
I completely agree. That's kind of where the deck starts shining. That late game, just yeah, if you
Oh
notice,
yeah,
there was that heal that came through. I know I'm bringing it up, but those heals kind of that
it's
heal
it's
mattered.
huge. It's
It kept
huge.
one more turn in the game, and
Mhm.
it was just enough because then like as the game gets later, Gandiva scales even more, and then you have to
Yep.
sit there, and eventually the numbers become literally unblockable. I think in that situation, I'm not too sure if the OT was out, but I think Alchemagic's out was the over trigger there, and the deck
Yeah.
was getting smaller and smaller, higher
Yeah.
chance of checking the OT. I think it was like an OT or die type of situation, and I think that's why Alchemagic went, all
Yeah.
right, I'm taking the 6 damage.
Yep.
It's
Yep.
OT, I'm in. It's not,
Hand
I'm
was
out.
hand was pretty thin, but I think
Yeah.
that's just what we were able to see as well is like we said, Alchemagic hit the ground running. So
Yep.
like like if I remember correctly, went first, so wasn't able to
Yes.
attack first, but was just able
The
to
board.
still played like 3 or 4 cards just going first, and
Yeah,
then
yeah,
just
we
like
saw
had a
that mushroom.
massive board, was able to
Yep.
pushed the opponent to 4
Mhm.
before by the time they got to grade 3. But like we
Yeah.
saw, Gandiva was just able to stabilize. That best harvest came in, that full
Honestly, Best
board,
Harvest saved that entire early rush because
100%.
that was 5 cards on the board, and Best Harvest basically said, yeah, draw 5.
Yep.
And
Yep.
some. And I think the fact that that happened is the reason why Gandiva was able to stabilize off of that, which is
Yeah.
kind of like why the deck is so potent. It's like
Yep.
if you get punished for rushing, but then you also get punished for not rushing because if you don't rush, then they get free. They get to discard. They don't have to discard anymore for the rider,
Yeah.
right? So they're getting the cards back to hand. And then if you choose to rush, you're denying the cards back to hand. But guess what? Then they'll best harvest you and then get the cards back to hand
Yep.
anyway. You kind of become like in a lose-lose situation sometimes.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
doesn't
Damned if
always
you do,
go in the
damned if you
favor.
don't.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why that was we really did see Gandiva. Like I feel like if that was any other deck, it would
Yeah.
have been like it would have been
Probably.
way worse.
Probably.
Like they would have been barely keeping up. Even though I will say Alchemagic wasn't finding Zorga Mask, which I think would have swayed the game a
that
little bit
that
more.
definitely hurt
But
as
I think
well,
even
for sure.
without that, the deck would have probably be unless it was Ballista. Ballista is the only other deck that can stabilize pretty well.
Right.
But I think any other deck would have been like just crying, like, "Oh my gosh, I just lose here. I'm at 3
What am I
damage.
supposed to
I'm at
do?
4 damage. I did the rush, you know." So
Yep.
that two crit pressure
It
just
was
gets
it was a
so
very
high.
potent rush.
Yeah.
I love rush as a strategy, and I love seeing it. So I'm a little bit disappointed that it didn't cinch the win here. I'm always
Yeah,
rooting for the
yeah.
underdog. So
But it's okay.
but it's the way it shakes out sometimes. Gandiva, like it's a monster of a deck,
It's a reason
very
why it's
very
one of the best
strong.
decks. That we saw the stabilization there. But
Yep.
with that being said, we are going to go into a break before we go into the next round. So thank you so much for staying with us. Keep on watching. We still got more games to go. Bureau is not over yet, and we'll
2
be
more
switching
rounds.
over to Tony. So yeah, bye. See you
Take it easy,
soon.
everybody.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes.
Hello and welcome back. Now I have Toku with me today. So welcome back.
Thank you very much. I was very excited. Like, I think that last game we watched between Zorga and Gandiva. Unfortunately, Gandiva really showing why it is the powerhouse of the format there. But I think the way that Alchemagic played that matchup was very smart.
Yes.
I think it noticed that its win con was not late game. Its win con was to win as soon as possible before Gandiva gets to scaling. Because if I was to like plot both decks on a graph, Gandiva always goes up like this because as the bind zone gets bigger and bigger, Gandiva's power line will get bigger and bigger. However, Zorga and Alchemagic kind of like always like levels up like here. It will start higher than Gandiva, but will never get any higher. There's no scaling in that deck, unfortunately. So seeing the way that Alchemagic played and how it kind of took the game by storm, very aggressive in the early game, did not give Gandiva the ability to play early game as well. I think if we saw that mask come out and get the Persona ride and then go for that turn. I think that might have been the push required to get that 6 damage earlier before Gandiva was able to get that best harvest and restabilize on that. So props out to Alchemagic for playing it smart. Unfortunately, missing that one piece, but I think it was very insightful to kind of show off the kind of narrative between like the best deck of the format and how to play against the best deck of the format. So kudos to Alchemagic.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was very well played. I think playing basically to every out possible was the play there. So very well done for both players. Both players really played out really well. Overall, we're seeing some very close matches. It's been really a joy to see. We do have the standings, so we can actually see sort of how we're looking now. We're going into round 7, I believe. So we get to see what's going on here. If you want to go through the list.
Sure, I'll run off the first 10. We've got 3 more 6-0s to play with. So we have Zetsue Mana, YL, Konofair, and Thomas Quinn. Orange, why don't I have you run off the bottom 5 there?
Yeah, sure. We have Chiba, and then we have Dizak, and then we have Zahard, and then we have Romain Cardfight, and we have Derek Dow. And we're looking like 3 undefeateds now, and the rest are X1s. So it's getting kind of close.
Getting very close. This is the home stretch, everyone. If you're XO, you've pretty much clinched it, but bubbles can happen. So do your best to do your best. Derek Dow being able to sneak his way back into the top 10 again. Let's see if Derek is able to get that other 2 wins required to sneak into the top 8 so we can see him tomorrow. I'm also rooting for everyone I see there. I'm sure that there are going to be, like, out of these 10 decks, I'm sure we'll see some Gandiva. I'm sure we'll see some Ballista. But I am rooting for everyone, but most especially the ones who aren't on those 2 decks.
I'm just rooting for the best competition. So whatever deck you take,
I want to see a good story. I want to see a good story.
Yeah, exactly. You want to see that action. You want to see that intense play. What is there any other decks that is a PBO, because that's just going against me today? Any other decks you want to see on stream? Anything you're curious about?
Okay, maybe if I wish for PBO, it'll appear. It seems that whenever you wish for it, it won't. But if I wish for PBO to appear, that'd be nice. Because I still don't think we've actually seen Keter on stream yet, have we?
I don't think so. As far as I'm aware, I don't think we have seen Keter Sanctuary at all yet. So it would be nice to see a Keter deck.
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to see a Keter deck. I think there are some cool Keter decks floating around. Solarion, I think people called it the Cope Pope. But we also have a new Hexa Orb. We have Bastion. We have Minerva as well, which was what we both predicted to be one of the stronger decks of the format. So I'm surprised no mention of that. But however, sometimes people do get price gated by the promo. So hopefully we get to see some of the Keter. Is there any nations that we skipped out? Apart from that, I think we've hit mostly every other nation. We hit Brand, we saw Messiah, we saw Dark. Yeah. We definitely saw Darkstays. We saw a lot of Jet today.
We saw the Barrow too.
Yeah, despite it being hit, Jet is still very popular. We've got Lyrico, we've got Stoicheia in the flag burger. Shout outs to the burger boats.
Yeah, but we just saw Zorga, which is also Stoicheia.
Yes, we saw Zorga, which is also Stoicheia. Is there one that I'm missing? Dragon Empire we saw in both Gandiva,
and we saw Overlord.
Oh, we're gonna see a lot of Gandiva. So yeah, it's just Keter that we're missing. Come on, bring up the Keters.
We're about to see a deck here for round 7, so who knows? There you go.
It only took 7 rounds, but we finally have Keter. So I'm going to ramble on a bit because Hexa Orb was something I was very interested in, especially from set 1. I ended up going towards the Bastion side of things because nobody can resist the call of Alden's on-call to draw 2. However, Hexa Orb did get a new form in Aquamarine in DBT 10, which lets you Persona Ride over the original Hexa Orb to still get Persona Ride. You also gain a drive, and basically it makes the Persona Ride of Hexa Orb more consistent, and it makes it less taxing on the resources. So between Hexa Orb, Aquamarine, throughout the various sets, we've also been getting bits and pieces of Hexa Orb support. There was like a bear, and then we also have the Recycler in DPT-10 in Spiral Cutie Angel, that grade 2 there. Going to be able to Soul Blast, recycle it back to the bottom to draw a card, as well as the Cub, Gratias Gradale, to activate Persona Ride, which Hexa Orb Sorceress Aquamarine is so reliant on. So a lot of small pieces from very many different sets across the years to make Hexa Orb Aquamarine kind of a real deck as it is right now. And special shoutouts as well to that new grade 3 in Festival Collection in Divine Knight of Deeply Laid Stratagem Suggests, going to be able to not only play well in the Bastion deck, but also play really well in Hexa Orb, to be able to look at the top card of your deck, to decide to leave it on top or put it into Soul if you need the Soul, and then also if your opponent was to damage trigger on your turn, you can kind of negate that damage trigger because of his counterblast skill to become bigger and force more cards out of your opponent's hand. So he's already 23 by himself. You match your opponent, that makes him guard with a trigger plus another 10k to be able to guard that properly. So I'm very excited to see what kind of stuff our Hexamarine our Hexa Orb Sorceress Aquamarine, not Hexamarine, will be able to show to us today.
Whew, that was an encyclopedia you just whipped out. I will definitely say that you know more about this deck than I do, so props to you for that, because I'm clueless. I'm not clueless. I know what the deck does. I just don't know all the intricacies as much as you do. So here's deck 2. I could talk about this deck though. So I guess
all right, you ramble off. We've got WCC Kai, our fellow BRO commentator, this time playing Willista, not the Melista, just the normal Willista. Go ahead, Orange.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. So this is the other boogeyman that we haven't seen yet on stream today, actually. So we had Gandiva. The other end of it is actually Ballista here. So this is Ballista. This is a bouncing, just going through, drawing a lot, to bring cards back to hand with Uica type of deck. You have some restanding going on. You have the Ramona for the extra power. We got the gem engine here, so you get to put gems into Soul to draw a bunch of cards. You can look at top 5 call cards here. Just to highlight some of the stuff that's a little bit more important, we have the grade 1 blue Elvira. She lets you, the blue card, so she lets you basically just draw even more on turn 3 when you're on your Ballista turn. We got the Uica at max 4 copies here. We got the Cycler card. That's probably the biggest thing here, is the Cycler card, because a lot of people don't know, but that card activates when you are riding on Ballista's effect. Her effect on Ride says you can discard a card to then grab a gem. Well, guess what? You can discard the Cycler card, activate the Cycler card to the so much and draw. So just a nice little unique thing that I think is very new to Overdress. It's not something that with Cycler specifically people have been able to do, and every time you Persona Ride, you can actually keep doing this. So you can keep sending back the Cyclers, redrawing them, since Ballista does draw a lot, and basically just maximize the Cycler. On top of that, the Cycler also has a passive 5k front they can give if you Cataboss as well, which also makes it really good. So overall, just a very strong deck. We are running the blue OT in here. You can run the blue to kind of get a card back to hand, have the extra crit pressure, basically another critted deck, and then after that it's just fronts and crits, and you don't really want to run draws in this deck because you're going to deck out pretty quickly, so we're running the fronts instead. But it looks like we are about to go into the match, so we're able to see all this in action. So round 7, here we go.
All right, so we've got Bamboo on the left playing Keter Sanctuary. We know this one as the Hexa Orb Sorceress. And I apologize, not WCC Kai, just the Kai from Canada playing Willista. So it looks like Willista will be going first, discarding, it looks like the Cycle card immediately there. Very fast, and being able to... Oh, and a gem. Going to be able to cycle very quickly there.
Yeah, so basically what happened there was the Cycler went to the bottom to draw, which helps filter your hand a little bit. And then on top of that, we also played the gem, which lets you, like, when you play it, you just draw a card. So it basically lets you get rid of a shieldless card and get a better value card to your hand, finding personas faster, all that kind of stuff.
All right, Kai shows the trigger for an OT2 pass. Very good. No need to take early damage if you don't have to. And from hand, going to discard
the Elvira here.
Elvira there to go into the second Willista, and it looks like Bamboo did right into the Tier Square. Tier Square does need a counterblast to be able to get a draw one off of its right skill. Now, in this situation, I think it's okay to give the counterblast because drawing one blind is very low quality. The quality of that one counterblast advantage is not very high, so if I was in Kai's position, I would be okay to attack here.
Yeah, boss usually have a pretty good strong turn 2 play. You don't really want to miss out on it. And here, just to give a little bit of explanation, we had the Ballista grade 2 effect go off and the grade 1 effect. So on ride, you can put a card to soul to then find a gem, add it to hand. And then on top of that, if you play a gem, on the grade 2 ability says you get to draw a card. So basically the gem draws you a card, and then the grade 2 lets you draw an additional card. That's what we're seeing here, the draw 2. On top of that, the gem also actually says you give 5k. So the Vanguard is actually 15, which is another reason why you don't really want to miss out on this pressure. If you have the Romana here, she might be coming down here as well. That will also add pressure. There it is. That card itself gets 10k power. If you play both gems, the grade 1 does count as both gems here. We also have the Yuika coming down and yet another attacker. Since Yuika can bounce the card back to hand, we are rushing. Yeah, we are rushing.
Yeah, gonna call down the Yuika, gonna force cards out of their opponent's hand. That is a crit out, especially with one of the effect crits that is gonna be able to prevent one soul from the Hexa Orb side of things. And then, yeah, just with so much power across the front row, this grade 2 turn is crazy. We see the crit, we do see a defensive, heal. That is live, so that is good. We are going to see
that still hits. It's 30.
My gosh. Yeah, that still hits, even
barely.
with the double defensive.
Yup, just even through a double defensive, that just shows the power of a turn 2 Ballista play, which is what we just saw. Ideal is double Ramona, but one is fine too. So
we are going to see the ride into the Pentagleam. So off of Tier Square, we get to Counterblast, draw 1, but that's pretty much it. The quality of plussing is low. We swing here with what I believe to be Effulgent Wizard, which lets us check top card and either leave it on top or put it into Soul if our Vanguard is still standing. So based on the fact that we left it on top, I'm expecting maybe a draw or a heal trigger. Ideally, it's a heal trigger. And ideally, I think what's good about Ballista is I'm looking at most of the effects, and everything there seems to be kind of like devoid of counterblast. So 0 counterblast, 1 counterblast. I think you're happy to play it whichever way.
Yes, exactly. So here we have another cycler. This card low-key carries this deck so hard. It's not even funny. So just getting it's nuts.
Like, Ballista looks like a deck to build a lot of soul between its on plays and between like riding from the right deck. You have a lot of ways of discarding. So even if you draw into another copy of the Recycler, it's probably more live than it is dead most of the time.
Exactly. And then here we have the on-place Ballista skill also activating, discarding the crit to bring back the gem to hand. And now we're activating the gem that was in soul. You usually want to activate the one soul first, because if you get any Elvira's, you'll be able to draw extra cards when you play gems. And actually that top 5 was really good, grabbing a Yuika and an Ophelia. Ophelia going first is very powerful here because she can restand herself regardless of what grade your opponent's on. Whereas the gem who also restands something, your opponent has to be on grade 3 or greater. So in this situation, we do still get our 4 attacks, and we have the Yuika in the back to then bounce the Ophelia back and then do it all over again next turn.
Yeah, so I'm seeing some crazy damage coming out on this turn 3 as well. Like, the counterblast being here used for Ophelia, and if I recall correctly, because we soul blasted Crossing Illumina Rays, which is countered as both of the gem names, Ophelia gets both of its effects out. So that's on turn 3, 28k restand. That is crazy.
Well, she's 13, and then she'll get plus 15k power, and then she'll be 28. So you can actually like go in boosted here, choose, and then you can actually, if you want, you can bounce her here. You don't have to, but you can go in boosted for the extra pressure, and then she'll restand for 28. So, which is a magic number, by the way, unless you run fronts. So here we have. By the way, the Vanguard's huge. The Vanguard is usually a PG or
yeah, because Ballista also gets 15k herself as well.
Yep, and the gem also gives another 5k, so she's 33 on her own.
Oh my god.
41. Yeah. Very disgusting.
The game just started. Yeah. Where are these numbers coming from?
It's just the power of Ballista.
Okay.
So that is a double defensive, which is actually very, very needed here. This is probably the easiest way to kind of slow down the turn. So now the Ophelia actually can't hit anymore. She'll be 28. Unless there's a trigger power on her. I'm not too sure where the trigger power went, but if the trigger power, she'll still hit, which I think there is trigger power on her. But the other one, also gets the 15, by the way. She doesn't need the restand to get the 15 for both of them, so they actually both have 15k powers on them. So fun fact.
Okay.
So it's 28 plus the boost, so it'll be 31, so it'll just barely be hitting over.
Just barely. Imagine getting double defensive, your opponent just grade 3 road, You are double
you still have
defensive,
to
and your
guard.
opponent is still hitting you. That is,
Yep.
oh,
This is actually the
what is our
smart play
point,
here.
right?
This is smart here to do this because the 15k power is so massive. The fact that Kai called 2 makes it so that you have to take it, and I think that's another
Oh,
defense,
triple
just forcing the
defensive.
shutdown. Now officially, I think we're good now. I think being a 40k base is the official like no, you're not hitting Vanguard anymore. But we can get the rear guard here, which is exactly what happened. Whew, that was a really, really strong Ballista turn. It is crazy to
Ooh,
think that even through 3 defenses, it took a lot. It took
yeah.
a lot. And by the way, those were a lot of crit triggers that were checked. And
Yeah,
Hexa
losing
likes
crit
some crits.
triggers as Hexa Orb is probably the most unfortunate trigger to be defensive checking. A lot of those crits you need to spread across your front row because of how big your front row will get. So losing out on those, or losing out on the fact that you potentially have crit pressure, could be really scary. So it looks like we were able to get the Spiral QD discard for the riding into the Hexa Orb, as well as the Pentagleam effect to let us stack our deck in which way we want, calling down the Octaray to counterblast 1 and check top 2 and add them into hand. And we get to then cycle 1 card back from our hand to the bottom of the deck with that Octaray effect.
That's actually really cool. I like that.
Ideally, we could have put it on top and then we could put heals back on top, but alas, we work with what we get. So we are immediately going to swing with the Hex Orb there after swinging with the Effulgent to be able to stack our deck somehow. We have a lot of top deck knowledge, and that's one of the reasons why I love this deck so much. It is very reminiscent of OTT back in V as well as Premium. So having these kind of effects where I am able to have full knowledge of my drive checks, know exactly what I need to do, where the power should go, is something I love a lot about Hex Orb.
Yep, exactly. So it looks like that was a 2 to pass, but she's opting to put it on the rear guards here.
Yeah, finds a crit and finds what looks to be another copy of Spiral QD. So Spiral QD won't be able to get its ride face skill anymore. However, we do have a lot of Persona rides. We do know about the Aquamarine that we did drive check very early. And then here comes an attack from what looks to be the Octaray. Or is that the replenishment? I think it's an Octaray.
Yeah.
Gonna go hit for 2 and then 1 last attack there.
So you kind of think here if it's worth to take it or not, because you can deny healing, or you can choose to guard it to kind of have the room to take more defenses. So this is gonna be an important turn here. We gotta find out if there's Persona or not. Persona's gonna, and there is a Persona. This is they're gonna be the game changer here. Another thing is actually taking the extra damage means you can play the Cycler for the extra 5k, but it's under circumstances that you can kill. So here you can choose to play the Cycler. So this is where the magic happens. Since it's on ride, you can Soul Blast, send it back, draw a card, and then on top of that, also pick up your gem. So that's what they're thinking right now, what they want to do. But it's kind of basically the Cycler comes as like a 2-for-1 is the best way to play it.
Yeah, like Soul Blasting the gem, being able to put it back into Soul immediately, get the draw anyways.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like they're thinking about some stuff here, but usually when you on ride with Ballista, you can still activate the Cycler here, and I don't know if they might be actually checking the rulings. I see. So it looks like they're trying to figure out what gem to grab specifically, because you can't grab the same gem you Soul Blast because it's not in the interaction yet, which makes sense. But you can grab other gems. So yeah, as long as you grab another gem, you're fine. Yeah. So we grab the gem and you get the draw. So for the value of 1 discard, you get back, you bottom deck, you draw a card, and you get a gem. So it's a very, very good value.
So this is a really scary turn because we know that Kai has both Ophelia still in rotation, one on the board that managed to survive, as well as the one that we bounced back last turn, including the Persona ride. These Ophelias are by themselves swinging at 23 first and then 38. That is a ridiculously huge number to deal with, and these are like the 5 attacks that could close out the game very quickly. However, it looks like Ballista's skill is going to find us 2 copies. I believe that's 2 Elviras. Am I correct there?
Yes, that's 2 Elviras, and again, fun fact, if you play the gem here, you draw 3 cards. They all proc, so Sometimes you gotta so that draw is actually mandatory. So sometimes what you want to do is you actually want to, if you feel like your deck's getting kind of low, you actually want to call over them so you don't draw too much. So there's just a
Yeah.
little Ballista knowledge there. I assume we're that grade 1 in the front is probably gonna get called over at some point. Might be now, so we're gonna draw 3 first, and then we're probably gonna call over that one. We'd
Draw
probably
1,
call
draw
better
2, draw 3.
target.
Very cool.
Yeah, just a casual draw 3, like, and then you have the drive on top of that. That's just like 5 cards on top of getting the free top 5. And here we have another Ophelia coming in. So again, now we're on the Persona turn. So these Ophelias just got a lot scarier. Now they're swinging for 23, restanding for 38. So,
And let's
Yuka
not
also
forget.
has the 5K.
Yeah, let's not forget that because we use Crossing Illuminaries with a Ballista and Soul, because the Persona ride, we get that double restand, correct?
Yes.
Or are we
yes,
going to get that
because you
double
need-
restand regardless?
You only get the restand for both if you have the Ballista and Soul. So you Soul Blast a Ballista, your opponent's on grade 3. If those conditions are met, you Counter Blast, Soul Blast, and then you get to restand something. So ideally here, you will restand one off of Ophelia's effect, and then you'll restand the other off of the Gem's effect. And that way you have the 5 attacks.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and considering this is a Persona turn, they also gain their own power, and then we just decked in 2 more cards out of deck, so there's a very high likelihood that those draft checks are going to be kind of spicy.
Yeah, trigger compression is going to be an all-time high here.
Unless it's possible that Kai drew into 3 triggers, which by the way happens a lot.
Sometimes you compress too hard, you draw all your triggers, and then
Yep.
you don't drive check. But that's statistics for you.
Yep, exactly. So interesting play here. One side boosting,
no
one
heal.
side not. And yeah, there are 4 damage now, and this is swing for 51, by the way. So again, a PG or take. Yeah, the 20k off of the gems effects. Persona is another 10k, and then the base was just 21, so it's 21 plus 30. So yeah, that's a 51 attack.
My goodness. There's the PG coming out.
There's the heal.
Okay,
Which, again,
luckily we took the damage.
Taking that damage might have helped, because that heal would have it doesn't matter too much right now.
And that's a crit. Okay, so there's one attack we can take safely, and one attack that is just way too big.
Yeah, one's a mandatory guard, and one you can take. So at this point, it's just a matter of, is there enough shields to guard that restanding Ophelia? And also, Ophelia's effect is a counter blast. You have to take the middle back row circle card and basically send it back and shuffle for the restand. So you can send back anything: PGs, Personas, over trigger, crits, heals, whatever your heart desires. You can send back to deck.
Fantastic. As if having to deal with 2 overtriggers wasn't fun enough.
You can guard with it and send it back. Actually, no, you can't do that.
But you can draw it and just say like, no, it's still in game.
Yep.
Right, here comes another big Ophelia swing where we have 2. So this one is the safe one.
Yeah, I was actually wondering, does it to rear guard.
Straight into rear, not giving Bamboo any counter blast to play with. Yeah, even though we have 3.
Yep.
All right. Come on, Bamboo, do what you can. Hopefully we have the Persona ride. There it is. Okay. Persona ride achieved. All
right. Does it does carry fast Persona. It has an extra drive because it's on Persona?
Correct. But it looks like we just have another Hexa Orb onto the rear, so not going to be able to get amazing effects out, which lets us fully stack. But if we do get a trigger here, we will be able to at least restand our rear guard Aquamarine. Yeah. So praying for 2 heals at the very least.
Yeah, that'd be useful. Well, depending on where, I'm assuming this is going to Vanguard, and it has a triple drive, so it's 23, and then you can also restand the other Hexa Orb. So very interesting stuff.
Yeah, and your triggers are also increased by 10. Okay, choosing to rear damage denial gaming.
Honestly, very smart here. Ballista has to have 2 CB open to do full combo, and there's usually people do not run counterchargers because none of them are really that crazy good in Lyrical. But the other thing is they kind of go against Ballista's engine, so we're just gonna have a vanilla turn here. You can still Soul Blast to look at top 5 and duel that, but no restanding will be happening.
Did we see another Persona ride there just now?
We did just see another Persona ride.
Oh my!
Yeah, Kai can farm another gem if he wants to for basically next turn, because they're not gonna be doing too much this turn. They're just going to have the board state and then just go in, but no restanding is happening.
Discarding another Cycler to get the gem back in your hand, not using the Cycler this time around, it looks like.
Yeah, sometimes the deck you can go through a deck for Ballista insanely fast, so sometimes it's a little risky to like go a little too crazy. So I think this is a safe bet here. So we're gonna look at top 5 again. We're actually gonna start running out of options here. A Romana would be really nice here. I don't know. I think we're almost out of Ophelias. So I don't know what this top 5 is gonna look like, but it might not be too pretty. It might be like, okay, there is one more. There is one more Ophelia. Well, is there another? Okay, the Cycler, that makes sense too. We have been sending back a bunch of Cyclers, and you don't really care where the Cycler goes as long as you could just it's just a deck thin at that point, which is a lot of times where this card starts popping up is in the back row center circle, since Ballista will still be 33, 43k anyway, so you don't really need the boost.
Yeah, and even if you don't get the resends of Ophelia, you activated like the big gem, right? So you should be able to still be 38 on the sides anyways, like going 33, 38, 38.
I don't think Ophelia's 50k activates unless you do the counterblast, if I remember correctly. I think you need to do the effect, but I could be wrong. But the Vanguard is still big, regardless. Well, I could be wrong on the 15ks here. I think the 50k activates after you do the effect of sending back the center circle.
I think that's for the resend, right? I think if you just play True Hearted Ruby, it's just plus 15k. So after Vanguard swing, we just get 15k across the front. No triggers there. We are going to get no defensive trigger as well on Bamboo side of things. So we have 2 more attacks to deal with there. Have the Yuika boosted, have the Ophelia as well.
So it says here, so that you don't get the 15k.
Oh, really?
Perform all below quarter tests. Oh, actually, no, I think it does. I think you do get the 15k. I'm actually, I have to read this card carefully, but it says when at the end of the battle that your Ballista attacked on Vanguard, perform all of the following below based off the Soul Blast that your Vanguard ability, or you play this turn. So I do believe it counts. So in that case, yes, those affiliates are plus 15. So if I'm reading this correctly, since the Sapphire was used, or sorry, the Ruby was used, they should be getting power.
And it looks like that power was just enough to break over any defensive capabilities in Bamboo's hand. Gonna get Kai the win with Ballista. Normally, you usually think of like Hexa Orb, the OTT kind of decks to be the decks with a lot of hands, but oh my goodness, Kai just going out there flexing that book. Remember the last time we talked about books, it was Bermuda? What is with Bermuda? That kind of stuff with books.
They
draw too much.
I love their books. I honestly, like, this is why Ballista is just so impactful. I think seeing all 4 Ophelias that game was like the turning point.
Yeah.
Like those, especially. So the thing about Ophelia is that she's really good as long as she's on the board. Since we didn't see any, obviously Hexorb doesn't really retire usually, so they're just there on the board. You can keep bouncing them back if you need to, do whatever, and then they're basically 28k bodies all the time, and those numbers are huge. And especially since if you could Soul Blast the gem, as I just read there, I actually didn't fully know that the effect still activates. I thought you kind of need to go through the whole process, but since you don't have to go through the whole process, those are just free 28k bodies on the board, like every time your Vanguard attacks, which is kind of crazy. That's a magic number. If you don't have a front trigger in your deck, that's a magic number.
Yeah, so it is really goofy how big that, like, watching this deck go first felt unfair because over on our opponent's side of things, we were playing vanilla. We were just ride swing, and then you hit grade 3 and you're going, all right, I'm about to rinse ya. You ride up, you're like you're 15k to your grade 3 already. Even like the fact that even with double defensive, we were still able to swing over. That's demoralizing. And then I was like, oh, I wasted this defensive anyways if I was gonna take all this damage.
Yeah, that's where I will say opening Cyclers is like the biggest impact of Ballista. The minute you stop seeing those Cyclers, your hand depletes like crazy because
the reason
being especially, so when you go into turn 2, you have to put, first of all, you're discarding, right? You're discarding from then on turn 2, you have to put a card into Soul, so then find a gem and then do that. So now you also another card, and then on Ballista ride, you have to discard for the ride deck, and then you also have to discard for Ballista's effects. That's another 2 cards you're negative. However, if you're discarding Cyclers, you're not actually losing value. But once you have to start discarding cards you need, like your heals, your Ophelias, there are games where you see the opposite end, where you're sitting there and you're discarding pieces because you don't have the Cycler card, and now you're losing the tempo. So the deck does have the other side where things can go wrong and you don't have a book hand and you actually have like a 3-4, maybe max 7 card hand. It is like one of those decks where if you open the right stuff, you kind of go crazy, and then if you don't open the right stuff, you kind of start falling through. I will say going second, the deck is is a lot harder to come back from, because now you have to start thinking about having a ballista. And so there's definitely situations where the deck sees the worser end of it. It all comes down to that draw. Nothing is really searching, especially with the deck list we saw. There is actually a card that can search for ballistas, but that's like basically it. Everything else is just a hard draw or top 5, hard draw or top 5. That's all you got going for you. If you're drawing triggers, guess what? You're discarding triggers. That's about it. So you'll if you ever see the deck more, you'll see the other end of it. It's interesting. The deck is still insane, and for the most part, because you're drawing so much with the gems, you'll usually brick yourself. But when you start seeing the other end of the deck, you're like, oh man, nothing happened here. It's like, yeah, I didn't see Cyclor, I didn't see Ophelia, I didn't see Romana, I didn't see Elvira, I didn't see Yuika, I didn't see my Persona ride. Like, for some reason, you just start like missing everything, and you just kind of sit there and go. But it doesn't happen as often. Most of the time, you'll see what that just happened. That's the reason why the deck is as strong as it is, and why it's probably the strongest lyrical deck in the format by far.
Yeah, like despite it sounds like the lows happen unfrequently, but the highs happen quite a lot. Like, looking at the list, it's incredibly consistent. Like, you're looking at top 5 for 2 of your pieces. Like, I think we saw the check top 5, call 2 Elvira's, play the gem, draw 3. I was like, oh, okay, cool. I just plus 6. I just plus 6. What?
Yeah, the deck pops off. Like, when it hits like a truck. So definitely has its there's a reason why it's some consider it the best deck in the format right now. That what we saw there was peak performance. We saw everything go right in every order possible. There was absolutely, like, it was kind of in a way kind of a one-sided game, unfortunately, because that's just how strong the deck is. That's nothing to do with the players, but it's just the strength of the deck. So that's where it peaks the highest, is when that right there was a perfect example of a game going right for a ballista player.
Absolutely, yeah. Because like I'm still reading Ophelia, and just like, sure, it came out in DLBT02, but I guess, like, with the fact that now we have a gem that counts as both names, this card doubled in power. Basically, it doubled in power because it gets both of the effects out happening at the same time. And then not needing the counterblast going into the grade 3, or not needing the counterblast going even after you got damage denied, to still put out numbers such as 33, 38, 38. That is absolutely insane. And Vanguard, I think that just speaks volumes to how strong this deck is. But let's kind of spin the narrative a bit. So that is Willista. We saw Willista versus Hexorb. Last round, we saw Gandiva versus Zorga. But the 2 best decks of the format, Willista, Gandiva. How do you think that will run out? Because if we leave our Ophelias on board, which is easy to bounce back because of the Yuikas, we can always bounce back to the Ophelias to always have them for the next turn, this next turn as well. But then our Yuikas are vulnerable towards Gandiva. How do you think this matchup turns out in the long run of schemes?
It really just comes down to if the Gandiva player opens up Best Harvest. I'ma just be real. Because the thing is if Gandiva doesn't open Best Harvest, they don't draw as fast as Ballista does. They'll lose tempo. However, once they start drawing Best Harvest, they actually keep up with the Ballista player, and chances are they'll usually win the game. It is like a mulligan check type of thing. Also, Ballista starting to brick a little bit, not seeing the Cyclers. Their hands starting to complete a little bit more. It does start swaying. Going first, going second does matter. The Gandiva crit is actually really high pressure. It's kind of similar. They both ask for PG. So when Ballista rides up, she asks for PG. When Gandiva rides up, asks for PG. So it's actually really neck and neck. I will say Best Harvest is probably the biggest difference. If you have a Best Harvest and they have a board and you just Best Harvest them and you board wipe them, they'll start struggling. However, the restand, and if they keep seeing good cards off a top 5, the Ballista player, they'll just keep, they'll be okay. But if they start seeing bad cards, if things are starting going their way, Gandiva will win. It's a very close matchup. I think at peak, Gandiva can beat it, but also at peak, so can Ballista. I think it's a tough one. It's a tough one to decide which deck is better, because the retire does hurt Ballista, but Gandiva can't keep up if they don't see Best Harvest. So it's kind of like... Okay.
So it kind of comes down to that, knowing which pieces to value a lot in the matchup, you would say.
Yeah, and also knowing what to target. It's usually the Elvira or the Yuika. If their hand is big, you target the Yuika. If their hand is small, you target the Elvira, actually. The reason being is like, if their hand's big, the draw doesn't matter at that point. You want to actually remove the bounce. But if their hand is small, then you want to target the Elvira, because you don't want them drawing more cards. So you have to make those decisions as you're playing into that matchup.
All right, some big advice from Outer Orange there for the Gandiva versus Willista matchup. Is that what we're going to see coming into round 8? That's for us to know and for you guys to find out right after this break. Thank you so much for watching. Don't go anywhere.
universe, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes.
Everybody, we are just about done with the first day of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023 NA Standard. Round 8 is about to begin, and we've got Toku as well as Tai bringing you commentary for the action-packed final round. Tai, what are your thoughts on the tournament so far? We've gone through 7 extremely incredible rounds. Which round stood out to you the most?
Man, you know, it's hard to pick just one because each one had like little moments that I really enjoyed. Because I really enjoyed watching Flagberg. I know we talked a bit about that, just what a well-oiled machine that build was. The stride deck versus stride deck was also fun.
Yes.
Kind of having like G in modern days, that was really fun too. It's also been kind of fun how we've been able to keep away the Gandiva and the Wista until these last couple of rounds. I mean, it is what it is. You expect to see it. We're getting to that crunch time now where a lot of that is going to be showing quite a bit more. I know we had Willista the last round, and I know you and Orange were talking about it quite a bit, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around that one. But yeah,
Big numbers.
It's hard to pick just a single one. Also, Alchemagic. That was a really fun game too with the Gandiva before I went off for the last couple of rounds. I don't know. Just it's been. I just love watching everybody just kind of come in with the list and just like. Not only just decks that may be unexpected, but maybe some unexpected like plays that people are making. That's one thing that I really enjoy about commentating for these is just kind of seeing, because obviously as like a player of the game, I've played the game for a very long time. I can kind of see, even with decks I don't know, I can kind of recognize just basic Vanguard strategy, things that I would do. And so it's always interesting to me when I see somebody kind of zig when I would have zagged and how that plays out for them. So yeah, I guess a kind of a cop-out answer. No round in particular, just a lot of little things throughout the day.
And I think that's a good way to put it as well. I think like if we were to run through all 7 games that we saw today, I think there would always be like one big highlight moment to talk about between the 7 games, like the stride denial in like the 2 stride deck matchup. I think the rush from Alchemagic in that Zorga versus Gandiva was like something very cool. I like to watch. I think just seeing how the draw 3 off of the Willista, or I was just like, oh my god, draw 3? Draw 3? In Vanguard, draw 3?
In Vanguard? That's broken in any game.
Like, exactly. But then yeah, then also seeing, like you said, like seeing seeing Eraser play Flagberg so well as well, like the way that they like maneuvered around all the pieces they had in their hand, the mover that their order to know exactly which place to put in, but as well as Dennis on the other side knowing the exact way to play to out the board, knowing which attacks to guard because of the Flagberg triple door. That was also a treat to watch. But now, as we get into our top 8, let's go ahead and see who is still remaining at X0. Bring me the standings. So 2 X0s left. They are going to be fighting for first after Swiss. It's going to be Zetsue and Mena, followed by Thomas Quinn and Drizak, as well as coming up in 5th, Derek Dow. Tai, bring me the next 5.
Alrighty, at number 6, we've got KC Alex 2, not 1, 2. 7, we have Romaine Cardfight. 8, we have YL. 9, Sri, who we saw earlier on stream. And at number 10, we have Nomad. So a lot of names that we've been seeing throughout the day. There's been a little bit of shuffling of the order. Some people moving up, moving down. Some of them kind of going down, coming right back up again. So been very kind of eventful so far. And like you said, we do still have 2 X0s. So it's going to be interesting. But this is the crunch time. This is the final round. This is where it's going to be.
Yeah.
Who are we going to see on day 2? This is going to be the deciding factor right now.
Absolutely. I cannot wait to get started. I would love to know exactly what Zetsue and Mena are playing for us in round 8. I'm always going to shout it a bit loud because of the exclamation marks.
Yeah.
Just to know that they are there and ready to play as well.
Yep.
I'm very curious. So I think I'm guessing one of them would be on like Ballista Gandiva. I'm hoping that another person is on something completely new, because I think that'd be very interesting to bring towards and like to kind of close up today as you get into the final round. So if we were to see Ballista Gandiva, I asked this to Orange last round at the end, but I'll ask this to you as well. Who has the upper hand? Why has upper hand?
Oh man, that's so tricky because like they both just kind of have like that really heavy draw. They've got power to go through. I honestly I think it's gonna kind of come down to in some ways who goes first, and who's gonna try and push early, I think, because like we saw in one of the early rounds with the Zorga versus Gandiva, Zorga went straight for the kill as soon as possible to try and cut off Gandiva early. So I think that could potentially be something that becomes a factor. And really, I guess that could kind of go both ways. With Vanguard, the game's a lot faster, and if you are able to be the faster person just in general, you're probably going to be coming out on top. So it's really hard to say, and I think in terms of representation, I think both decks are also pretty even as well. When it comes to the upper hand, man, I really struggle with that, and I'm sure we're gonna be seeing that at least once. Probably we'll probably see some mirrors here too, especially going to day two. But yeah, I think I'm currently at a loss and ready to learn who like what does either deck have to do to get that edge in the game.
I think Orange gave us some good insight as well. If your opponent has the low hand, you want to hit those hit the draw cards. If your opponent has a big hand, you don't want them to have the selective plussing of being able to bounce back the cards. But in my eyes, I feel like Gandiva might have the upper hand just because Gandiva scales stronger. If I was to say, so Ballista's power is incredibly explosive, right? We saw numbers like 33, 51, 38. But without boosters and without triggers, it kind of stayed along those lines, about the 38 with Ophelia's, the 51 on the Willistas. Whereas the Gandiva, so long as they have cards to bind, their numbers only get bigger. So if Gandiva can kind of like take a very strong defensive early game, guard early, take the only counterblast that matters, and then once that happens, soak up the counterblast you need after, as your opponent on Willista is trying to aggress you heavily with the Ophelias, with the Willista center column, and then convert that into more binds, into more pluses, to be able to try and counteract what your opponent tried to do and try and convert that into more pluses, more bind. That's when we are able to get power that is comparable, if not stronger, than what Willista is able to do even on Persona, right? And I think that, and I hope that is what we see in this upcoming round, or if not tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see. I think we are ready to go to our deck profiles, as I am becoming surrounded by felines. All right. Let's see what we got for our decks going into this final round of Swiss.
All right, so we've got Zetsue, one of our XOs, on Gandiva. This looks very similar to the Gandiva we saw against Alchemagic there. We've got the Gandivas, we've got the self-binders, we've got the Psycho promo as well. We've got the counter charges. We've also got Meteor Flare Dragon to turn off Kant abilities. Yep. Now, explain to me, I actually don't know the purpose too strong about Meteor Flare Dragon. What big uses does this have?
You know, I think especially when Ava was way more prevalent, being able to kind of get around things that say, oh, this can't be targeted or it can't be touched, is basically just a way to kind of get any sort of like stubborn cards off of your opponent's board, letting you get that retire so that way you can still empty a board and presumably probably being under a best harvest. At least I would hope so. I feel like whenever you're doing a Gandiva turn, you really want to have that best harvest up. It basically just kind of guarantees you that no matter what like skills or whatever that your opponent is trying to use to get around potentially having their board nuked, you always kind of have like a little ace in your back pocket with Meteor Flare Dragon. Like, well, see, actually, you don't have that anymore, and I'm taking it anyways.
Ooh, boom! That big boom coming from Meteor Flare Dragon. But yeah, this is about as expected from Genjiva here. You have your like within engine advantage pieces, and I think that word there I just used, within engine advantage, the entire deck is within its own engine, and I think that's what is so strong about it. Every piece plays towards every piece plays towards Genjiva's bind, and every card in bind will just make Genjiva stronger. And then, like we pointed out, best harvest, biggest card of the deck. And then, hey, there it is. This is the format between here. We have Willista versus Genjiva. We have meta on Willista. We saw this last round, and we will be seeing it once again. So I think one of the bigger differences here is we have Resius, which is the grade 1 singleton of that on place gives 10k to another unit. So whereas I did say that, Ophelia kind of caps out at 38 before boost, before triggers, Resius would be able to make it bigger, especially with the fact that you can restand Ophelia. That 10k gets used doubly twice so, and that might be a big factor in this game as well. Like, this is almost card for card the same deck. It looks like one Yuika was swapped over the one Resius, but apart from that, a lot of it is the same. I wonder if you're going to see like the cycles into the hand as soon as possible, get that strong advantage engine going. Give me your quick thoughts on this deck.
Honestly, most of my knowledge of this deck came from that last round, so I feel like I'm gonna be learning quite a bit today, which is good for me because I'm sure to be running into this at locals from here on out. I am very, very certain of that.
All right, round 8 of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023 for the standard format is going to start right now. We will see Willista start off, which is very strong, just like what we saw last round. Immediately finding the Cycler to discard for that immediate draw, going to be a strong +1 on the ride. Passing it over to Zetsue, who is also going to be discarding. It looks like a best harvest. Probably a good target to discard if we have an extra copy in hand, because 2 best harvests in hand is no harvest in hand.
It's one of those things too, especially like orders being once per turn, like how, especially this early in the game, you're not gonna be able to play that.
Okay.
Well,
turn 1 over trigger. Would have loved to see that on grade 3 to get that extra twin drive. But hey, you know what? If we can get 2 attacks going into our Vanguard, that is a +1 with the draw that the over trigger gave. Now if we get a crit trigger, that's also going to be okay. I thought that was a crit trigger. It's just a heal.
Man, if that was a crit trigger, that is a huge momentum swing right there. Already a pretty big momentum swing. Like not as impactful if it were to happen on grade 3, because like you said, you're not getting that extra instance of twin drive. But I don't think anybody's going to complain about 1 extra card and what is effectively a guaranteed damage, because who's going to want to drop a PG while on grade 1?
Exactly. So it looks like we are going to see the grade 2 Willista right there. Find ourselves a copy of the new grade 1 gem, which counts as both names, and probably play that to get a draw as well. And then with that, maybe just like last game, we're going to see the Romana come down, so we can also kind of aggress Zetsue back. Fair is fair, might is right.
Right. I think that's one thing that's really interesting about Willista too, just because like initially hearing that, Willista is a very strong force in the format, felt a little weird at first, considering Willista was on release one of the more kind of joked about ride lines from Lyrical. So it is kind of nice in a certain extent to see, Willista finally have her day. But it's interesting too how just having a card like that, crossing Illumirays that just counts as both of those gems, being able to have 1 card count as both gems is very clearly putting in a lot of work for this deck right now.
So if I'm correct, I believe that the Vanguard Willista is actually 15k right now. So that 15 would not be an OT to pass, but in fact a 1 to pass. So that's the way is going to decline to guard. And what's good about this play from Mana is Mana called down the PG to boost with Yuika to be able to bounce it back. But most importantly, having 2 rear guards onto the board on their side of things means that the Gandiva grade 1 will not be able to get a free discard to ride into the grade 2. So very, very good foresight on mana side of things to force Zetsue as much resource as possible.
This is something that we saw earlier in the day too with the other Gandiva player, their opponent making sure that they had cards on board just to kind of it's a small thing, but you never know when that one extra card may end up paying dividends for you later on in the game.
Absolutely. And then like maybe that one extra card was the best harvest you needed on this upcoming turn to be able to get that draw 4 by wiping your opponent's board. But it looks like we are going to go straight into attacks. Ooh, that very brave intercept. It's for a 1-2 pass. I love this. Guard while you can, because the numbers are only going to get bigger.
Only going to get bigger. Especially after having to kind of essentially being forced into taking at least 1 damage that last turn with that like surprise OT on a grade 1 turn. You're definitely going to want to guard everything that you can as easily as you can. And it's maybe you can kind of like sit back slightly more relaxed too, that you saw that OT get flipped up on that very first drive check.
So discarding again, and this time not as much hand filter as we saw in the last game with all of the cycle cards. This time we don't get the cycle to be able to just like get free discards, but we are going to grab 2 units off of Willista's call 5 call 2, and we still have the gem on place as well. It looks like we chose Elvira as well as, I think that's the promo. I mean, I think that's the cycle card there. Oh, another gem goes in. That gets us another draw, and Elvira gets us another draw. Not as good as last time where it was a draw 3, but a draw 2 is still very much loved. Oh, there comes the Resius, going to be able to buff the Ophelia by 10k. Okay, going to get some big numbers here, force a lot of cards out of Zetsue's hands. If not a lot of cards, at least force a lot of damage into Zetsue's damage zone.
Yeah, geez, just going in right away. But like we were saying earlier, that like that's probably just what you want to be doing, because the sooner for both of these decks, the sooner, but especially Gandiva, the sooner you're able to just cut them off and stop them from escalating, the easier time you're going to have, because you're not having to deal with those bigger and bigger and bigger numbers.
Defensive is good to see there. However, the extra 5k from the order, as well as the extra 15k from Willis' skill as well, kind of renders that boot. Still going to be a no guard there. We lose. It looks like a crit there. Going to be 2 damage in. We only got 1 defensive, sitting at only 20k against this Ophelia, which is going to be absolutely huge. Do we have the cards to guard with it? Make use of that extra drive check. Make use of that extra draw from that OT. That's the way you need to get to turn 3 at the very least.
Wow. Yeah. No. I was saying in one of the earlier rounds, getting pushed to 4 before you get to grade 3 doesn't necessarily feel great, but getting pushed all the way to 5 before you even hit grade 3 is a very, very sticky spot to be in. We see that, I believe that's a PG coming down. You don't really want to be dropping your PGs this early in the game, but in this situation, what other option do you have?
Absolutely. And very good force up by Mana there, using Yuika to bounce back the Ophelia. Ophelia is the bread maker in this matchup. The more times you can call Ophelia down, the more times you're going to be able to force as much cards out of Zetsue's hand as possible. Zetsue losing 2 PGs already. We're only on grade 2, but minus 2 PGs down there. That is the amount of pressure that Willis is able to put out on that grade 3 ride.
Jeez, coming into this turn, that's absolutely brutal. Not even to grade 3 yet. We're at grade 3 now, obviously, but like ending that previous turn, coming into your turn with only 3 cards in hand, already dropping 2 PGs, your OT is out, and you're not even to grade 3 yet.
Best harvest.
There's where things can stabilize, because we also saw this with Gandiva earlier too. Gandiva got pushed very, very hard, but a well-timed best harvest and a board just ripe for the picking can definitely play into Zetsue stabilizing here and potentially being able to push back at least a little bit here.
Yeah, finds a draw 2 off of this best harvest, and like that's not to mention like we also have other retire effects for sure on the board, so we are going to be able to draw 3 this turn. All the cards we lost last turn from having to PG all going to get replenished back here. However, those PGs are not going to get replenished back. And as stated before, that Willistic column on the Persona ride with a good booster is pretty much a PG or GG.
Yep, absolutely. And already seeing 2 down, that's half of them gone already, just that early in the game. Really gonna hope that you see one of those on all these draws that you're doing. Looks like I believe this is the was that checking top 7, or was that just his drop zone? I guess I got a little confused on the order of things here.
I think so. We did the Counterblast 5 to check the Counterblast 1 to check top 5 and retire the 2. That got us our draw 2. And then it looks like we're just finding more pieces to retire with. That looks like to be copies of Alpha Kark. Yes. So it looks like we are going to get some multi-attack off here. Only 2 cards in bind, so our Gandiva is not threatening right now. Like when you think about like plus 4k to the front row compared to Ophelia being plus 25k on that turn because of the Reese's as well. Oh my gosh.
Absolutely just brutal. You see, that's what it's like, you know, trying to come back into this, trying to do what they can. I mean, it's just surprising to me too. I guess maybe not that surprising, but just how much damage has been exchanged between these 2 players, and they've just now both gotten onto grade 3.
Explosive is this format now. I remember at the very beginning of D, people were kind of talking about how D format was kind of a honk shoot me. But now like these are the kind of games that we're looking at where like you ride up to grade 3 and you are just blasting your opponent from 0 to 5 sometimes, or like even 1 to 6.
Yep. It just absolutely explodes if you are, and you're trying to do, like, you're playing decks and trying to do what you can to prepare for it in the early turns, but sometimes there's only so much you can do, and if you're not careful, you will just absolutely just get stomped before you realize it.
All right, so we're going to do 2 copies of Alpha Kark here to get more binds. Unfortunately, not reaching that much desired 5 bind to hit that crit. So a lot less pressure on this Vanguard swim. However, still pressure because if they find a crit on the direct check and you say no guard, that could be it.
It could be over before you even realize it. Although, and it looks like now there's the Willista hand still looking pretty healthy. I mean, how could it not with just all the drawing that's going to be happening?
Absolutely. And we do know that Mana was able to bounce back one of the PGs with the Yuka in the earlier stages of the game. So we do know at least 1 PG going to come out there. Oh, using Sanctitude instead.
Elementaria. Very interesting.
Now, here's something that's interesting in my eyes about using a Sanctitude there. In Zetsue's side of things, you know your opponent had the PG in hand because they bounced it back. You don't know about the Sanctitude. So by showing this Sanctitude, you've also given information about your opponent's hand, saying that, okay, I used the Sanctitude that you didn't know of, but you still know about this PG in hand. So that could give you a lot of information on how to attack with. And there comes the PG guard as well. It's crazy that even though on such a lukewarm turn that Zetsui was able to produce, we were able to pull out very high value guard cards from Mana's hand.
And I think you've got a good point there too about dropping that Sanctitude when the opponent does already know that you have that PG in hand, because so much of just Vanguard as a game is a knowledge game. I know I mentioned it earlier too, that like at a certain point in the game with drive checks being public knowledge, you can kind of start to kind of map out what your opponent's hand is. And that's that skill that I think truly separates the good players from the great ones. And so that's kind of like I think probably too the pressure of it as well. But I think one thing with that Sanctitude as well, I think sometimes it's good just to get rid of that first because it doesn't have the potentially free PG effect as well. So that may be the thinking there. Yes, you are giving knowledge to your opponent that they didn't necessarily have before, but you're probably, I imagine, doing it that just in case you can PG for free when the time comes.
Oh, calling over the back row with the Cycler Valshaban to give front row. This then turns our Persona ride into a plus 15k. And then we also use the order this time. So this turn is looking crazy strong. 15k to the front row. Those Ophelias should be sitting at a very pretty 33, which is magic. That is trigger plus 10 to guard, which is basically 2 triggers because most cards in the game right now are 5k shields. So we're going to see a lot of cards being ripped out of Zetsuy's hand, hoping for another 2 PGs.
Like a truck.
Sanctitude comes out, discarding the Gandiva. No Persona Ride coming out from Zetsui next turn, it looks like. Gonna Soul Blast the Willista to get the full effects out here. Restanding one of the Ophelias, and one of the other Ophelias will, at the end of the battle, will probably be able to restand as well. Finding that looks to be a front trigger, just making the front row even bigger. Oh my goodness.
Oh man, even more like already hitting like a truck. Now it's a speeding truck.
Is this way on that last card in hand? Like you said, we did see that free discard PG come out. We might have another free discard PG, but one of these attacks will have to be taken, even if the last card is a free discard PG. You are playing on that 6 damage shields. That's way. Can you do it? It's a best harvest.
It's a best harvest. Not a good card to see, but not in this specific instance.
And that's going to be it for day 1 of Bushiroad Rumble Online. Mana taking it all the way clean through Swiss with Willista. Holy moly, what an aggressive turn of events.
Yeah.
I was wrong. I thought Gandiva would have on the upper hand, but immediately off the get-go, turn 3 comes down. Rhesus, 10k to Ophelia. Ophelia attacks twice, 38k. You go do 5 damage now. Give me all your PGs. I want it all. You have nothing to play with next turn. Your turn is lukewarm. I'm going to be able to Persona Ride, draw 3 cards as well. Your best harvest needs you to retire my board. I just need to have board for my draw 3 on my order. Amazing.
Wow, that just very expertly played. Like definitely, I mean that's very clearly why Mana's made it this far, all the way to the very end. Absolutely just impressive. Just like you said, I mean, just hit the ground running. Very similar to what we saw earlier too with Gandiva, because I feel like that's kind of, if you are playing a deck that can just hit board early, slam board, start punching them in the face as much as possible, that's gonna help you in the long run, because you really want to cut them off before they're able to scale to a point that you just can't control anymore. But we see like with Willista, they're able to get to a point and scale very highly, maybe even a bit, like, well, definitely much faster than Gandiva was able to. And then not only that, but being able to like take pieces back off the board, because that was ultimately what let our previous Gandiva player stabilize. There was a full board, they were able to drop a best harvest, nuke that whole board, draw 5. In this instance, was not able to get nearly as many pluses off of that best harvest turn. So already kind of a lukewarm turn, not getting the like very top end of draws that you wanted to see. And then it just kind of came down to, well, I guess I just got to see a heal. Sometimes you see them, but today we did not.
Nonetheless, big congratulations to both Mana and Zetswin for being our 2 XOs. Mana taking it all the way with the Willista deck. And that will pretty much wrap up Swiss format for today's Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023. We're going to take you guys to a quick break to get Orange back in, and we can have all 3 of us kind of summarize the events for you. Don't go away.
is this guy and why are we interviewing an intern? We don't have time for this. Let's get it over and done with, alright?
Oh, are we ready to go? Okay. Sure. Hey guys, and welcome to a very special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. My name is Matt. I'm the TCG Marketing Manager for Bushiroad International. You may already know me as a Bushi Matt or the intern that posts a couple of memes on the Cardfight Vanguard Twitter account. So anyway,
Am I going to get fired?
this is going to be a bit of a special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. Instead of having a host with me today, as you can see, I asked you guys to send me questions that I should be answering on camera, which is, I think, a mistake, but we're going to roll with it. First question is, how did you come to be known as the Bushiroad's intern? It all started with a post that I put on the Vanguard Twitter that was like, I think it was the 4 cards that defined you, something like that. And I basically put in the effort to like reply everybody. I think people didn't expect the level of replies that they were getting, like the kind of jokes, or I guess maybe, or like the kind of like responses that they were getting were kind of unexpected from like the Vanguard Twitter account, and it kind of blew up from there. And now I got approval to have like my own account, and that has like 1,700 followers now. So thank you guys for that. And yeah, that's how I became. That's my origin story. Why did I start working in Bushiroad? Honestly, it was because I love card games. And people tell you, oh, don't stop playing games because it's not gonna get you anywhere. Well, guess what? Guess what, mom? Alright, so what is your favorite deck in Vanguard and Weiss Schwarz? Vanguard, probably like my Revenger deck. That's like one of the decks I really played with a lot back then, and I still have the deck. I really, really love it. So yeah, probably the Revenger deck. For Weiss Schwarz, let's see, maybe Goblin Slayer.
I have a question. What do you do to become so tall? But it's not because I'm jealous. I'm just asking for a friend.
Genes, I guess.
Like, do you like have special supplements? Like, do you drink a lot of milk when you were a kid?
It's part of the. Oh, do I have to answer this? Okay. Well, I not really. No, I guess I just lucky. I didn't have to do anything special. But anyway, yeah. So I was saying, Goblin Slayer for Weiss Schwarz. Yeah, again because I played the deck a lot and I really enjoy the mechanics of the deck.
Do you like play basketball a lot?
No. And that's kind of I got the question a lot, but yeah, I don't really.
So like skipping ropes then.
I did skip a little bit when I was younger, but I was already pretty tall for my age when I was doing that. Is this really part of the? I don't see this in the list though. Do I have this?
Yeah, it's part of the question.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay. Sure. What is the best part about working in Bushiroad? Wow, best part. I mean, there are a couple of things that really are pretty amazing. Like getting to travel and meeting everybody. I think that's one of the biggest joys that I have. Being able to see people enjoy the game like around the world. It's quite amazing. Another thing is, of course, I think you guys already know because I've been doing this a lot. We get to get like a couple of cards sometimes, because we get like samples and stuff like that, and then we have something that's called a complete set, which is basically a single copy of every card that we release in a booster pack, and then we get some of these things, and then we get to build decks to play in the office, which is quite a lot of fun, to be honest. We did like a couple of remote fights and stuff like that, events where we get to play the players online. That was really fun. We do gunslingers. We used to do gunslingers also at events where we would play with players on the spot. That was really, really fun. So so we do get to build all these decks, and we do get to try all these things. It's quite a lot of fun. Yeah. Alright, so what's the worst part about working in Bushiroad? Can I say that on camera? I don't think I can say that on camera. Okay, but actually, I can think of something that is that's okay for me to say. Basically, I don't get to play in any tournaments anymore. That's actually kind of sad because as I kept playing games, I realized that I had this like small competitive spirit fire that reignites every time I watch everybody play at events or like online events. You know, because online events, I'm there the whole time as well, checking, making sure the stream's okay. I'm the one that's replying on the stream. I'm the one that's checking the stream, helping out at the back end also with the event itself. And every time I watch people play, I'm just sad that I can't participate in any more Bushiroad tournaments. But it's, I mean, I'm here on the other side, so they're still kind of okay. But at the same time, you know, I wish I could play competitively also. Because it seems like a lot of fun, right? Like you guys have like teams nowadays, and then, you know, everybody's like, it's really like a festival atmosphere at an event, so I really miss that. Will there ever be a cameo of you in the Vanguard enemy, sort of like how Daigo used to appear every now and then? If so, what deck would you be using in the show, and who would you want to fight against? I don't think there's ever going to be a cameo of me. I'm not on the level of Daigo. Right? Daigo's like a superstar. I'm not going to be. I'm not on that level. But you know, it is cool to see people like Daigo appear. People like Tanahashi, Hiroshi appear as well. Those are really, really cool.
Hey, I heard you met your girlfriend here in Bushiroad, who's now your wife. You care to share more about that?
No. Will there ever be virtual tournaments like Bro in addition to in-person events? I'm not sure when this video is going to be posted, but I'm pretty sure Bro is already being announced. So, of course. I mean, online tournaments, digital tournaments, remote tournaments are very, very, very important, I think, now that we are in this day and age. And I think COVID just accelerated the idea that there are a lot of people that have no access to major tournaments, and I think online tournaments give those players an avenue to be competitive, like I said, or even just to play casually with your friends, right? Like you can join a tournament and it's be casual in that sense, and I think it brings a different experience and a different kind of enjoyment, and bringing that to more people, I don't think it's ever going to be a bad thing. So if we can keep doing it, I think it's a good thing. I would love to keep doing online tournament. I think it's very fun. I mean, of course, we do have to stay online for quite a long time, and unless you guys, you guys may not know, but like I'm there for most of the. The only one that I'm not there for is usually the US times, because if I stay up for the US times, that would just mean I have like 2 days no sleep. I would love to be there though, but you know, that's just how it is, right? But yeah, I do think we should be continuing online tournaments, at least for a good while. I do think it's very important. Yeah. So, are there any future plans for working with community-run tournament organizations? So our stance on this has usually been for any organization to pair with a store. The reason being, our main business model is of course selling at brick and mortar retail stores. We want to support our brick and mortar stores as much as possible. So, as far as possible, we would like, anybody who wants to run like their own tournaments, community tournaments, even if you are like a constant TO, to try and approach stores and get support from the store. So basically, you approach the store approaches us, and then we can provide the support from there. So I think, of course, this is still something that we've been doing because, of course, we want to support the stores, right? Like I said, but at the same time, we do understand that there's a lot of people who may want to get this support and they don't have a store nearby, so we have to explore these kind of scenarios. I guess it could be a more on a case-by-case thing, but as far as possible, we want to work with TOs through stores. Yeah. Which deck would I be using in the show, and who I want to play against? I would take Ren's Revenger deck, and I want to play against Ren. Okay, because I really love the Revenger deck and I really like Ren, so I want to play against Ren and I want to use his deck to beat him, alright? I'm going to lose, probably, because, Ren has this insane plot armor throughout the series, up till probably like the last couple of fights where he will lose like an important fight, but I really like Ren, so that's probably...
Like, do you have any tips? Like, do you bring her to like a dinner for a first date? Or like, do you go to like amusement park? Like, what do you say to her?
Sorry, Director, can we get this guy off the group, please? Like, it's not really because
wait, but it's
I
not
don't know what he's
description.
Besides games from Bushiroad, what other games do you enjoy at the moment? Oh, okay. I actually do play a lot of games. I'm quite an avid gamer. I'm playing right now. I'm playing TCG. I'm playing PCG also. I'm playing did I miss anything? I think that's pretty much it for now. Yeah, quite a lot of things, to be honest. Right, so best and worst thing that happened to you in Bushiroad. Best and worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Best is probably this, right? Like getting to become kind of like a meme in the community. I know it's very strange to for that to be like a goal or like a best memory, but honestly, it gives me joy to be able to interact in this manner with everybody, and I think some people are able to derive joy from that as well. And to me, that's quite magical, quite special. And I do believe in making sure that the community is, engaged and happy. It definitely helps with for the company as well, I think. Worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad, I don't think there's a bad thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Worst thing that happened to me in the company, I honestly can't say that I can remember any. Maybe I don't get to keep the cards that we play with, I don't know. I guess. How often do you how often do you skirt the line of saying too much when interacting with the community? All the time. Okay, but most of the time when I'm posting emojis, guys, it doesn't mean anything. Alright, when I post emojis, it doesn't mean anything. Or does it? You'll never know. But I always try to tease people, I guess. Maybe it's not a good habit, but yeah, it's just I'm a fan also, right? So like I said, I joined the company because I play the games. So I love like getting this first information as a player. So I understand this information, getting it as an employee, and then getting it as a player. There's like separate excitement. So sometimes when like new card effects get shown, or like in fact before it gets shown officially, when we get it internally for like development, sometimes like I get the stuff from the development team just to look through in my spare time or during lunch or something like that. It's the same excitement, and I want to share everything with everybody, but I can't, unfortunately. So all I can do is occasionally drop some small teasers. That's about it. Yeah, I love like trying to give a teaser, but I don't think I can give away too much. Yeah, it's not worth my job. I want to make you guys happy, but it's not worth my job. Hamburgers with or without pickles. What are you? Why are you eating the hamburger without pickles? You have to eat it with the pickles. It's part of the experience. It's the whole package. You know what I mean? Like you eat it without the pickles, are you really eating a burger? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. Okay, but it depends on what burger it is, right? Like, yeah. So yeah, I'm for pickles. I'm team pickles for sure. I did used to like them though, but that's because I didn't know what I didn't know. My parents took the pickles out of my burgers all the time. And then one day I was just like, I'm a big boy now, right? 12 years old, I can handle the pickle, alright? So I ate it and I loved it. I realized, but adults are not always right. Okay? Yeah.
What about pineapples on pizza?
Why is this guy still back? Why is he still here? Can we?
Because
No.
I have burning questions as well.
Pineapples on pizza?
Yeah, is that a yes or a no for you?
No. When will you get promoted from being an intern, or are you the eternal intern? Well, I'm not the intern anymore, but I mean, it might have been a revelation for some of you. I don't know, but I guess in a way, I'm always the intern, right? Like for you guys, I'm always going to be that guy, So I don't think so. I may get my promotions internally, but I think in everybody's heart, I'll still always be Matt the intern. So for promotions, do you have to beat your boss in a card fight, or is it just a fist fight like every other workplace? It's a combination of both. Every time we take damage, we actually take damage, if you know what I mean. Yeah, but it's fine because not a lot of people can beat me in the office anyway, so good luck. Whew, okay, that's the end of all the questions. We made it, yay! Alright, just want to say thanks to everybody who sent us questions. I know we couldn't cover everything, and I'm really sorry about that, but we do have limitations on what I can say, what I can't say, and how long this video can be before you guys decide to click away. So yeah, we probably couldn't answer all your questions. But anyway, yeah, thank you guys for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed the video, and yeah, I'll see you guys sometime soon in an event or a tournament or something. Yeah.
Wait, we're farming coffee with Bushiroad, right? Wait, this is Wait, how come he doesn't have? Did you not get him the coffee? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Someone get him a coffee, please.
Here we go. Cool. At the end, it's interesting timing. But okay, sure, cool. Yeah, coffee with Bushiroad.
Yep, we have a coffee.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Are we good? Are we good? Can I go? Okay, yeah. Thanks.
Can I have the coffee back? It's
Wow.
yeah, I paid. Yeah.
And welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023 and a region standard. We've just finished our 8 rounds of Swiss, and boy, were they all exciting to watch. I already asked Ty about what his favorite matches were, but Orange, having seen all 8 matches now, commentated some of them, watched some of them from behind the scenes, which ones stood out to you, or which moment stood out to you today?
I'm trying to think what I really liked. I think watching the Flagberg match was pretty high point. That one was like pretty up there. I think I know it's gonna sound weird, but I was kind of vibing with that Ballistic and Diva match that we casted. Actually, it was kind of just fun to see. The Zorga match was pretty cool. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that really stood out to me that was like just really fun to watch. And honestly, they were all just enjoyable in their own ways. Some were a little bit more like the Barrow and the Jet match was a little bit harder. The Steel match was pretty intense too. Lots of crits like going through. So yeah, I'm like going my memory bank and like going through all the rounds in my head. But yeah, I actually kind of liked watching the meta fights. I know that's like I'm the small percent.
Yeah, we're going to see that a lot tomorrow. But even then, like, I kind of agree with you. Like, I knew about what each of the decks did, but I never really understood like the kind of story that both of them would tell to each other when facing each other. But to kind of like rewrap what happened today, round 1, we had Albright on Orphis versus Falzahar on Trajewel. So unfortunately, did not get to see Trajewel or Orphis pop up a bit later in the rounds. In round 2, we had Yushiora on Dark States, which I believe was the Barrel Magnus versus the Vortex, which was playing Jet. Then right after that, we had Too Many Rats. First time welcome back to Vanguard on that Stride Messiah versus also the Stride deck Jet. So a very cool blast from the past, a little bit of G format in this D format that we play here. And then I think we're all kind of unanimous here. I think we were all fans of that Flagberg deck, especially that play. Especially like,
it was really good.
Absolutely.
The management of resources. Like, I was actually like kind of attracted myself in the most normal way to say that.
I think I like that deck.
Not only the Flagberg though, but for me also just the mushroom card. Because I remember Toku, you were talking it up before the round, and then I got to see it in action. I saw it in action multiple times with other Stoicheia decks. That card's really good. I'm a fan of that card now.
Yeah, that card is just a plus. Like, there is no negatives on that card. Whether you're playing Grand Theater or not, that card is fantastic. Then right after, we had Drake, which I believe is Royal Lover on Chronojet versus Meloetta Matt on Alessiel. Then we had Alchemagic on the Zorga versus Sri on the Gandiva. Rounding up into round 7, we had Bamboo on the Keter Hexa Orb. I kind of wish that Hexa Orb was going to be able to go first, just to be able to show off what kind of things they could do on the Persona ride, which is actually incredibly strong. And then that extra drive, making all of those triggers just that 10k extra. Then we had Kai, not WCC Kai, Canadian Kai on Ballista. And finally, for round 8, wrapping up the tournament with pretty much what the meta is expected to be, Gandiva and Ballista. Such a cool way to end off the day. We did see like Ballista go completely insano style, getting that one of Reese's, putting it on that Ophelia for that extra 10k usage on the restand. My goodness. That card went way too strong. Ophelia is way too strong. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's crazy. That card went from like, it's kind of crazy that the whole deck went from like a very whatever deck, like literally one of the worst decks to format, to like, boom, Best
Boom.
deck. It's
Honestly,
skyrocketed.
I mean, it's something that we've seen before with standard too, like in D. Because I remember last year we had like the glitter cards come out, and Ava was kind of like, oh yeah, Ava,
Yeah.
over here. Then all of a sudden we get a promo, and then you see Ava, Ava,
Yeah.
Ava, 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 Ava. So sometimes all it takes is just one good solid card, and all of a sudden you're kind of like little mediocre pet deck that you're kind of kicking around over the corner suddenly skyrockets to the top of the meta.
Yeah, exactly.
And like in Willis's case, I don't think it's Willista or Ophelia themselves. I think it's the fact that the new gem counts as both names. So while before this card came out, your effects was like one or the other. Every turn now you get both effects. So you've pretty much doubled in power in how strong your deck is. But like I'm excited to see what is going to be brought out for tomorrow. So tomorrow, let's go ahead and see who our top 8 might be. Let's go ahead and see not the brackets, but the standings as to our strongest 8 based on the standings. Orange, take it away.
Sure. We got Mana!
Mana!
Sorry, I'm going to do it every time. So going completely undefeated. And then we have Zetsu is second, going 7-1. We have Derek Dow also going 7-1. And I guess I'll toss it over to Ty.
Alrighty. Number 4, we have Nomad. Number 5, we have KC Alex 2. Once again, that is 2, not 1. The second Alex, I guess. And then, like Toku said, not WCC Kai, but Canadian Kai coming through at number 6. And then at number 7, we have Sri, who we saw earlier on stream as well. And then Toku, I will leave the last 3 to you to play us out here.
So number 8, who will be bubbling into top 8, is going to be Thomas Quinn. And then, unfortunately, Drizak and Romain Cardfight, we aren't going to be seeing you tomorrow, but still a very strong performance nonetheless. Let's head back to us 3.
Alrighty, so we have what is potentially going to be our top 8 going into tomorrow. Obviously, we will kind of have to see based on how deck check goes. If you've ever been to one of these things before, you ever been to one in person, there is that process. Make sure everybody is on the same page. Everything's going the way it is. Make sure that you're following everything, all the socials on not Twitter, X, I guess, all those things, just so that you can see when that top 8, that official top 8 bracket will be announced, so you can see concretely who our players will be when we come back here tomorrow. We'll be back here tomorrow. See all of your lovely faces here for our top 8 for the standard summer BRO 2023 experience. I have been TIE Fighter. It's been very nice hang out with you all today. Orange, do you have any thoughts that you want to share here before we start wrapping things up here?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was a really great time. It was very fun seeing everyone again. It has been a couple months since at least the Vanguard Bureau has happened.
Yeah.
I know we had a Weiss one in between, but at least for me, Vanguard's been a second. So it's nice to have everyone back. And, D is like the main Vanguard format. So it's nice to see sort of how things have elevated in the last like basically 6 months. So that was really cool. So thank you guys. Don't forget, we do have the top 8 as TIE Fighter has mentioned. So please, stick around tomorrow. See who the champions are for those amazing Chrono Jet prizing.
Yeah,
you gotta see how that goes. That's
usable in multiple formats now.
Yes, you can have fun in premium with it. You can learn premium as well. You got the Stride decks now. You can take those and throw it into your premium stuff too. Find out what's going on there. It's a lot of fun stuff on that side too. And overall, thank you everybody that supports us, supporting the streams, supporting the players, the chat, wherever you're coming from. It's just a real pleasure having you. So thank you so much for being here. And yeah, I'm out of Orange, and it's been great. So thank you so much.
Yeah, we'll be seeing you all tomorrow. I'll go ahead and sign off for Toku here because I know that his fire alarm is currently going off. That's just what happens when we're streaming from home. It happens. But a very pretty salute from Toku there. But we will be seeing you all tomorrow, ready and waiting for that top 8. You don't want to miss it. So we'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks for being here, everybody. Bye.